must be at the party.
This is a budget meeting, so I don't have to sit at the big table. So,
Don't sit somewhere where, sit over there.
that's the budget seat.
Mm.
Hunter,
Gunther did a good job last night. Gunther?
yes.
Hunter.
He's got back.
There were a lot of questions found
Yeah,
to get answers to.
but I think we're pretty much set. I think cannabis is, you can't really depend on cannabis being expanded that much. I mean,
They're throwing stuff in the revenue, that's insane. Which sets us up for next year.
it's, some of those places have opened and some of them out. Some of them got special, you know, they've gotten their permit, I mean, they've gotten their planning approval, but they haven't opened.
Right. I think there's still one, the one that's supposed to go on Grove Street. I think that's the only one left in queue that got approval but hasn't opened yet. Maybe. But again,
I don't know. They've got to be on before the planning.
I don't know. Oh, the one on the Eastern as well, at the old
Eastern got
Quebec.
approved.
Right.
Eastern got approved, and so did the old key band.
Broadband.
Right.
Right. I do notice. Do you notice all the these smoke shops, most of them have turned that convenience stores. Like 5 days a day, and just close for the doors. Especially the one across in the Gershon Plaza there. That was the third spot. I mean, how can these people survive? Probably they're saying they're surviving. Right? Did you see any people yesterday? One of the spas up there shut down for prostitution and trafficking. So, right? What else was it? I think that was it. Use that allows for their practices.
It's also happening. Process.
We're getting there. I haven't. Did the meeting time change? I'm just speaking to, no, I'm still back here. I'm just gonna. Yeah.
Did you guys?
She went down to church to have baked chocolate chip cookies. All right. Yeah. 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 Oh, with the eyes, with the eyes. Yeah. I have stopped and see Lafayette Church. Oh, I know you're right. And I don't get invited? Oh, hey. Oh, I have this. I've been everything right. I got a 3-volt punch.
I haven't been able to do mine yet.
I took, I've just been so busy. I took mine when we got it and put it in last year.
Is that what you did?
'Cause I got it.
Oh, that's good. I saw that, I'm like, What a good idea. I can get a Valentine.
Oh, please. My desk is a mess. I can't have this.
Everything's a mess, the entire. I was hoping to try to at least go through it today and try to organize.
I'm into the back. I need cream because, oh, tomorrow night is, like Wednesday night golf league final dinner at Stoney's.
Oh, nice.
And I'm the president. So we win everything. Glory to man, hallelujah. So
Hi.
I made the after my man.
Oh, that's nice. I love your.
Yeah.
We're talking about green puffs.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hey, okay, how are you? About green puffs?
Oh, no.
I'll share it so you guys have enough.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Well, we the only one, but this is the only one we got, right? Doreen? All we got was one from John. Okay. So this is John's recommendation. Oh, well, it's probably in here too. Now then. What's that? I did talk to the lady from Karen's Rotary Club, and I told her we're in. Now they have to, she has to go back to the Rotary Club and find out if they will take us. But I gave her all the information. I mean, might seem right on the equipment.
Oh, yeah.
So I just wasn't sure because I don't know how much these cost. But
Well, $3,600 should be able to buy.
right. Well, again, they're hoping to raise, in other words, if they get the grant from Rotary, that doubles what they will raise. So, no. So they're hoping to raise it. She had to go back and look because these are the questions I asked her.
Yeah.
And they had, she thinks 3,600 total is a good number for us. And, immediately Jackie and Mike were like, we could use this, we could use that, we could use.
You see those new carts they have at the.
Yeah. Well, the last thing that Mike said was a jack, like a power lifter kind of
Put
thing.
underneath ballots.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not the, oh my goodness, Ray Dillon sent a huge long email that I just got from Ray. Can't even, I won't even be able to read it while our meeting starts.
Oh. Good evening, everyone. I would like to recall the Finance Committee to order, and we will continue our 2026 budget review. Before we get into our internal discussion, I would like to ask the Director of our Department of Development, Ms. Alex Carver, to kind of brief us on a couple of outstanding items the council members have. So last evening, there were two questions we need to follow up with, and those has to do with the CDBG surplus and CDBG, where is the money being logged in terms of the overall costs, and if there's any surplus that within the various departments within the city, and if that is allowed by other guidelines.
One where it is logged is we put out our annual action plan every year, what our allocations are, and we log in the IBIS, which is our HUD financial system.
Okay.
So all of our funding is logged. When you look through, when we bring forth the annual action plan every year, it's part of the 5-year consolidated plan, when I come and say, these are our priorities, and then every year, we come, based on applications, we come before with you with proposals from approved applications, amount that they applied for. No, you can't just take a surplus and reuse it and put it into the general fund. That's not how it works. And it has to align to meet the HUD's national objectives. So anything that we do, we're governed by HUD to say it's gonna be, one of the 3 national objectives, and it needs to be part of the city's priority. So we would have to state that in the 5-year consolidated plan. I know that sounds like a lot, right?
So any surplus, we are not allowed to use it for any city project or any city cause.
Well, you can if it aligns with what the priorities were that we outlined in our 5-year plan. So meaning, for example, if you apply, like we have, when you say surplus, we have things that come every year that gets allocated to city projects, whether it be development, whether it be code, whether it be engineering. Those things come into the city from those fundings. So for example, if we have something, I'll use this youth line for an example. We've identified in 2022 during COVID that we allocated funding for a youth program that was never set up and never spent down. Now we've realized that the general fund is looking for money to fill the gap for the youth program that aligns with the national objectives and the priorities that we set forth in our consolidated plan for the city to fund youth activities and initiatives and deployment. So that would align. So it's not just anything. Don't give me your truck orders and all of those things, Mr. Motivator. It has to align.
I like it. We're starting on a good note. I like this. Yeah, no, that's exactly what we wanted, the guidance from you in terms of, can we use it for youth employment line? Can we use it for senior? Because we got to fund seniors before through CDBG.
And we still fund seniors.
Yes.
We fund the hybrid. Yes. But see, those things are competitive applications.
Yes.
Right? So there's also caps that we have to abide by. See, we only can do a certain percentage amount of public service projects, a certain percentage of development projects, things that fall into what we designated as our NRSA areas. So we do have caps for things like emergency shelter. We have cap, a certain amount of money can only go towards that. So when we're working our annual action plan and reallocating money, we still have to ensure that it falls within our caps. Whether we are looking at 2021 money or 2024 money, we have to go back and make sure if we're reallocating it to a different project that we don't exceed the percentages, the caps that to remain in compliance.
Question. So, first of all, thank you for paying attention throughout this process and looking for trying to figure out ways to support the youth program in particular. It seems like you've located some funds, so I really do appreciate that, and I think that allows us to move past what would be a really stickler point for us in the budget, because couldn't see myself supporting a budget that didn't support that. So I really want to.
And transparency, anytime we use any of the federal dollars that come out of development, there's a substantial amount of reporting and accountability that has to occur. So if Parks is going to be facilitating this youth program, they need to work with the department to make sure that they're doing quarterly reportings, that we have the measurables that we need to report to HUD. So it's not as simple as we found money, we give you the money. There is reporting, quarterly reporting, that is due to the department so that we can submit that to the federal government.
So when we first started the program, what we did, which we got away from, which I would like to see us go back to, was partnering with the county, because the counties, they had the infrastructure and the reporting infrastructure that at the time aligned with kind of what you're talking about. So that's something that we might want to revisit, just because I don't want to put more work on your department especially being, helping us find the money for the,
Parks.
right.
Parks.
Okay. For clarity, for parks, because but I do appreciate that. So my question is so I was originally, before these conversations were happening, I was talking about using money for the golf court, from the revenue from the golf course to support the youth line. And in yesterday's conversation, I was suggesting if we find the money, and it seems like we have the money that's a line that we could use from CBDG funds, what about our seniors? Is that, are we in the same situation for seniors, or should we go look at using the revenue identified from the golf course to support seniors?
There are no funds that were previously allocated that align with senior services that haven't been expended.
Okay.
So I can see that we used to partner with the county, and some of the money that I found that we can use is money that the county never, it was never set up, they never drawn down, so it aligns that there's no scenario that applies that way to support seniors right now.
Okay, so we can use the money from the golf course to do that.
Go ahead, please.
I just want to clarify. So what you're saying right now is that you did find the money for youth employment for this 2026 budget. So you already have all of the CDBG. You have a good sense already in this year of what might come back into your cost.
No, I have a good sense of what can apply for the youth. What I did was
Okay.
my program accounts clerk went through to see what did we allocate for youth services in previous years. And that is what I'm able to use, but we're in the process of closing it out, and I'm talking about funds from 2021
Yeah,
and 2022,
absolutely.
so these aren't new funds.
Right.
We're going back and doing some reconciliation in our department,
Okay.
to see what's out there.
That's great. Thank you. And I know that Mr. Mazzecca had to do that reporting. But he's done that kind of stuff before, so.
Do you have a number, an estimate?
There's 160,000, but I would like to keep the 10,000 because you asked for 150. I'm gonna keep the 10,000.
No, I didn't ask you for 150.
I asked for 300. I asked for 300, but okay, 150, yes.
I thought it was 150.
It was.
Okay.
It is 150.
Okay.
But before, so we currently fund the senior center through CDBG. So you're saying that it didn't expend all the money, so they have funding available?
The senior center doesn't. They're asking for more money, actually. They apply every year, so they applied for 20,000. They spent 20,000, and they're looking for more additional money, but they're also working with the county to try to fill the gap
For this year,
for
by
the
the way,
year.
for
What about
2025.
2026?
They applied for your 2026 is my 2025,
Oh,
okay?
so do we
We're
have
talking
funding?
about-
Do we have
So
funding?
we awarded them. We gave them what they asked for, actually, so let me just,
And that will take them into 2026?
their contract is effective October 1st. So the federal year is October 1st to September 30th, 2026. So we are right now awarding the contracts, executing contracts right now. So the senior center. $24,000.
And that will take them into 2024? Okay, 2026. Yeah, okay, so we have coverage. Okay. So,
Well, there are,
Wait,
oh, go ahead, please.
Sorry.
And then come back.
Only have my hand.
okay. Didn't
Yes.
see it.
Yeah, it wasn't up to you. So, well, you asked one question I asked, so it's 150 is what you have allocated for the youth line. The senior line that you're talking about, you're only talking about the Hibernians though, right? You're not
Yes.
talking about the other seniors, the satellite senior centers is what I'll call them.
no, but I do see in our general budget, we do get a lot of invoices from Catholic charities, but I don't have any authority over that. Those are just invoices that pass through my department. Catholic charities invoice that comes out of general budget, so I haven't had to say so on how much but I just, they pass through. I see the invoices and we submit them.
Because so what's been written out of our budget is those satellite,
Yes,
Yes, that's correct.
senior center.
yes.
This goes more to the revenue line. If you want to finish explaining what you have, then I'll ask about the revenue line. when
Did I
you're
answer
ready.
that?
No, you're doing good. Thank you.
Okay.
You're making life easy for a lot of us here.
Okay, last year, this is, in our revenue line, and it's a line A 2170, A and C. That's what I want to
I'm sorry,
talk
what
about.
was, I'm sorry, Mary, what was that?
A 2170, A, sorry, there. So there was $100,000, for the SNAP, from CDBG for SNAP.
Ah.
Right, and now it's, that was in our adopted budget.
821.
Page 10, that was in our adopted budget for 2025, but not in 2026.
So SNAP has roughly $200,000 in CDBG funds from previous years that they have not invoiced Department of Development to draw down. So they were not awarded this year.
How much?
200,000. So they have from 2022, they have $2,055.59. From 2021, they have 100,000 that hasn't been set up.
This is SNAP that you're talking about?
And for 2023, they have 100,000. So you have 100,000, roughly $202,000 in unspent funds, which is why they were not funded.
Okay.
So you don't see that in the line, but we see that CDBG, our federal dollars don't always show up in the general funds, but we see it on our side.
Go ahead, please.
So if we had something that fell under the code of SNAP neighborhood revitalization, would we be able to access that funding that you just said is still?
So it's how, it's not by title, it's how we defined it to HUD. So it's really to clean up city-owned property, so stabilization
Gotcha.
and cleanup of city-owned
Gotcha,
properties.
gotcha.
So that's what the title is, but it's how we, with the description, what we said we would do with that funding lines.
So, so in that case, let's say we have staff that do that. Is it possible to use some of that funding towards, like, a percentage of it towards that staffing salary that does that particular work?
Well, that's what it's for from SNAP. That is what it's for. They have, that money has been allocated to them, to ODS to spend now. They just have never invoiced. And it is not, for clarity and transparency, it is not development's job to invoice that. We fund, and even internal allocations, there's reporting. You have to invoice, you have to submit those timesheets, the properties that you worked on, we still have to submit those things to HUD. So that is not something that my department would have autonomy over.
Gotcha.
But that money is there.
Commissioner, any clarity on that? How do we move forward getting the invoice from this department?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but this is specifically has to be CDBG eligible to draw down, correct? So
So that, when it's to be CDBG eligible, needs to fall into, it needs to fall into a low and moderate income area in our neighborhood revitalization strategy area. 85% of our city is that, if not all.
Right.
Well, between the two designations that we have.
So, so what I'm hearing is that we have like over $200,000 that could conceivably, that's money from back from 2021, that we could conceivably bring forward and use towards, in SNAP.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The mayor had mentioned a day or two ago that you're looking to hire an agency to help with the cleanup of the foreclosed property.
So what we did this year is that 100,000 that would typically go to SNAP, because they also identified to us last year that they didn't have the capacity to clean out the city-owned properties as quick as we want to put them out. So we took that 100,000 and we allocated that to Department of Development so that we do have more control. We could bid that out and we can clean up our properties so that they're safe for the realtor to access, so that cleanup would be maintenance, snowing, mowing, all of those things to make it look good in the community. We're gonna board them up nicely, secure them, and maintain them. So we took that one in. So we can have more control, make sure that it's done, because we know that the properties that we have, the mayor wants to get them out and list them, but we've gotten a lot of complaints from our realtors that the properties aren't in the best condition or safe to enter. So,
Right.
and we heard that decision is informed by the information that we've been hearing from our neighborhood meetings with the comprehensive plan.
Right.
Yeah, that is what, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so it sounds like that money needs to remain in your department, so you have the autonomy and can make those decisions to
Yeah,
make
so
sure it
that
happens.
100,000 that's gonna be for that, that's allocated for 25-26 our
Right.
year is us, but that is not taken away from what SNAP still.
But, right, that was my point, but
Yes, they still
that's
have
the
the
200,000 is still there. Okay,
Go ahead.
When will that 200,000 not be available for, to be invoiced to you? Will that ever go away?
HUD gives us 5 years.
Oh, that's
And that
great.
starts
To
in
spend.
21? No, what year?
No, this 200,000, the 200,000, oh, yeah, it'll be,
Next year.
this is
Next
starting, this is going back to 21, yes.
We need to spend it.
We need to spend it.
Go ahead now, so.
So it sounds like you're recouping some of these funds so that your department has more management and oversight over it. So then what functions outside of that 85% of the buildings that rely on the city is this department still going to be responsible for conducting?
I'm not clear on the question, I'm sorry, council member.
If you're maintaining the properties, what's SNAP doing for the 15% of the properties that are eligible?
Well, we're gonna maintain the properties moving forward, but there's plenty of properties that are still on our roll that need to be addressed. And even when SNAP goes out, when we get a complaint, and I'll use this for an example, if somebody does a see fix,
Fix, yeah.
and they gotta go remove debris
Right.
from in front of the house, and it's on Eastern Ave, the time that they spent is billable, from CDBG, that's addressing the issue, so. I think there's some, flexibility on how they spend that money now, because it's not just for city-owned properties that are going for sale.
So, Mr. Williams, I mean, looking at that, you're hiring a consultant to help with the cleanup of your property. So that's taking away responsibility from staff.
Are you hiring?
No, they're
hiring
hiring
a company.
A company. It's
No,
like-
we're bidding it out, so we get a contractor that, we can give the address to.
So that is taking away responsibility from this department.
Or portion?
Yes.
But they said we didn't have the capacity, so it's like, if the
Well,
work
they-
wasn't being done, it's essentially.
They'd be doing it.
They've been doing it,
The
but
company.
not as fast. SNAP doesn't have the manpower to do them as fast as it should be done to maintain what they regularly would do in the city-owned properties.
so what we need to do is look in our budget to see how we can reallocate the 200,000 that is existing now to see and see that we could do that with, as long as it's being in line with the HUD parameters.
I don't think we need to reallocate, that is already.
Not reallocated, but, well, no,
To be expanded.
no, so, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Carver, SNAP, in other words, moving forward, that $100,000 is gonna come back into development, right? So we got that. However, there is $200,000 existing right now within SNAP that they have not invoiced for.
Correct.
So, and that money's only good for 5 years. So we could repurpose, I'm looking for the right term. We could reuse that money as long as it falls within the parameters of what we expressed originally. Is that correct?
So would it make sense to use it to offset some of the SNAP salaries since the money is
Yes.
there for that?
This is where I'm going.
So
That makes makes the most sense.
That was the intention of it.
All right, and this year we really need that.
So we can use this 210,000.
206.
$4,000
No.
right there.
$202,055.59.
That we can use now for,
Yes.
in that
Right.
category. So can I just?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in other words, right now, Ms. Carver, in the 2026 projected budget, there's 0 on CDBG SNAP neighborhood revitalization. So just to try to close this part of the conversation, we could put $200,000 in that line instead of
No,
zero.
this is old funds that you're spending now. I wouldn't put that in, it's already there. This is old money that would have showed up in previous years that hasn't been spent. I don't know how to,
Well, but we're obviously trying to increase our revenue side of this budget. And so right now that says zero for us. So that 200,000 that you're talking about is not showing up anywhere for us.
that will be a commissioner's.
So what I'm saying is, can I take the zero?
Just fill in the budget.
But if we used it to support salaries
We have
that,
to.
no, in other words, if we use that money to support salaries right now, or portion of salaries that are being, drawn from the general fund, then that 200,000 would essentially show up in our general fund, because we'll be using this 200K instead of taking money for the general fund.
If everything works out correctly.
Well, if she's saying if we could use it for salaries, as long as they're SNAP salaries, then
CDBG eligible.
yeah, so let's do that.
Well, it is.
It is.
Yeah, so let's do that.
So that means the tracking, OGS will have to track the addresses and the time to make sure that they are in the designated areas, which could be cumbersome for men that are out in the field. I know Chris expressed that before. You know, they're out in the field tracking it, and I don't want to speak for his department, but
Maybe
Yeah.
But so my understanding of it, if they don't randomly go, they already know where they're assigned, so we know before they ever went there, that it's in Goose Hill, I'll just use that, or it's in Hamilton, and they'll fall under an NRSA or under CDBG. So when they're assigned where to go clean up, they would know ahead of time. So it's not like the people on the ground will do the work, but have to capture that. Their supervisor, like, look and say, okay, this is in that area and this can be assigned to that. I don't see it being the person going to do it.
okay, I'm not, it's not my department, so I'm not, it's privy to, you know, their process and how they do things.
So, would OGS have to invoice that money every time they went? So it's not like
Every
it's.
time?
Not every time.
Okay.
But they can do it quarterly.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know,
But it still has to be invoiced, so
It
the
has-
money could still just
it
hang out.
has to be invoiced, and
Right,
I'm sorry, they can still not what?
the money could just still be there if it's not invoiced, because nothing's been used or invoiced. And is there any outstanding invoices they might have that they didn't put through to you in the past 2 or 3 years?
now we've been in communication with them, Councilwoman, so they know that they could invoice, it's just they haven't, and I'm sure there's some obstacles that they're facing, and there's a valid reason why they haven't. I can't speak to them, but
So it might not even be there. If they have invoices, they just haven't put
I
through.
doubt that they had invoices
Right.
for that many years, so pending, I think that they would have probably used funds that were or still readily available to them.
So before you go, Commissioner, so we're talking about this 206,000. Where is this from?
200 and two.
John, just say 200. Let's
200,000.
leave her a little, let's leave her a little,
Where
in
is
case
this
somebody
from?
does something
General
this
fund?
year.
In the cloud, it's not in the general fund, that's why it's not here.
It's not in the general,
So,
it's not in the general fund because it hasn't been set up yet, so it's been allocated. In order for Commissioner and his team to see it, we have to set it up and tell them, we set it up and do the PO process. These funds are allocated from our annual action plan, but not set up. And
Okay.
so this makes.
That's a
another
little
point.
too much in the weeds for us.
How many more funds do we have like this in the cloud? Using your word.
Back to my father and the money
Okay.
tree in the backyard.
Because if we have $200,000 here that's in the cloud, how much more funding do we have that we're not utilizing from CDBG over the last 4 or 5 years?
well, I wouldn't say we're not utilizing it. The funding that I'm seeing is really impact from COVID, right? It's not that we're not utilizing it. And now that we have a full team, it gives us an opportunity to really dive in and close out projects. So close out projects, understand what hasn't been set up, but allocated. It's complex, and I'm not expecting you in the next 5 minutes to really understand, but our HUD funding has a HUD system that we
Right.
use. Our general funds has a general fund
Right.
system. It is separate.
Before I go, just have a follow-up here. So can we get a report of all the outstanding funds?
There is no report yet because my team, as I said, Councilman, we're working through this. We're trying to.
But do you have something to say that we can spend on from 2021 to now?
For what
Here is a balance of what we need to
For
work on.
what I said, you can't work on it because it has to be part of what?
No, sir. 2021 to now, fund that is not spent on. That need actions.
I will get you something.
Go ahead, Mr. Parks.
That's not a function of, if I go through and do all of that, it has to be we have to now put that out to the public. That can't be something that I said, these are the funds that we spent now.
We have to take
council,
grants.
there's a substantial amendment, it's a process. I can't say these are the funds and then city council decides where this money goes. Because it's community development money, that needs to go into the community and the community has to say so. And then we do a public notice and then we have
Grant application?
we have the applications and then we have the public hearing. So it's not, I can do that, but it's not something that city council can say, we can move this money, we can do that money. We cannot X out the public responsibility for that.
So, okay, so let's get back to this $200,000 that we know is here. We understand the intended function of it. It was not used in the timeline that we originally expected, but right now we're looking at $200,000 with a clear purpose that we can use it for as long as it stays within these parameters. So we should, the council should look into what positions that we have in the city right now that are working to this aligned function of what this $200,000 was. So if we have someone whose salary is $70,000 and they're doing the type of work that falls under this umbrella, then that's $70,000 that doesn't have to come from our general fund, that we could use this $200,000 to fund that position. So that would be a plus of $200,000. I think that's what we need to focus on right now, and then we could look to the next day.
I would agree with that, that we got to do. But I know she has, you never look down here.
The money was waiting then.
Well, no, I was, okay. So I'm gonna just yell out. So I agree with that because I don't think, like what Ms. Carver said, we can like look at all the money because what we talked about yesterday, when you weren't even here, Ms. Carver, I think it was specifically said that CDBG has specific parameters and guidelines, and we have to say within those.
And a citizen participation.
And citizen participation, and beyond these 7 citizens. So I would agree with you that my further question though about the budget, as opposed to asking about revenue, is that the 100,000 that you took back in house to do it through seats through the Department of Development. I see that last year we allocated 570,000 on the CDBG line for the Department of Development, and this year same amount. So the question for me became where that 100,000 is.
So that 570,000 are our admin costs. The SNAP money, that 100,000 is not development admin. So we didn't reallocate it for admin. We reallocated to bid it out for a project.
Okay.
So that's why it is not reflected there.
Thank you. Thanks for clarification.
Go ahead, please.
But again, I just want to say, before we all 200,000, which I'm rounding down, won't be able to remember the exact figure that you keep saying, but would have to go through a process.
No,
we don't have.
no, it doesn't. Not for
I
that.
thought you
Because
said we had the public
if
hearing.
we do, no, not for this, if we keep it the same, that's already.
Okay, that was my first question when we first started this
It's already
conversation.
understand.
This is already allocated to the city. It's already
So we could
allocated
just
to
plug that
SNAP.
hole.
It's already, It's already allocated. We've already allocated that funding there.
But we need to
Well,
open
why-
the line in the budget. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if we need, I don't know that part. That's outside of
This
my
is a,
pay
this is
grade.
a commissioner question, but that's where I think you were kind of joking about it being in the cloud, but can we just cut to the question that I'm just trying to find the answer for?
But you have the
Commissioner.
floor, so you
So,
push the question out.
Can we just say, okay, instead of 0 in the 2026 budget on that line, can we right now all fill in on our budget $200,000
Specifically for SNAP.
for SNAP?
Yes.
Okay, and then you guys, we don't have to worry about, Mr. LaFawn putting in invoices, et cetera, et cetera. That's all internal staff, kinds of stuff, but that's the answer to this question.
Yeah, but things are that the
I mean, I don't
money,
think we've-
200,000 coming into the snap line, it will reduce the general fund by $200,000.
Right.
So that's-
A1,
That's what they,
Right,
that's
that's
what
what
the
I'm trying
game
to.
is.
A1621, that line is 156, what is that?
So under snap, A1621, A1621 100, we can use that $200,000 to offset salary. So we'll just need a revenue in, and then 200,000 is available.
That goes back to the general fund.
So just make yourself note, I do have that, thank you so much. This is why we called you here.
What page was that? 16?
That is page 25. So
Thank you.
that is something that we can make,
16,
recommendations.
21. I see what you're saying.
Any other questions for, well, we got the unit
Yeah.
flood,
Oh,
I'll
no,
go through Mr. Williams.
okay. so then-
But I mean, although in practicality for us, our involvement in this process does not extend beyond this conversation, there needs to be internal discussions to ensure that that process is done.
That's-
Otherwise, we put
that's what I was just saying.
$200,000. So that is a further discussion that does not include us, but that needs to happen. How do we ensure that that happens?
Yeah, and that's exactly, I'll make myself notice about that. I will follow to make sure that we capture from 2021 to now, current period, as to what is available, what needs to spend down and things like that, so we don't have any money lingering, as the commissioner says, in the cloud.
But
Let me just.
She can,
Oh,
Ms.
go ahead.
Porterfield can finish.
Oh, go ahead, please.
But I think what Mr. Williams is saying, how do we ensure, because right now we're in this position, because it was not drawn down, there were no invoices sent. So what Mr. Williams is saying is, how do we ensure that the invoices are submitted? I mean, we can't do that. We as council, that's not our responsibility. But what system gets put into place, I guess I'll look at you and say, what system gets put in place so that the invoices are sent, so the money gets spent, or we could be having the same conversation again next year.
Again,
And the money won't get spent.
Again, I just feel like that's an internal, I think Mr. Williams just said it. So I'm repeating now what you just said, which I was trying to say earlier, which is that's an internal staffing decision. If we can use the $200,000, let's put the $200,000 in our budget. Let's let Commissioner and our Director of Development speak with Mr. LaFond or whatever. I mean, is there a deadline in 2026? Because that's the 5-year mark, right? Is there is it March 20th? Is it August 17th? I mean, we should let them figure that out. But the answer to our question is, yes, we can put that $200,000 into the SNAP line.
Yeah, but it's our responsibility too, because if we didn't call back Ms. Carver here, none of us would be aware there is $200,000 hanging there. So I think we need, we can't direct them what to do, but we need to be informed of what's going on. And if there are things that get outside there, Commissioner of Finance and Department of Development Director, they need to help each other and get it sorted out and able to spend on this money.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let's look to put that money into that line. And then this seems like this was something that happened before you were even in the position that you're in now. I have all the confidence in your ability to make sure that we don't lose $200,000 for somebody didn't put in a receipt. I'm sure you can do that. Let's go.
It was before Ms. Parker was here.
Yes,
As well, boom.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so can we leave that line? Mr.
Are you
Moody?
asking me to move
Does
it?
everybody think that we've
No, I already have
finalized
notes.
that discussion
I
on that
already
one?
have
It's
notes,
gonna go into
Okay, so
A1621,
here's my
right?
next question for Ms. Carver, and it is regarding the homes revenue, the sale of homes. So the budget has a I have to find it, sorry.
Speaking about revenue ranges,
Yep. I want to make sure that that revenue line is realistic.
2660.
260, 260, I don't have.
On
it.
page 11.
Okay, oh, I've got it, okay. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, okay, I got it now, thank you. So we've projected in 2026 budget, $3 million in revenue from the homes program. And at the same time, I'm sorry, I just gotta go to this one now.
1.535
Thank you.
year to date.
Say it again, please.
1,535,000 year to date as of October.
Which probably doesn't
No,
include,
it's probably as of last September.
yeah, so we still have a little bit more
So
revenue there.
1.5 million we
so
have.
we talked about this a little bit the last time when I was hearing the mayor being clear that we have major projects, the Schenectady 40 project.
Okay,
And, housing in Rotterdam, that
Yes.
is still, the sales of that is still pending. So
okay. Just wanted to make sure before we
The composition of the mayor says more likely will
exceed
be
it.
close to the estimate for this year.
Okay,
And then we may have one project rolled over into next year with a sizable amount of money in the 2022.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
There are some notes out there putting that projection at 4.5 million. Does that seem realistic to you? From 3 to 4.5?
not based on our current foreclosure list that's out, I don't think that we have enough properties to satisfy that.
Gotcha.
I did ask last night for corporation counsel to put a list together of what we're expecting from foreclosures. The 6 or 7 this year, but next year, 2 foreclosure ones is coming.
Yeah,
Do
and
you
that,
know any else?
No listing costs, they come from corporations.
let me recap the pre-foreclosure that is gonna happen
Right.
into next year, plus the one of the sizable sale on the property or two into next year.
It should move this year and 2 next
Into
year.
next year, so no, that will roll over into next year, a sale. So we have 3 sales, pre-foreclosure sales into next year.
So you think-
Plus, if the 2 major project doesn't happen this year, it will roll over into next year. That's how I factor my number last year. But no, I want to clarify it there. Because we did listen to the corporation council, we did talk about it, and why am I protecting that number? It's because of 2 projects and because of the 3 foreclosure that's happening next year.
So do you wish to stick with your
Yes,
4.5?
I am sticking with the same estimate from this year into next year.
So again, you think that 4.5 in revenue in that line instead of 3 million is realistic for your staff to achieve?
As I previously stated,
Thanks.
I do not think that that is a realistic
Okay.
number based on the list, the information that I've been provided on.
That's okay, I just wanted to clarify it. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead, please.
So I would say is that 3 million on that same line, a conservative projection, or to Mr. Rivera's point, is there room with the information that you're available and that you feel comfortable sharing with council that we can go over?
I think that's a law should be involved in that because they are the ones that track that list, council member. We get the list from law.
Thank you.
Yeah, we heard from corporation
Yeah.
council that, in terms of the foreclosure, in terms of how much in the pipeline, and that's how they factor in, and the 2 housing project, the 40 and then the sale and relevant, those are high volume sales.
There was a question in the email that the commissioner said that you had another question about the codes line.
Yeah, oh, that's right, sorry, that caught me. That was again that, where, and I think it's a similar situation as it was with then, so for line 217C, code enforcement, we had 100,000 in revenue, and right now, there's very little revenue.
So they did not. Which would be
It's
code
under
has
the-
100,000.
Yes.
But
And they haven't drawn down, so they, for this upcoming year, they still were awarded 100,000, but they have 206,000 that need to be drawn down.
So there's 206 now, the code it possibly
There we go.
conceivably used in the code doing their.
Yeah, and I think I support that reasoning with putting it in here because I think it helps us be accountable. That'll kind of ease the conversation with Commissioner and I to work with our internal, departments, our colleagues to say, we gotta spend it down because it's in black and white.
Oh.
206, I'm sorry, the number was.
Yes, 206.
Go ahead.
So again, I'm just trying to clarify. Are we all hearing, and Ms. Carver, correct me if I'm wrong, that line 2170C
What page?
could be, it's on page 10. Oh, wait a second. Same thing, the CDBG stuff that we were just. So if we wanted to, instead of that line being $100,000, could we make that line $300,000?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Decrease their expenditure in the expenditure part. Reduce their, if you go to the bottom part, now you increase the revenue by 206,000, I'm gonna say 200,000 again, and go to code enforcement, and we use that for, so we release 200,000 into the general fund again there, so that another 200,000 into the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
And may I add something?
That's why I asked the question, how much
Right.
more do we have?
I'm just
in the
trying to
cloud?
clarify it.
The
So,
only reason we're able to do this is because it's already
Yeah,
allocated
allocated,
to us.
right.
There's already a resolution in place.
Mhm.
This has already been approved. This already went through the citizen participation plan, all of those
Give
things
somebody for time?
Yes.
that we can allow. So I just want the record to reflect that we're not operating outside of
no,
how
yeah.
we should.
No, no, no,
It's
yeah,
because it's already allocated to us. It's already allocated for this purpose. It's just.
I am so thankful that you're here. This evening.
Okay.
So that's adding 200.
Go ahead.
But also the point is that I want to make sure we're not getting ahead of ourselves, expecting a different outcome, absent any significant changes. I'm confident that Ms. Carver, Mr. Lukamuk can do their jobs to the best of standards. They're not going to be chasing you. They can assist. They can assist. But if there is not an intentional direction from the mayor's office that this is going to be a priority, we will have a bigger hole into next year. So without that reassurance, I don't feel comfortable. You can put 9 in that, you can put 900,000 in that line. But if the work doesn't get done, the funds don't get replenished into the council and get replenished into the general fund.
Well,
But let me clarify. You can use this for salary.
yeah, that's
So they have to draw it on for salary.
right.
So it's not like time sheet has to be submitted and things like that, but that's more, you make it more, you simplify it more rather than having to go submit invoice and submit how many times they spend out on this, in the field. It's more of a time sheet.
I would say assumptions are the.
Well, no, that's not a.
It's not an assumption.
That's not
It's what
a.
we're
Time
doing.
sheets will still be
Yes.
required, where they did their time, that still applies, it has to be in one of our designated.
But it has to be
Areas.
equipped to a system, right? That can't just float.
Both things are true. Both things are true. If you use it for these identified lines, like the A1621, then they're gonna pull a salary from that line. People are gonna have to get paid. But what Ms. Carver and Mr. Williams are both saying is that after people, or while the people are getting paid, we still have to make sure we're in compliance with that. And the way to do that is with the appropriate reporting structure. So both things are true. So we just, looks like we could put almost $400,000 back into our general fund if we use this for salaries. Okay, good news.
Yeah.
What line are we looking to add this to?
On the code enforcement for salary.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's not just salaries, it's written with HUD, that it's a program, so what is reimbursable is when they go out, they do notices for, code violations.
Mhm.
That is how
Okay.
it is written. So only those salaries are reimbursable when they do that direct work. So my team, we have a policy and procedure, the community development supervisor joined me tonight. We can, be intentional about meeting with the team again and kind of going over what's expected, because we just did this with code and it's not as easy as it may seem to be. There is gonna be a little bit of work into it.
That was the whole purpose, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shore, I keep saying your name.
That's okay.
But that was the whole purpose of actually assigning the CDBG money to code enforcement to do those particular things and to use it towards those salaries for doing those particular things. That's just not happening, because there's no, I won't say there's no system in place. I would say that it's not being done, whether, and if not, there should be a system in place. And I don't know, Mr. Newbear, and how we.
Well, this is where we can force it. I mean, we put them into the salary line to draw down on the salary to get a timesheet to go out and issue certain, whatever they need to draw it down against, they need to go ahead and do it. And get this money and spend it. And follow the application.
We lost Roberta, and Roberta and Cole used to do this, so there was already a backlog in it. And then there was a transition in Cole, so that's part of the reason why those funds haven't been spent that way.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
Thank you.
Sure on it.
So, and we also have to remember, excuse me, we have 3 code officers moving forward that are presently there with 2 supervisors. So with sending individuals out into the field, I don't know how much, trust me, I'm happy that we can get money back into, for, going out to doing these things. Is the money from code 2021 as well?
That is multiple years. So we have 2022 of 100,000 that commissioner doesn't see because it is not set up.
Right.
That there's complexities to it, so I'm not expecting you to understand.
That's okay.
But we haven't set it up in our HUD system, but it was allocated. And then we have 100,000 from 2024. And they have a balance of $6,342 from 2023.
Any idea why it was done some years, not other years? Staffing, I mean, and
There's complexity when we talk about the federal dollars in the systems, right? So you use the oldest money first. So we can award you in 2025, but if you have money in 2021, when we draw down, we gotta draw down that oldest money because the time is ticking and they'll recapture it. So it doesn't, in transition, I'm not making
it
excuses.
just doesn't make sense why it's there.
But I'm confident that my team is working on this, which is why I can give you these numbers right now, right? Because last year this time, I wouldn't have been able to give you these numbers. So we're working on kind of aligning our system with the HUD system in the funding.
Mr. Mavera, I just want the record to reflect that through Ms. Carver and her team's work, she has helped us identify money to support our youth line and a potential additional, if we work this right, adding back $400,000 to our general fund.
On the code and all this kind of
based on the work of her team. Support, I know that's right, Madam President. So I just want to say that's a, when I spoke with you earlier about the youth money, I wasn't even aware of this other money that was there. So this is all a result of your team's work. So Mitch, we appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Very valuable.
Are there any other funding?
I know you would like me to say that.
Mitch, stand up and check in those cushions. See if there's some change in there. We want to know.
I'm trying to get some money for this guy.
There's no other funding, and when we do identify that funding, we're gonna have to go through our citizen participation plan
Right.
and put that out there and take applications, so that'll be a process that will happen sometime early next year.
I have to add to Mr. Parley, this was the first time my fellow people are responsible getting a detailed report like this for CDBG, and very open.
Imagine if we gave her a stipend. No, I'm joking.
They're not spending the money.
So there's another question that came up, but just want to make sure that, in terms of the spend down, where it shows that you have 507,000, but then the year to date was like 91,000, it'd be nice to go about that. So if you just want to give clarity while you're here.
Then we spent down 91,000, we still have time, right now with the shutdown, we don't have access to some of our drawdown systems to draw down the money, and then we have some pending timesheets that the team is working on that will get us closer to the finish line, so that'll happen before the end of the year.
That's right.
So in terms of, not librarians, but the other senior programs, because we don't have the money.
They didn't submit the application. For that.
No, I'm talking about the Catholic Charities, the senior lunch programs on Mondays and, Wednesdays and Friday. Well, actually, it's just,
It just
yeah,
goes
Mondays
through.
and Fridays. I mean, I guess I'm not gonna worry about that right now because it's $60,000 or something. It seems like maybe we'd be able to figure something out as we go forward in terms of finding $60,000,
No.
right?
But
We're
that
gonna find
doesn't,
it.
that doesn't go through her
It's not a
department.
matter of finding it.
Well, I just
We
figured we
just
could
found,
figure out a way
sorry,
to work with her on.
We
The-
just allocate, we found money for the youth line, 150.
No, I know, I understood what we just did.
As important the youth line is, it is very important for us to fund the senior line too.
Yes.
So there's no doubt about it. It will have to be something that needs to go back into the budget regardless of the year.
Right, we just have to find the money.
We could, well, we were gonna do the golf course first for the youth program. Why couldn't we use the golf course revenue to support the seniors?
Well, we already have
So
used.
let's not even, I'm gonna touch base with Ms. Tarver and get her out of here. There's other thing I asked in the email in terms of two agencies. And we asked her the last time you were here, do you have any update there in terms of,
So the
On
two,
which?
the two agencies, that my department has identified for ARPA, that we have concerns around would be the Liberty Foundation, which is $339,300. And the second organization is the Hamilton Hill Art Center, which is 1.2 million. Now, the Duree, Mitch, it can join me if you have some, detailed questions. Mitch has been working one-on-one with both organizations. I've been involved as well, but working one-on-one. Duree has submitted a plan that is not really realistic to spend this money and time, and they don't seem to have the additional funding that's needed to carry out the project that was once identified at the time of application and coming to council. That doesn't seem to exist. With Hamilton Hill, they are moving forward. They have a project manager now, and they've submitted an updated plan, but with the time that we have given them to spend this money, it is 50-50 from our lines.
Okay.
They, Mitch is working with them for a backup plan to maybe, instead of doing a new build, to do the older rehab, their existing building already. So we have been trying to troubleshoot.
so Mitch, you wanna give us any updates on where?
Well, we have met with Hamilton Hill and we were introduced to their project manager, who seems very competent. I just received a copy of I believe yesterday, a bid he wants to send out for the project to get it, so they can get ahead of it, get it started. And we will review that and get back to him, and he's following the policies and procedures to give any bids to us. So we will end up moving that forward, and they understand that, the concern is that, their project manager has said that in order to spend to be sure we spend the 1.2 million by June 30th, 2026, he needs about 6 months of construction based on his long. So if this starts, and that's making sure that he can spend it. So if they start around January 1st, which, may or may not happen, even if they start in February, so they may be able to do it. Maybe they can spend 75%. There's no way to know, but it's going to be cutting it very close to, by that timeline. There is a backup plan if that doesn't seem to work for some reason, and that is to, switch over to repairs on their existing building, and they're doing a 2-track kind of thing to see how they can go, but that is, once again, like Alex said, it's 50-50.
I did have an opportunity today to meet with Metroplex, and we're gonna have a conversation with the Hamilton Hill and Metroplex so they can offer some project management support to make sure that the project can move forward. I'm grateful that Metroplex is able to support us in that way, because we don't have the capacity to offer full project management. So we are working to try to assist them to make sure that the project is able to move forward. I'll add this, that we gave our subrecipients one date, and we gave ourselves a little bit of time in the event that things straggle in. So we do have a little bit of fluff time. We have some cushion there. So I'm glad that we did that contractually. We gave them one time, but we gave ourselves a little bit of time for projects that may be a little bit delayed.
That was actually my question, because when we initially started this conversation with the CDBG, with the ARPA funds we were allocating, we consistently said to people, the recipients, that they had to the end of 2026. We said that. Council, I'm saying that you said that. We said that. So I believe that some people kind of thought they had the time frame. And now it's been lessened by 6 months to give you time, and that's well understood. So essentially, my question is, let's say they don't quite make it to the end of June, it takes them to the end of July. Is there still an opportunity to make sure that they get?
Yeah, there's still an opportunity. If we would have given them contracts to the end of the year,
They would have.
we won't have enough time to do reporting. We don't know what the US Treasury is gonna ask of us. And by that time comes, we need to have our ducks in a row. So there is a little wiggle room, but there's not much. We're not saying there's 4 additional months, right? Because we want to give ourselves time to compile whatever it is that is going to be required by the Treasury.
Thank you.
Metroplex, working with Hamilton Hills is a great thing. Do you think that, that's a conversation that you could have with them to assist maybe with Dury as well?
I'll relax. And what's most important is not even Metroplex being willing. Metroplex is our partner, so they want to support us. It's about our subrecipients being willing to accept that support. So we're going to contact our subrecipients and want them to do that, and let them know that that support is available to them. I think that Dory is a different situation though, because the funding for that project, and Mitch can touch on that, is not really aligned as at the time of application. So when they applied for it, they said they had XYZ funding. They've had a transition in leadership, and she's identified that she doesn't know. I'll let Mitch elaborate.
So I've met with Reverend Solomon of the Dury Foundation multiple times, and she was not even aware of this in early 25 that they even had this. So they did, start moving forward and try and do some things, and they ran into some snags. She did, recently back on September 19th, I asked her for a revised scope of work and a revised budget to see how it fits. And she did do a revised budget of $128,000 of the $339,000. However, it doesn't really meet so the initial funding that the city was funding them for provided some repairs and upgrades and furniture to get their STEPS program started, which is a pretty comprehensive program. And that was supposed to have their timeline here, and they were supposed to start construction in January, June. Construction would be done, and we were going to fund the programming for a full year after that. This, new funding, which this new application, this new budget will not obviously fund a year's worth of work. And the idea was that, so they'd have 18 months basically of some, equipment and upgrades, and then a year's worth of, a total of, a year's worth, 6 months of rehab and equipment, and 12 months of funding to get the program going. That would give them the impetus to continue to, raise funds and work to continue, make sure it gets continued. They will not have that there, and I don't know how much they can realistically do in a 6 month time frame between now, 6 or 8 month time frame between now and June.
And not to get in the weeds in this, so this will be the last question around this. I know.
No, there's no last
No, but I think that this might be a little more granular than we want to get. So if I'm understanding correctly, then there's money that was going to go into the, like, some construction of a place to house the program, and then we were going to support said programming, right? So would it be impactful for them? And I think there's something, obviously, they can help reach out to, but like, if they found a partner that could provide them with a programming space that wouldn't require construction, would that help them or no? I guess I'm trying to figure out.
They don't have the programming gear to go.
Okay, all right, okay. good enough.
That's, they did put in their new budget, project manager
Mhm,
to try and get things started.
mhm.
But once again, you're starting a program from scratch and, Rebecca Solomon was not involved in the initial planning. So she's coming in, really fresh and
Oh, okay, I think I know, okay.
When
That makes sense.
Marie came
I
to
got it.
council, the program was supposedly already going.
Yeah,
Mhm, mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
it was
remember the
with
meeting.
Pastor Nikki, yeah, she was, yep.
We
Okay.
had the special meeting with them.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm trying to compose myself for this one here because I'll advocate for them to receive $525,000 from the county to do the construction. With another $75,000 to do the exterior. And we're falling apart because we can't put the program together. But to manage the $338,000. I can't say anything more.
Yeah, I think that's something that seems like there's some key pieces missing that we might
Yeah.
get, but I know where you're going, so I think maybe a conversation.
Let's have this outside.
Yeah.
Any other questions from, thank you so much, thank you, Mitch. Any other questions?
No, I think she's covered it. Is there anything that you want to tell us that we did not ask?
No.
You got some more money for us?
That's a smart move, I like that, because you right there, you open yourself for more questions for another half an hour.
Thank
Thank you so
for-
much, thank you for good guidance tonight.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Chief. Evening. Good evening, how are you all doing? All right, sorry to get you off waiting. And blame it on the department, that's too many questions.
They know that. They would not find that.
Oh.
They would not find that hard.
So we have two questions on revenue. I'm gonna let you all agree. Hopefully Carmel doesn't have a lot of questions. The one has to do with follow up with the email that we were sharing in terms of the delinquent parking tickets
Mhm.
that we spoke about last year, and the capital recovery is working with your team to kind of spearhead that. And looking at the actuals, it's kind of like, in my eyes, it looked low based on the competition we had last year. And how can we be able to round that up to get some higher numbers into next year?
So currently, in year to date, right now, as of yesterday or today, we've had $130,604.95 of outstanding tickets paid, that's delinquent tickets.
Okay.
That's 1,592 delinquent tickets paid. The oldest ticket was issued March 20th of 2000. And the most recent one was 6 months. Anything delinquent has got to be 6 months or more in order for it to be considered delinquent. The November of 2024 is when we started working with capital recovery. So that's when the first 44,000, I think, tickets went out. And last year, I can't remember what the number was, but we're not paying anything to them, they're adding above and beyond what we're
Sort
receiving.
of charges, we did the charges.
Okay.
So, there's no, it's not
It's not
cost the same.
expense, it's a
Yeah,
percentage of what they do.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've collected $130,604, they've collected $32,961 above and beyond what we've collected. That was what they charged for the service, and we didn't use any of our actual revenue for it. And I don't know, there's maybe other options for another collection agency possibly, but that's really nothing that, I don't know how other way to do. Right now, we don't actually do any of this work. It goes from Passport, which is our ticketing agency, goes right from there to Government Recovery, and they handle everything for us. So there's no city involvement as far as that goes. And they just mail the letters out, we collect they collect the fees, and we pay it out.
The agreement that we have with them, can we take on board another recovery agency?
I believe it's going to be exclusive, but I don't know when it's. We'd have to check the law department on that. But I might be able to get a copy of it as well, but we signed it in probably 3 years ago, 4 years ago, but it took that long to get going. It doesn't take a long time to get going, so it very well could be expiring or be out, but we can definitely find out when the contract expires on it.
So from the time Tuesday to the October 14th, so it's like $8,000 more based on the last actual we provide to me to now.
Yes, yes.
So that's they keep adding on to the amount. I just want we spoke about this in 122. It's 130. That's $8,000 more. In a 6 days, 7 days period. Well, the whole question is the revenue that we have in the budget for 2026 is $170,000. I was thinking that that's too low because they started last year, they're ramping up now. And kind of work with them to be more aggressive in terms of pushing all the tickets as much as they can, rather than leaving them and kind of say, okay, we'll take it from there. But we want to make more of a hands-on approach and say, guys, give us a report every 2 weeks, every month, so where you are, and we need to kind of like ramp it up. Is that something that adding more work on your side?
So there's really not much we can do from our side with capital recovery. They mail letters out. I think they do 8 or 9 series letters, so they run all the data and they mail letters out. I don't know if they don't make phone calls. They constantly mail the letters out. The only other thing that we do is we run details internally. So we have all these license plates are put into our LPRs. So our officers, as they drive around, our parking officers, if there's $300 or more owed in tickets, like we just go off, if the officers are not on call, they might stop the officer or might stop the car, or in the morning, our traffic officers go out. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that when we get this point.
I do have that written down. I just got this information. So this year, I believe we ran 27 details. We've had 414 vehicles that were towed. 414 vehicles. So some of those are old, some of those are new vehicles as far as scoffs, as far as like some of them, that's people that owe $300 or more. The total revenue that brought in from that, some of the people may not have paid, but the total outstanding tickets was $218,953 from those. And that cost us $24,206.
I'm sorry, 24,000.
$206.
Thank you.
It's
not bad for $218,000.
So it has 27 stock details, 414 vehicles towed, 218,953 recovered, 24,206 in overtime, a net gain of 194,747. When I say net gain, it's a gain, however, it's money owed to the city, so we're really paying the overtime, but it's money the city already is owed anyway. So I'm saying net gain, however, we're paying to get the revenue back. Because
Gotcha.
it's money that
Yeah, but you look at it, we have the money set aside to pay for the overtime operating, but it's recovery is closer to $280,000, because if you didn't do that effort, that 280,000 will be still out there.
Yes,
Yeah, so that's 280,000.
almost 219.
Yeah, 200, yeah. So, going back to the delinquent.
Yeah, go.
Would it be safe for us to increase that to upward of $500,000? Revenue, $500,000?
I would not. So,
There are a whole bunch more parking.
so what I would,
No, I'm talking about the delinquent parking with the recovery and.
not the delinquent, I would say you're more apt to increase actual parking tickets or, themselves, maybe not the delinquent part. The delinquents are 6 months old and over.
That's right.
So even though we ran 18,000, taking in 200 and something $1,000, of that 200 and something thousand, only 130,000 of it has been 6 months older.
Okay.
So of that 130, that's included in that too. So the rest of that money has been 6 months or newer. So some people, this, I don't want to go too off track on another figure I can throw at you. Don't want to, don't grab the whole too far. I mean, if you don't want to do it.
No.
So, I'm sorry, can you just tell me the one over 6 months was 101?
Over 6 months, it is $130,604.95.
Over 6 months, how far back? Not.
Back to 2000.
Oh, to 2000.
Yeah, we had 3 tickets from 2000, and then we had
Louise.
5 in 2001, 1 from 2002, and
That was paid, those are paid.
It's paid out of one
When
thirty.
we were going through the report last year, we were looking at a few $1 million of ticket that we think is like, we can recover.
yes.
Not the one that's 10 years old and things like that, but those are like way beyond anybody's reach.
Yes, think that.
What are we doing with that?
No, we're good. We're good. You're doing well.
So right now, for the 3 years, so money that is 3 years old or less is $1,252,285. $1.25 million is 3 years or less. That is the highest chance of recovery. If you go out a total of 10 years and older, just 10 years and older, one line alone, there is 41,000 tickets that are 10 years and older. And that is like, that money, gonna save all besides the fact that we got money, we have 200, this year we, $180 from 2000, most likely.
So, question.
Go ahead.
Is there like, so if the public knows that, hey, we're going out to get these funds owed to the city, is there like besides people having to call down, is there any maybe on an app or something where people can just enter in their, I don't know if it would be their license or their car, maybe their tag number? Because I'm thinking that some people go, oh, I got a ticket, I got to pay it. If we have a simplified way for them to access that information, and then it doesn't cost the man hours, as it can reduce some of the man hours to collect some of that money. Is there a way to do?
Yes, they can call in at any time, or there's a website. They can want to put their license plate in on the website. It's I don't want to say it wrong. I think it's Schenectady. It's on the main site, but it's
Okay.
Schenectady Pay or something like that. Something, and then they put license plate in, they'd be able to pay it.
And that'll go for all of the not moving violations though. That'll just be parking. Okay, all right.
So, and also, if like somebody has the app and they pay their parking through the app, the delinquent tickets also show up there, don't they?
That would be,
Over amounts.
I don't know.
that I do not know.
I don't have one, so.
You have.
No.
Right.
So when you put something in your passport and they get a ticket, that doesn't show up on any under your parking fines?
So yes, the parks and passport is the same, this is the same system, so I'm guessing that it probably does, but I'm not.
I think,
Yeah.
On your phone,
That
on your
probably goes back to 2000, or go back to 4 or 5 years ago. Because before passport, it was Town Plus.
Mhm.
So some of our reporting here, when you go back 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, the reporting styles changed. So that probably is, when you go back to the 5 year part.
no, I mean, 5 years ago, I meant like.
Recent months.
Yeah.
So, okay, so probably does show up. So if you have a ticket in there, you go into the passport to pay for new parking, or pay new parking spot, that'll show up. Yeah, it's fine.
You provide us around 3 years and less 1.2 million.
Yes.
Do you have a number up to 5 years?
Yeah, definitely. That includes the doubling of the fund, these are the fund doubles. Through 4 years is 1.48 million.
Okay. What is it, 1 point?
1,480,614.
Okay.
And then you add that 5th year. There is 1,671,244. And when you add the entire thing together, as far back as our records go, that's the 10 years and all the way back, including everything, is 5.25.
We need that right now, I suppose.
I'll get right on.
Some of those people are,
Yes,
they might have been deceased or,
Yeah.
you know, moved.
Yes.
We can't.
That's
Well, this recovery ever started in November of last year.
November 2024,
Yeah.
the first tickets got mailed out, and then from that, we got, I can't remember what it was last year, it was very low. Because the first tickets started going out, I can't remember what the final revenue was, it was very low, but so far this year, we've gotten 130,000 so far this year. And it's scary, basically, still 2 more months to go. So hopefully we'll continue to see that, and every time the ticket gets 6 months old and older, it automatically triggers that it start that flexing process. So right now, 31 to 60 days old, we have 588 tickets at a total base value of 29,000 with penalties of 29,000. The total value of 59,165. And then 61 to 90 days, we have 634 tickets outstanding with a total value of 65,000. 91 to 80 days, 1,902 tickets with a total value of 194,000. So as these tickets become older, if we don't get them to the SCOP details or people are going to pay them, those tickets become delinquent and then they get the letters found out, and that will become an this revenue instead of our regular revenue. But our parking revenue is the highest it's been ever, just because of our bright guys are out there really.
I think we did talk about this, but I'm not sure about DMV. When would this report to DMV?
That I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
It's not the law has changed over the last couple of years. So as far as the fines go, as far as it being just a fine, they don't. I don't believe they do go unless there's other circumstances. I don't know what those are.
But overall, I mean, starting last November and the efforts, I mean, this year $130,000 and we still have 2 months to go. It's a good effort. I still sense the feeling that we're gonna do better next year because people are gonna get these tickets more often. They're gonna get the letter, repeated letters, and they're gonna pay it. So I think a better projection into next year might be a better, better for revenue in terms of how we have right now $170,000 because let's say you collect $150,000 this year. Next year, gonna be, because people are gonna, they're gonna start paying, they realize that they're getting this letter now, it never used to happen. All of a sudden, I'm getting a letter to notify me that I have outstanding ticket in the city of Schenectady, so I need to pay. Can't run from it.
Players went out.
So it's likely gonna kind of like increase up for a little while, then it'll peak, and then it'll start to go down a little bit. But to your point, right now it's trending up.
It's
So you're
trending
saying
up, yes.
to maybe increase that line a little bit because of it's trending up.
It's trending up because people are getting, the agency is sending out letters notifying individual that they have outstanding tickets.
So what are you thinking now after hearing that? What do you think?
Not 500,000.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Chief look at me just so.
It's not gonna be sitting there next.
I have to like push them on.
Chief's about to go out there right now and start.
Is John okay? All right, well,
So, but I mean, it's worth
No,
saying.
it's good information, that's why I asked for you to be back here, because
Right, while they're here.
we can sit there
What
and
is a
kind of,
realistic?
say our, come up with our estimate, but it's good to hear that where you are, and this is the detail that we need. So that is good information, and we'll take that into consideration. The next one I want to touch on is the follow-up email, the second, I think it was the same email, second page, in terms of the detail and the 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. detail. Yep. And the estimate that you put there, I'll call it estimate, I don't want to pull it more about. How often are they doing this? So it is every day?
Those are the, again, we call it stop flow detail, it's not really stop flow, we just call it, that's what we call it. So we went out 27 times in 2025 year to date. And usually we have two or three officers working each one. Typically three, looks like three almost every time actually. Every dates and times I think that we worked in, but we had 414 vehicles were towed. We recovered $218,953 in outstanding tickets. We spent $24,206 in overtime.
20, oh, that's the same as,
The same, yeah.
you already told us that.
Yeah.
Okay.
For every
I'm writing the
$1
same
spent
thing
in
down
overtime,
twice.
the city got back approximately $9.05 back in return. If we do staffing, other strength we were running with 127 details that we wanted to run. If we were to do it again next year, we got 80% coverage in 2026. If we ran 42 details and we did the same thing, if we ran doing approximately 644 vehicles, we would take in approximately $340,000. It would cost us about $37,600. Projected net gain of $302,000. So that's a rough.
Where is this accounted in the revenue?
That is not.
It's not.
Also,
Let's go.
the regular revenue is included in the regular parking fines.
Yeah, okay, that's,
So that's
okay.
the $200,000 for this year would be, but I did not include any extra in the parking fine. So if we were to say we do more parking, then we could definitely put another $100,000 in there. I would say that we would be spending another $17,000 in overtime from what we spent this year in for traffic detail. That's what we estimated.
But overall, we are now losing against this effort, we're gaining almost 10 times.
We're getting $100,000 by spending $17,000. So that's what is over the last 2 years is what needs our lieutenant traffic.
So do you see this as something that we can do more often?
As long as we can get the guys to go out and do it, then yes. This is something we've done in the last couple of years. It was over the last few years. It hasn't been done consistently. Last year, it started to be a little bit. Now our lieutenant traffic is very organized.
Mhm.
Does a very good job. So now it's when he plans it. So what he actually does ahead of time is goes around and the LPRs are out there. He goes and finds all the vehicles that have been hit with the heaviest hitters and finds the ones that have the lowest and most money and that are parked and he goes so he goes after it gets the guys that owe us the most money.
But this 27 detail, oh, what is the time span between that? And still 6 months, 3 months?
We did one January 9th, one January 15th, so it was from January 9th. Yeah, to 2 a month.
2 months? Wow.
2 a month.
Now, bear in mind, I just want to say this, that we recognize, we of course recognize that we get 10x our effort here. But when we gave our budget request for this year, we only budgeted, we only asked for what we felt could cover twice a month. So we have to, the resources that we're given, we have to balance them out. Really, for our core mission, to protect life and property, not necessarily revenue generation. Of course, we'll do whatever you ask us to. So if you want us to do more, we'll do overtime to reflect that, so we can pay the officers good.
So within the period of January to February, 27 retail, and you recover almost 219,000.
I know.
Can you,
Oh, no, that was all, that was between January and October.
January.
Two per year, 2 per month.
Yeah,
2 months.
2 or 3.
1 month of February.
I know, I was excited.
So we did 3 in January, 3 in February, 2 in March, 3 in April.
Oh.
3 in May, 1 in June, 2 in July.
Okay.
Well, yeah, those numbers were year to date, so
That's right.
So,
So you're doing it based on availability, based on officers taking out away the time within that period of time, 3 a.m. to 7.
Ratings.
That's primarily overtime.
That's all.
Go ahead, please.
And does it have, so it has to be overtime, it can't, so, officers who are on regular shift cannot, I won't say in the downtime, but like, in between time.
So they can still work, parking officers do it during the daytime, when they're working, they definitely do that. Our officers, if they are working and they have downtime, they can. Right now on midnights, they have an assignment where they are doing parking tickets overnight. May have gotten some complaints from that, because they have picked up their,
Oh, yes.
they have picked up their parking, and they are doing pretty aggressive parking, and if they come across any scoffs, they do. The details are more of a targeted, where he goes through and finds the people that have the most. They basically go through and finds them, and then take a while to get, they line up the tow truck ahead of time, so they're not waiting. So they're letting the truck drivers know, hey, we're doing a scout detail tonight, can you have a couple extra drivers on? Drivers know, hey, you're doing it, and then he lines up the tow companies and lets everybody know we're going out and doing it, so it's like a, it's a mission.
Execution.
Go ahead.
it's so,
so
Go ahead, and then I get-
I was just gonna say that there are some tensions to balance here, right?
Yes.
Right? So I mean, and because I know we're seeing dollar signs, and I'm like, oh, but I want to be,
Yes.
just be mindful that we don't want to make up our entire, we're not trying to look at our entire deficit, perceived deficit right now for ticketing. I think that's a little, it can get to a point where it feels predatory on the people that live here, which then will really put our officers in a tough position as we're still trying to maintain and build strong community partnerships. So that's something we have to keep in mind.
Well,
So this is primarily driven by $300 plus.
these are only 300 plus, we do not tow cars less than that.
Okay.
Just because that's the number, so that's how much they tow is, so we're not doing that. If somebody does come out and they have, they want to pay it, they can pay it before the car's towed, right through the app, they can do that. So we're not taking somebody's car if they do want to pay that. And they received, right through the portal that we can see how many times in the dates that they received letters and how many contacts they've had prior, so somebody could really know about it. We can actually see the letter that they received and how many times, so typically, it's, they received a ticket, received a notice that it was gonna double, then they've typically received 4 or 5 notices before we're actually taking the car ahead of time, so they've received many notices before.
Okay.
So it's not, we're not just, it's double taking.
Showing up that detail and just taking it.
Yeah, people typically know that why would take it? They're not happy about it.
you know, and said the benefit of word getting around is pay your ticket when you get it.
People start paying rent.
So it's a balance, and the more we do, the less opportunity we'll have to, if we be mindful of that.
Any question more? For the chief? This is good information, thank you.
I thought we had something about speed cameras, didn't we? Didn't you have something about speed cameras you was asking?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you had a question about that revenue, and it was based on.
Right here. Based on Albany's. Based on Albany's results.
Yes, we do. So we budgeting for $2.3 million for the free cameras.
Yes.
For the buses. How do we came up with that?
Good. So I just threw a dart out there. And I said, let's go.
No, for you? That's not how they do. That's not how they do.
So instead of me running, is it okay to do a handout for everybody?
What do you
Give everybody that it's the easiest way to explain it. Once everybody has it, just to. So this is with the help of a vendor. I don't use the name of that, but I think the vendor that we had a demo with that we were thinking about using.
Okay.
And the stats, they gave us with the averages of what, the cities like ours need this. They say that typically, so in the legislation that has not been signed yet, so I'm not sure if that's, I have a copy of that, but that has not been signed. It's made it through both houses, but it has not been signed. But they go. In there, it says that the city of Schenectady, if approved, would have up to 20 zones. So the zones could be 20 to two different ways. So the average, this is a conservative average for a city our size compared to what they do. They do these across the US and other countries as well, but it'd be 400 tickets per zone, both directions per month. They have the tickets are $50 if paid for a certain amount of time, and those have a 60% collection rate.
Wow.
Then they escalate to a $75 payment, and then there's a 10% collection rate on that. And then there's 30% that stay uncollected, or over time they slowly trickle in. Then, so that on here I put the numbers of 240, 40, 120. So then this is still for the negotiation, but I'm putting in their assumption of 50% of the city share. That is per direction. So each direction we would receive 6,000, 1,500, and then get 4,500 uncollected. We sit there and we would have discussions later on how we're going to collect that money. Multiply that up into 20 zones, each direction, and the 9 months a year of the assumptions. And that's where I'm getting this 2 million, 2.1 million, 540,000, and then the 1.6 million over there in that collected line. And then down below was 2.7 for 9, 2.4 for 8 if it didn't come right away, if the legislation or the bill was not signed until later on. And now there is, you can also run it for schools that run summer school. You can't run it for those or any schools that have activities that are school related in the summertime, so you can run it for more months than that.
You can or
you can, yes. Yep, you can run it year round for any time that a school function is in place, so you can run it. But most places, I'm very conservative and I went with the assumption of 9 months. The council, they may decide not to go with 20 zones. We have a list of all the schools, so depending on where everybody wants to see them, you may go with not 20 zones, or it may not make sense to do both directions. And some schools might make sense to only go one way instead of going both ways. So that's where I came up with the 2.3. I took these numbers and then I dropped them down. So this indicates there was some. Now, Albany's are higher than these. Obviously, we've seen those in the papers. And but this is where the numbers started from before I dropped them, just because I don't want you guys to be mad later on.
So in Albany, I think I remember reading that people were challenging the tickets and they were being successful in challenging based on how those tickets were issued. Is that like something that you're aware of that?
So that, I don't know about those as far as more like the bus patrol. I know you guys have questions on those as well. The bus patrol tickets, those were.
Oh, I was talking about the school speed zone tickets.
Yeah. I'm not familiar so much with those being contested as more as the bus patrols definitely were.
Okay, so
And there is now though there's been some changes to how the system works and how their certifications are. And those have been worked around and although have been fixed. So if there was something that was contested on that, I'm sure that's either fixed or in the works to be fixed. There was some slight things with bus patrol that when it first came out, they needed to have a different angle and there had to be a certification, like a plate picture on there. And that was fixed. Luckily, we were on the back end of getting it when other people were first. So we didn't have that issue. So if that was an issue, I'm sure that would be fixed by the time we are going.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You said on this, you haven't decided how to collect these. Elaborate on that. So.
Oh, no, the uncollected.
Oh, the uncollected.
So this right here is again, what kind of works like bus patrol.
Right.
This one, the system sends the P or it can be somebody else, video and a picture of the car running through this. In the legislation, it has to be over 10 miles an hour. So if the school speed zone is 20, it has to be at least 31 miles per hour. So it can't be anything less than 10 miles per hour. So it's automatically set to 11 miles per hour.
Okay.
So school zone's 20 or 15, whether it has to be 11 miles per hour before it gets triggered. And then there's a picture, there's a video, there's a license plate, and then it gets, their company reviews it, and then it gets sent to us, we review it, and then it's sent to the video and the picture gets sent to the registered owner. These, I believe, more people are willing to pay these, it's $50, rather than the bus patrol ticket is $250, and these are $50, so I think that's why these have a higher collection rate than some of the other ones.
Would you need an officer or someone to review what the company sends you?
Yes, yes, with bus patrol, that's what we're doing currently as well. So every time we do those videos, we have to review those. And then after we review it, the law department, if somebody says no, or say they're testing it, then the law department reviews it, and then they'll bring it to court.
Go ahead.
So it's a little off this, but I did recently have a phone call from a resident who had received the higher ticket and basically said, I wasn't there, that's my car, et cetera. And so my question is, which is not related to budget, I'm sorry, but I told her to call the police department or go down to the police department and was that the right advice to give this person?
Yes, if the person thinks it's not their car, then traffic would definitely look at it. A lot of times we get there saying that there's no way that I would do something like that. And if that's the case, then we would say the law department would be the way to go.
Gotcha.
So they would be able to do a ticket. In the mail actually has a link where they can watch the video of the vehicle. So it's the ticket, the video, the pictures, and all sorts of things happen. But if for some reason they say that's not my car, then that would be like, okay, we could review it and we would say, okay, that's a license plate, that's not a blue Buick. And
right.
Then we would be able to tell if there's an issue with the registration of the vehicle, we could take care of that. But if there's no way that I would think that I actually ran through it. Most people, 99% of the people don't say that because it's clear as day. You actually see it at 4 angles. I think it's 3 or 4 angles, depending on the bus, you actually see yourself going through it. It's very clear. I would say that's all law department because once the ticket's issued, we can't, unless it's a technical issue, we can't get rid of it. So it's
so once the ticket is issued. Okay. So thank you.
So you said that this is estimated how much we get. So there's room for negotiation that we could get 60% versus 50%?
It's possible. I believe that the 50 is going to probably be where it is, but there's a potential. There is potential for that. Our bus patrol started off as a different rate and then we renewed after a year. Our commissioner really beat him up and got us a much better rate after 1 year.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes, we are now doing much better. So we have not signed anything, It's a master service agreement. We don't pay anything for the company that we've currently engaged with. The city pays no money with it. They install everything, they do everything, they collect some money. But there was no cost to us, but there would be a negotiation phase to it, so.
Doesn't mean I can increase this to 400,000.
I would say if anybody knows the governor, if they want to call her, have her sign the right way, it's put in. I know
Well-
as soon as we do get it put in, obviously we want to do a campaign
Not a
right
bad
away
idea.
to advise everybody.
Right.
That's definitely the right way to do it, is to, we can even think of maybe starting sooner than later to put it out, say, these are coming. Just, once she signs it, I believe it's the following month that they can start putting them out, I think is how the law works. And I think they can get them in like 7 to 14 days, if we were to go with a certain company and everybody agreed and that contract was signed, they go pretty quick. But they definitely wanna do at least a month or several weeks of a campaign, let people know what's happening, because we don't want to just stick them out there and
Right.
you're a surprise. And they do like a mailing out campaign, so it can be however long it's decided, where they'll get like a warning for a certain amount of time. They'll actually get a mail warning to say, you're speeding and slow down.
Ms. Weaver,
Go ahead. please.
so can you get the legislative, the number of
I
that?
do.
Oh, you have it? Thank you, because I
I have 2
would
copies.
like to
if you guys
follow up on
want.
this.
Here are 2 copies.
Would you want to see them?
Thank you.
So, are there any other questions for the chief? Well, in terms of the fine, this is the detail is categorized under the fine on the revenue.
Yes.
2610 A and B,
Yes.
side 1.
Approximately.
Do you have, where would this fall under for your,
That's its own line. I believe the commissioner put his own line. You're talking about
this detail that you did, recovered 219,000, but it's not in. Where that would fall under
2610 B.
B, okay.
B?
Okay, that would fall on. Okay, perfect.
20. And
A 2610 B. Okay. Are there any other questions for the chief?
well, I think that, I think he probably had to leave, but Mr. Williams had asked about a couple of the capital budget pieces that related to this, right?
I think he answered them with the green bubble bottles.
It was answered
Oh,
It was
oh, this is an
answered.
old, I thought this, we
Yeah.
just got him this tonight.
today.
When he began.
Oh,
October 22nd is
Okay.
the date from Mr. Williams.
it's
It
not
was
here,
in our
so I
packet
didn't,
tonight.
Yeah.
So he's, 2 of his recommendations, and I know we've had the discussion already about the capital fund, the capital budget doesn't affect what we're looking for here, but it would affect us next year, so I think it's worth, trying to ask the questions, and so on his behalf, he's wondering, about removing from the police department half of the vehicle allocations, as well as, removing police department evidence storage solutions. So that would be 273K for the first one and 250K for the other. So we'd like to talk about what impact that would have if we were to, try to reduce the capital budget by those. 2
Yes,
amounts.
so I'll start off with the evidence. That one, I've actually tried to apply for a grant in the past. That one right now, we have station of the phone to that are ADs in and out is full, so we're supposed to be pulling it. Policy says we're actually pulling the Sally Port, let the prisoners in and out, and we can't because it is full of. We have motorcycles, we have bikes, we have our liveries and other items coming inside of there. So we have no room in there because where we're supposed to keep that stuff is full of evidence. So down in the parking lot, right across from that is completely full of evidence. And our basement is completely full of evidence. And we we have absolutely no room left for evidence.
Okay.
And besides that, we actually, we have 10 freezers in our basement that, is currently, they're overheated and we're getting them worked on regularly because we don't have HVAC in that room,
Right.
in the building. We wanted to, I thought we were gonna do a bigger project, but I think that's future years, that's gonna be extremely expensive.
Right.
So I did not ask, for a $30,000, HVAC mini smaller project that we had quote for last year to get, air conditioning or venting in our freezers are. And though all our freezers are full, so we need freezer space. Unfortunately, I think we're out of it, so we have to buy it. We had to buy another freezer and we don't have a place to put it. So
$10,000 a piece.
so long story short is that is the most crucial thing of anything. Obviously, we can talk about the other things, but we are chock out of space and we need space very badly.
One of the reasons for that is that the state changed the retention rates that we had to, so now we can't get rid of evidence. Yeah, we wanted to. One of those unfunded mandates where they have to keep these for 30 years now. And
30 years?
we gave up our break room for store evidence. We just keep losing space in our building to store evidence. That has to be stored for upwards of 30 years.
And Chief, just correct me if I'm wrong, but we budgeted higher than 50,000, ready to cut it down. Right,
Yes, we asked for storage, a freezer, and a training pod, and they got cut from the 700 down to 250 for the freezer spot for now. So we can move some stuff around, so it moves down to the bare minimum of what we would like. And obviously next year we'd be coming back and asking for another one.
Okay.
Storage.
And then the other one, well, just to finish, the other one that Mr. Williams was asking about was half the vehicle allocations as well. I highlighted them.
Yes, well, obviously, we don't want to, but if that's a decision that, there is, then we would do that right now. That was cut down from the initial. We had asked for, 13, I think that's down to 9, I think. So that's 1 parking vehicle, 3 patrol vehicles, and 4 detective vehicles.
One evidence down to.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, 1 evidence, yes. So that's, if we had to do half, then we would make do with that, so whatever.
The danger with that is we're talking the ability to buy cars next March or next May. And it's usually about a 1-year process from getting it and getting it upfitted before it hits the streets. The ones that were approved that we purchased this past May, we haven't even gotten them yet.
Yeah, we got one today, actually, or yesterday.
Or was that from the year before? That was from the year before. So May of 24, we haven't gotten those cars yet. So there's always that lag.
Okay.
Today, or yesterday.
So I'm gonna finish up the shipping. So, I have no fear of shipping container, is that essentially what we want to provide for people to make? Like,
That's in the capital park.
They retrofit to be able to put anywhere, so we're actually, from speaking to the mayor, either locate them in an area of our parking lot that's currently a grassy knoll, or even potentially put them on top of the police department, because it's a flat roof that can stand that weight. Just
Wow.
looking for space to utilize in lieu of building a building or buying a building. So putting on top of the building is never gonna be it. But we haven't really gone through that vetting process yet.
It's 40 feet by 8 feet, and it would be, this would be a full freezer. It'd be a freezer by 8 by 40 freezer.
Which is more efficient than running 10 individual commercial.
Yes.
They're using less power. It's an investment. It's a lower cost over time.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and the importance of this for cold cases, DNA, everything to save rape kits, things like that.
For sure.
Alright, so with the vehicle questions, like in 2020, when we're putting our 2025 budget together, there was a request for 2 SUVs, 3 hybrid sedans, and a hybrid van.
Yes.
Yes. So none of those, Chief, you're saying, have we received at this point?
Yep, so on those, what did we actually?
Yes, for the 2025 budget, asked for 2 SUVs.
Yep,
3 hybrid sedans
Yeah.
and 3 hybrid vans.
We received some of them.
So the 3 hybrids, those are on order. And 3 hybrid sedans, we actually went with, EVs, we received one of those today. And the other 2 are on order. And then the 2 SUVs, we looked to order one of those, got the mini bid back the other day, but it's not pulled the trigger on it. And the other one, I don't think we worked that out yet.
So with the hybrids, is that gonna be an increased cost? Excuse me, with the EV, is it gonna be increased instead of just a hybrid versus a straight EV, is what you said that you ordered instead of?
No, so no, they're the same, we stay within the capital, within the budget now, everything's been within the lines.
So now it's coming for the 2026 budget, it's saying we just need 3 more SUVs. So
Yes,
a total of 5 in the last
yes.
2 years to replace, to,
Yeah, to replace, yeah, so the SUVs that are patrol cars, are frontline cars, so those are the ones that just get, unfortunately, those are beat up pretty heavily. So the ones that are for patrol, those are the ones that need to be, those are hybrids to the SUVs. The patrol interceptors, they're all, those in the brigade right of our Chargers that we had, those are back from 2020 maybe or 2019, I think is our oldest one we have now, so those are all getting phased out. Our old ones are down on phosphor Ave getting auctioned off.
oh, that's
So,
that's my next question, what
yes.
happens to them?
Every time they get auctioned off, if there's something that's semi decent, in the past we have alternated with other bureaus or other departments. They aren't interested because they're that would know. But so they do get auctioned off. Everything that we have is much bad, an accident.
When they're going to the money goes,
Money goes back into the revenue in not our budget, but there's a line.
general?
General and I can't.
Cap.
No, general.
Okay.
And there's a line that's sale of vehicles.
Oh, yeah, I can see
Yeah.
that one.
So you mentioned about parking with some of the people. Can we pass on these same people as we're auctioning off to the parks department because of the, so they're only from about 8 in the morning or 7 to 5? Or
So we did do that, that's typically what we do, is we bring them, so right now, actually, we did do that with one of our last vehicles, it was moved over to parking, so we have 2, right now we have 3 vehicles parking, I believe that were our old vehicles, and the other one is an EV. That we had, it was a Chevy Bolt, and the plan was to buy a Chevy Bolt for parking for next year. One of the vehicles in parking is just, I think it's pretty much falling apart. So,
I think the conversation about the capital budget, when we did this a day or two, was more of, can we hold off on capital spending because of the situation we're at the moment? We're facing a budget, a proposed budget of 17%, and then fees on top of that. And then this is not gonna affect the budget, we're borrowing money, but we have taxpayers gonna have to pay for this in 2027. That's more burden on them already that we're pushing it into next year. So that was the discussion a couple of days ago in terms of, can we put these up?
I would say that you can, I would just say that, my only thing would be in the future, I might come back and say that, we need vehicles, and I don't want to keep kicking the can too far down the road, but absolutely, whatever the council decides that, then we will live with whatever the council decides. The evidence, I wouldn't
do that.
ask you to strongly consider not cutting that one. But the vehicles, if you had to cut that in half, I would say that, we will deal with whatever you guys have to do to do what's right for the city.
So right now, you have 3 SUVs, 4 unmarked. So are you saying, I'll say 2 SUVs and 2 unmarked, and then you still want the parking?
I would love that, right? They do a very good job for us, and that's actually the cheapest vehicle we buy. And so and we're actually probably gonna rebate to you on that, so it would actually be pretty reasonable.
And to keep the evidence, you know, I capture that correctly. Open to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, because, it's good that we have.
Well, yeah, I saw his
right,
memo
so thank you
from
for
Carl,
the,
from Mr.
We'll,
Williams.
we'll let Mr. Williams know
Yes.
about, the discussion and things of that. That's what the whole center of discussion about the, capital budget is because of, we need to get out of where we are right now.
I understand.
And then we need to find a recovery of how we move forward in the 2027 plan. Any other questions on this part?
So I don't want to continue going, but there are two more questions that was asked of me, so
Okay.
I don't want to miss out and have to come back.
Okay.
You want to know about towing and impound fees, or somebody want
That's.
Yeah, yeah. So the question was, I just noticed that, I got to see what mine.
Oh, yeah.
But it doubled.
Yeah.
The question was that it doubled, and I was thinking, and I was just trying to figure out, that's line A 1789 and A. So I was just trying to figure out how did we get to doubling?
So we were asked to come up with ways to increase revenues,
That's the way.
several months ago, and that was just one way.
Good answer. All right.
That was simple.
We did renegotiate the contract, which I had more responsibility on, like some of us. So it's just double the charge the people that are actually, they serve.
Have the total numbers.
Is the voucher contract you approved a year or two ago?
Yeah.
So that is kicking in this year?
It was already written
Out
for a year.
Go ahead.
So you said you double the administrative fee. So who is that, who is that, it absorbs that, is it the tow truck owner? Is it the people who are, getting their cars towed, is it divided between the two of them?
People having a car towed, typically insurance companies. Not always, but typically it's on the insurance call.
Okay.
Accidents.
Okay, so with the accidents, I understand. However, if someone's getting their car towed because of the license plate readers out and so on, those double fees apply to them as well.
Yes, it's a police request, yes.
Well, okay, if it's a parking violation, I guess it would be a police request, right?
Yeah.
Or if you're caught driving without registration or license on the road, you can't get somebody to take the car. If it's a police request, it's a charge on us.
And the double fee does go to the driver or the car owner or.
Insurance.
Oh,
I think
insurance.
we're talking $35 to $70.
Yes, what is, yes, yes. Yeah.
Well, can I go further with that? So what you were including before for the total, for the, total amounts. Those surcharges only for the administrative, it didn't include, the impound lot was a totally separate thing. So so I understand how we got to the surcharge for the towing, but the impound lot, is it our lot? Is it somebody else's lot, right?
Yeah, so right now, they can charge, or the tow company charges up to $200 for a tow, the city gets $35 per tow. And then the impound lot, the tow companies take them back and tow there, and they get up to $75 per day, and the city gets $10 per day. So we would double that to $20 per day, and double the amount of money.
Oh, so we're only doubling the fee for the lot, that 75 doesn't become 150.
Correct.
But the 10 becomes 20.
So we could either tell them that we want to keep it 25 and take money from the tow company or negotiate that, or say we want to be $85. And then we would just add $10 on the fee from that.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought isn't there like a limit that they can charge per day, like state law or something like that? Like they can't? No, so that's what I was.
Not aware.
Okay, I thought.
Talking up.
But either way, $10 and okay.
I'm sorry, again, I'm just looking at Mr. Williams' sheet, and there was one other one, which is it's 3120, A 3120-402. And I think he's looking at the Public Safety Foundation, which in this budget for 2026 is at 10,000 instead of the 25,000 that we used to have. But I don't understand, I guess, I'm not really understanding Mr. Williams's,
Yeah, he's looking at the actual, do we have outstanding invoices in that way, the public safety foundation on the events that be happening? I know they have the The one in the park in Borough Park, of all the invoice we paid,
Yeah, I don't understand.
year to date,
I believe they all have,
for that event and all other events.
everything, what we have not done, after anyone was done with the Schenectady.
You have, I was gonna say Halloween,
Yeah,
events
that's coming up.
We did not do, didn't do the random.
It's donated stuff, right?
And we did not do, there's several ones that we did not do, we did not pay for towards the end of the year when the budget, the last couple of months, just when the budget started, or the budget was getting,
Oh, actually,
a little tighter, we just.
we didn't try to consult on the spending.
We were conservative.
okay, you know what, I'm asking, it was the wrong line. Mr. Williams,
He is asking you to use that line.
Yeah, he's
He-
asking also.
he's
16,
looking,
21,
but I said the wrong one.
No, you
Year
did,
to date,
right.
4.5, he's asking for
120.
reducing less than 10%.
I said the wrong line, but
Yeah.
So
he,
you, go ahead.
because I couldn't figure it out myself, but I gave you the wrong, it's 402, not 40, I was talking about 402B, the Public Safety Foundation, but
Oh.
actually, Mr. Williams's question is about the administrative expense,
Right.
312402, which the budget, I mean, year to date, we've spent, only 48% of it, 48.7K. And in the 2026 budget, it's being reduced. It's not being reduced. And so I think, I don't want to put words into his mouth, but
So from the 2025 adopted to the 2026 proposed, it's being reduced by $700.
1,700.
Yes, 1,700.
Let's see.
And so Mr. Williams is asking that we reduce to another 25%.
Oh, okay, I
Based
didn't
on the year to date.
Okay, I wasn't sure what his note was. Okay, so he's suggesting reducing it an additional 25,000.
Based on.
So I
the year
want to
to
get
date.
your thought on that as well.
Just the administrative expense.
So there's,
It was 25, we proposed 10, we want to go down to 7,500.
No,
I gave you the wrong one, I'm sorry.
It's the wrong-
It's 402, not 402, A, B, or C.
110.
We had 4,2B right here.
yeah, we've got a regular.
I made a mistake, Chief, so it's really the regular administrative expense. That Mr. Williams is saying perhaps we could reduce.
One that's 110,000.
Correct.
Yes, he's suggesting reducing it by $25,000, and I think that he's saying that because year to date, which I know these don't have all our figures in, but year to date,
48.7.
yeah, we're only at 48.7. So, but again, maybe it's because the last quarter,
Maybe the contracts get renewed then.
So I know we just, contracts when they're due. Just renewed our copy release, we just signed, a couple of days ago, so I gotta find out what that is.
I can tell you that historically, I'm not sure if this is still practice, but Commissioner Ferrari has buy some supplies at the end of the year. And that began on practice prior to the beginning of the year, because we had a surplus. I don't know if that's the practice I'm going right now.
Original request was 123.4 before it was knocked down,
oh, okay.
but, I can see exactly what we had coming up due for that.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a big one.
That was, that's our supply.
Yeah, so Amazon's under administrative expense?
Nope, that's our supply.
Oh,
This is our Guardian software, or not Guardian software, our air reconciling, function of a wheel breaker, construction of drones. Other reimbursements, station, shredded copiers. So I can get back to you with that when I actually see what we've spent out of that, to see more detailed and see what kind of effect that would have on us.
Okay, thank you. Again, Mr. Williams, thanks you.
So the year thing is through October, right?
October 9th.
No, in September.
Oh,
The
oh,
actual that we
September,
have.
because we need the last quarter.
is September,
Yeah, no, I get that.
September 30th. Any other questions?
Was one more on my sheet.
Oh, there's, okay.
Keep going.
Just, this is, we look at it, you're asking about bus patrol. Bus patrol was raising and reducing the numbers. Reduced by 200,000 from last year to this year. So the answer is to put it in line with what we actually received. So this year to date, as of the end of September, we are at $250,000, and we renegotiated with June or July. So now we feel that 400,000 is an actual number compared to
Okay.
600,000. The renegotiation made it so that during the summer months, there used to be a technology fee. We no longer have to pay that, which was eating up all the revenue that we had throughout the summer months. And our technology fee was cut in half throughout the rest of the year. So that really saved us about $200,000 a year automatically without. And the split is a little bit different now. And I know that we have a lot of uncollected funds. We are also owed $955,000. Well, sorry, $955,000 uncollected funds there, and we're owed about 60% of that as well. So there's about $600,000 of uncollected funds out there. And
Bus patrol. How much is that? Our share?
About $600,000. $50 million out there. About $600,000.
So we have currently $250,000 actuals.
Yeah, we have
money received.
Yeah, 250 year to date.
$600,000 outstanding.
Mm-hmm. That's over the last 2 years. Outstanding. Currently, in the last year, right now we have $147,000. We're between that depending on 50% or a lot involved, and they go through the collection. We have judgment on it that we reach 60%, but it's at a minimum 50%. 271 to 360 days, 147,000. 181 to 270 is 178,000. 90 to 180, 70. Less than 90 days is 90,000. Those are uncontested, unpaid tickets. We have people that have contested it and they've lost, and that is $10,000. So we have $5,000.
What revenue line is that, John?
It's
2610.
So if our actual is 250,000, and that is like this current or the September?
That's current. That's as of today. I just got the end of September's number. Sorry, so that's through September 30th.
To September 30th, yeah.
I don't have. I won't get. I usually between around October 10th, I'll have the numbers through October.
So look at current for September and look at how much you have outstanding. $600,000
That's 356.
that is due to us.
Well, three.
Are there any recovery efforts in terms of that, rather than the law department? But
Right now, the law department, I believe, is working. They're working on getting. I believe they're working on getting us something.
Yeah, we're working on it, but by the same token, it's $200,000. These are not parking tickets.
yes,
And these people, and I think the police department will say that people who are getting these tickets are contesting these tickets. These are not $50 tickets. These are, you go on a certain day of the week, and there's bus patrol tickets going on that we're prosecuting. So I think that the figures that the police department has provided are good figures to go by, in light of the fact that we have to deal with, people who are contesting these tickets. As the chief said, $50 is different from $200. $200, it's an incentive for people to contest the tickets if they feel that they have been are in the wrong. And also, this is not where, we're talking about parking, you're talking about parking tickets about going to DMV. These aren't these don't impact, and this is probably, a deficit in the legislation, that these tickets, these unpaid tickets are not impacting the vehicle when people go to register. So that's, if that was being referred to DMV for unpaid tickets, then people, when their registrations would come out, they would see all these tickets because the tickets aren't to the person, they're to the vehicle.
Right.
This is a lot of work for a lot of departments.
This is,
This is a lot of stuff.
you should be up there because we've got people contesting it. We show people the video. We talk to the people beforehand. That's on pre-trial day. And then even after that, we have to then go to trial with witnesses and documentation. So I think the figures that the police department are giving you are realistic figures, and that, there's a broader issue about bus control, tickets as far as getting that revenue that's for, those tickets where people default, if you will.
In terms of percentage of people getting thrown out.
I can't give you that offhand. I can't.
Over the last several months.
I'll have to look. I can't give that figure to you right offhand. I'll talk to the staff in their office who prosecutes the tickets.
If you don't mind, because we would like to look at that to kind of gauge ourselves in terms of what is being a contested ticket from the bus patrol and how much are being thrown out and how much are being challenged.
Right. It is, we're talking about, the amount of, there's police time on these tickets and there's corporation council time on these tickets as well as, so, just managing expectations.
So in those cases where people are contesting, usually aren't they offered like a reduction to?
The trouble is that it doesn't, we have no wiggle room.
Understood. Okay, I got you.
There's no wiggle room.
All right.
So, Mr. Moon, can I just
Go
ask a
ahead,
question? So basically, just to get back to it, the $400,000 is a realistic number.
Yes,
And we should not touch that.
I believe that 4,000 is a realistic number, and I would say that I will keep an eye on it, and if for some reason it starts to, we are seeing an increase now with the new contract, and it was going great, I would have a coming to you next year and say, hey,
$1 million? No.
I would come to you and say, halfway through the year, say, hey, if there's something else you guys want to do, where's the next year, we have 500,000, you want an extra $100,000 to do something with, but I would say I would keep,
We would
I
welcome
would,
it.
I would keep $400,000.
But did you factor in the uncollected into this 400?
I did not include any uncollected into that.
So we're not gonna, you should put an estimate towards that, because I'm sure you're gonna collect it over the years.
Right now, I don't know how to go about the uncollected, and right now, bus patrol is in talk about how they're going to do the uncollected. I think there's possibly, they might be changing the way the ticket process is working so that they may be able to do a simple, a different process possibly, or in a lot of departments, if they have to contest, or it's a lot of that in order to get a judgment. It's a lot of work. So,
Because it's a lot of ticket outstanding, $600,000. Does this surcharge added to this?
there's no right now.
It's like $250 and that's it.
There's no
Over the time
there's no
of the ticket?
legislation right now. So in the future, there's potentially we could come to you if there's a process in place to add legislation to this. I don't know if that's even possible with
It's the state law.
It's a state law.
It's 200 hours.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's why you can't, there's no room for negotiations as far as the fleet.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it, you have outstanding tickets, just like other companies with delinquent parking, and we're making an estimate, we're gonna collect X amount for the next year. We should look at this too as a potential revenue against the outstanding tickets.
Yeah,
So I think we can't just leave that zero. We're definitely gonna get there are gonna be some payments against the outstanding.
Yeah, I would say there will be some, I just don't know.
Yeah, but I think we just need to make a good faith estimate.
I agree, because if you
Put
think
some
about
money
it,
there.
On which line are you
This
talking
is,
about?
This is the
But they just said that they thought that the
2810.
400,000 is realistic.
But that
Yeah.
has nothing to do with the
But the
outstanding.
delinquent, which
That
is $1 million out there, 600 of it is
600
ours.
of it.
So if you think if, you know, 1/6 if you get, you know,
If we get a third of it,
right,
that's a low,
right.
low estimate.
But so we just have to balance it out with the
Yeah.
expense of, right?
But the
getting it
expenses are
collected.
is already occurring.
People gonna challenge it, yes, because, sometimes people are not conscious of the, hey, I got a ticket because, it's a bus. And I think that, get away with it. Yeah, that, we may wanna consider that, because it's 600 outstanding. Yeah. Any other question regarding this? Do you have any more questions?
That's one thing
I
that,
was gonna ask you, let me know.
that's all I was asking.
One more thing before you go.
You're never gonna.
Would it be, with regards to the detail and it, pre-amps and stuff, would it be unfair to say that, if we were to say, okay, 50 details per year, would that be another kill? At the same time, as we do that, we will have to increase the overtime to match whatever is collected. So right now, we said we spend $25,000 on the time for that revenue, 490,000. If we were to say, let's double it, and set aside $50,000 for overtime to kind of, to do to cover those details, would that be a big haul?
It would be, but maybe it could be done, maybe we'll say 50, so we can, maybe that everything was,
But the thing is that we're putting the overtime there, so the officers are aware that we have overtime to cover that. It's not like, okay, well, go to work, we'll figure out where we pay you from.
yeah, I was, yeah. Yes, yeah, because we had 27 so far this year, and, I think he said 42 was one of the estimates he did for me for next year.
So you say I'm right there at 50,
Right there.
at 50, that's later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we
So-
can do that.
I'm thinking heavy on this, so I'll Any other question for, the chief?
So I just wanted to be clear, so if we increase it to 50, and based on the numbers so far, we would get, how much we take in to put against the.
220, it will be like 440,000, but we'll have to take 50,000 out of expense. Minus 50.
Okay.
So we're taking in revenue, but we have to put some money there, so we can't just take any money and add, topping up the overtime.
So what, I'm sorry, could you just tell me again the line I was trying
That
to?
is A 2610B.
And so you're thinking,
But we'll discuss that
Okay.
when we get into the more detail. That is the line, 2610B.
I do have one piece, I could probably want to get to the end, just so like the detailed breakdown of the staff log.
That's internal. We try not to clear too much out there, let people know what they know. It's not like we're not hiding it, you're not hiding anything, but it's a fact.
Yeah, everyone's
We have to
watching the
limit-
budget.
We have to limit, paperwork. Any other, question? Thank you both so much.
thank you.
Thank you for coming back and, good guidance to help us along.
Okay. Mr. Mudaveri, you want to take a break?
Yeah, we can, just before we take a break, you have it. Yes, if you don't mind, yes, we need that from you. We'll take a break.
What time do you think we are going to try to have a hard stop this evening?
We'll
Say
go.
it's like 8 o'clock. What time do you want to go in for? Or just like to?
10.
Oh, I was kind of thinking 8:30, but
I'm with you.
it's
It's
10 of
8
8.
o'clock.
What's the difference now?
But I would, I know we didn't.
I just am starting to get a
What I
little-
would like to see is, I'm gonna be able to give this for.
Yes, and that's why I wanted to push through.
Take, so you can go work. on
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the best thing would be if council give me an email for whatever changes they're gonna do, so then I can put it into an Excel spreadsheet for Friday's meeting
Yes.
or for tomorrow night.
maybe set.
That is the reason why I said we're going a little bit
So we
late
should
tonight.
probably,
Because I
go
wanted
line
to-
by line then, right?
Yes, no, we, not line by line, we did, what the recommended changes that was submitted to the back and forth. We'll do insert the column in the proposed budget, we'll list it as council proposal.
Right, what we usually do for.
Yes.
general
Yeah.
things,
And that's what we do.
Right.
Water, sewer, gas.
So all the proposals that was submitted to you, we have them, so we'll insert those into the.
Well, unless we disagree with some of them.
Right, well,
From the
that
discussion.
is for
we just
discussion
had.
Friday. It is
Oh,
for,
well,
it is
that's what
for
I'm
us to
asking.
discuss it, but we want to see where we lie in it.
So what else do we need to do tonight then? If we're.
Well, that's what we need to do. I mean, do you
Oh,
have
you're doing that
proposals?
tonight. You're gonna have
Yes.
him go back to his office and give us back.
We have given him.
I'm sorry,
Just so
I'm
I
not
understand
understanding.
this, all council changes will be consolidated into one
Right,
proposed.
the council
against the
proposal.
mayor's
Right,
proposal.
right, right.
No.
Versus.
Let's do it how we used to happen in the past. The proposed budget, we insert a column, we're not doing a separate sheet. We just, list it line, we just line, line by line going down, whichever the proposed changes against those lines. We're doing the same thing for the revenue too. So we maintain the mayor's budget. As is, we're not touching it, and we insert a column and we're putting now the council
Council
proposal.
proposal.
So we want a comparison now, here it is, and then we have a separate total. Mayor's proposal, city council proposal, and this is a new total.
So,
We will discuss that Friday, then we say, you don't like it, you like it, and then we'll move forward, and then we talk about it. Because at that point, we need to move forward now, because we're shoving papers here,
right, that's right.
and we do not have numbers to actually look at and see where the actual changes need to happen.
So can Barnes get a consolidated email for all changes, so we're not looking at hundreds of emails trying to put everything together?
Well, I mean, we have most of the emails, but we just have some more based on discussion here, we're gonna have some more updates there.
It's like who just said that she,
I can cut and paste all the emails.
Yeah.
oh, wait, is that on? No.
No, we can discuss this, budget discussion. So,
Well, you've got people in the room, so it's really not.
no, but we're not negotiation, we're trying to formalize how we get the report in for Friday. So, because we need to look at numbers and we need to look at, stuff. And it's not a lot of people make recommendations. It's not much thing, I'm gonna make some, I'm not mad at you, I'm trying to find
And just stay in order.
Yes.
Follow.
That's what I
I'm
think we should
gonna,
do.
I'm gonna go through mine in terms of my revenue, you go through yours in the meantime, and try to see if we can get, some attraction.
So are we done with the revenue part now?
No, we're
No, we're
not.
about to start it.
I am gonna start with my revenue, and I'm gonna make my recommendation
Got
to Commissioner, and Sam, can you please make more of it?
You should be running them back.
Yeah. You have to take this out.
So,
I'm just trying to
you
look at
have,
all
you
the
have a copy, you have a copy of my email, and I'm gonna go through the email I sent, everybody has a copy of it. So,
Yeah. If you know about the paperclip thing.
This one, right, John?
yes.
Oh, the second one. The name. Yeah.
Sam, you have a copy of this email?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go through this, and I'm gonna tell you which one I am making adjustments and which one I'm adding.
Okay.
So the first one, I'm keeping it as is.
Hold on. Find it.
It's right on the
I know,
page.
it's 10:02, I'm just saying. Okay, oh, you're starting right at the
I'm
top.
going to the email that everybody has a copy of it. And then the next one is, A1116, I'm sticking with that one.
Okay, hold on one second, because we're not there yet.
So I'm just trying, I'm gonna put a column that says. So you're thinking of reducing?
No, I'm not reducing, I just put parentheses in there.
Just gonna stay.
It's not reducing.
That reducing is gonna add.
All these are increased.
Alright.
But they have,
Oh, no,
they have
Sorry.
2850, yeah, sorry.
Ms. Milner, Mr. Bukman, we need to start from 1
yes. That is a reduction from 2.850 to $2 million, $850,000. That's my recommendation back to the general fund.
Yep.
The A1116, increase that to 300,000. The one I had, waiting on the PD presentation, and I just asked the PD what their estimate is, and they're looking at 42 details. I asked for 50.
I'm sorry, which one was, by the way, that was.
A2610B.
I'm sorry, can you say it again, please?
Carmel, would it be wise for you to use the email that I sent to you?
I'm looking at it, I am looking at it. I just want to tell you that because the last one, you just said cannabis.
But I quote the number there on it.
But it's supposed to be, you said like a different number than what it actually, you said the 300K, but what you really want to do is increase it to 1 million.
Yeah, but it's 700,000 currently.
I just am gonna put the 1 million down instead of 300,000.
No, because she's.
I'm trying to be effective here tonight, because if you're gonna push back and forth like this, we're gonna go on to the
No,
last.
I'm just trying to understand. I think that you said 300,000, but you wrote 1 million and it's
So
1
what he's
million. is
saying-
what-
Plus 300,000 would bring it to 1 million.
I got it, I got
I
that.
know what you're trying to.
Increase to $1 million.
Yeah.
I put in parentheses, why am I increasing to
I would get away
300,000?
from his sheet, Carmel, just use your book here and see what's there and how much he wants to.
So one
You gotta slow down.
A1116, increase to $1 million, and that's adding 300,000.
Good.
A2610B, I noticed was to wait on the PD recommendation, I'm sorry, the presentation.
Yeah.
And they're looking next year to have 50 details, they did 27. Sorry, it's 42 details, I asked what would be 50. Currently, they're $219,000 with overtime. So I'm looking to add revenue of 440,000 there.
On which, on line 2610A or B?
B.
B?
B,
You added how much?
440,000,
You're adding that, okay.
adding 440,000 to that line. Plus, and then adding $50,000 to overtime line. So I have to do a little bit of note here. Yes, so correction here.
Which overtime are you adding? Line?
In the very same,
Police traffic.
this is traffic, so on overtime on the traffic. Would that be correct?
So would it be easier if we like increased it all your revenue and then where your increases coming in the budget, but
No, but I have to do it at the same time.
you have to?
Yes.
Okay.
So in and out, yeah. This one here, this is the only one has an in and out.
Okay.
Because we're potentially looking at generating more revenue, but it comes with the cost.
So that,
So I
do
have
you
to
know what the
factor
line
it.
number is on the overtime? So I'm just gonna have to look for it. Police department.
Yeah, we could wait to
Overtime.
find it before we move on.
Let's see, so that was one, 2610M, delinquent parking fund, so I gotta go there.
Adding 440,000 here, to 2610B, and then the overtime line
I'll get it later from
Give
you.
them the line, give them the line number.
on the traffic.
We don't have it yet.
Hold on.
I got the
He's
440K.
gonna give you the line number. So where you
To
at?
add the 50,000 for the overtime.
Hold on, that's gonna.
This is the full fire.
How much money is that? 400? What?
440.
440,000.
In revenue.
2610B.
Yep. Got you.
The police department starts on 3120.
Thank you.
That's the police department. number.
Thank you.
Are you,
And it
are
starts.
you saying parking 83320?
That would be on the parking, or that would be on the patrol,
Fine,
Parking fine, I would assume it's on the parking, but maybe the police.
Um,
That
that
is
was-
for opinion on the matter.
would that be under field service, or would that be under
He's saying it goes through the end of parking.
parking?
That's what the commission.
Parking fines, I would assume it's parking.
Yes.
You're not talking
We're
about
just
the
looking for the
ticket.
expense line. We're
Yeah,
looking
I'm
where
looking at the expense line.
83320 is parking, the overtime line is 112.
What was the number eight? What's the number again, please?
got it, I got it.
833, it's on page 38. 83320.
Yep.
We can confirm with the police. Both of them.
So we can always adjust the numbers.
So we're adding, instead of 12.5, we'd be proposing
Sorry, 320.
3320,112 is the overtime line.
Right.
I'm just looking for the figure.
Yeah, but this might not be the right, this is like parking, like people who
Yeah.
meter and things like that. This detail is more like patrol.
Right. So
This is patrol, that's why I said field service.
But he
Yes.
did say those fines of 900, those fines that those 27 details collected are in the 910,000 fines line of revenue. So I was
One
wondering,
month.
yeah.
So I think this has to be in 83122 112.
A31,
22 112.
112, 112.
83122.
112, so that's page 33, everybody.
Right.
Okay.
And right now.
And that I'm asking for us to add 50,000 there. Yes.
So adding expense.
And we're adding 440,000 so 2610. I got it.
2610.
If you want to go back to B. So this is 440 plus
Oh, yeah, I got that, 910 plus 440.
440. Family, the following, thank you. So let's move to the next line. 82660A. I'm asking for us to maintain the same as 2025, 4.5 million into 2026. And that will be an increase of 1.5 million.
And you just skipped over the liquid parking fines.
Oh, sorry.
The new 2610. And.
Yeah, sorry, let me go back. Initially I asked for that to go up to 230,000. But I'm gonna ask to increase that to 130,000.
It's at 170.
It's at 170.
Yes, no, 170 plus 130.
Okay, thanks.
So
So not the 500K, okay,
Yes,
plus
and
130.
not the 500K. So that line, I would like to bring it to 130, 300,000 instead of 170. Home sales maintain the same as 2025, 4.5 million into 2026, and that's an increase of 1.5. The next one is 83005, mortgage tax. I'm asking, my proposal, this is my proposal to increase that to 410,000.
Increase it by 410,000 to 1.4 million.
That is correct.
It's proposed at 950, so that'll be 450 increase.
Sorry, what is it now?
It's at 950.
That was 990.
No, it's 950.
So is it 410 or 450?
450.
Because you just like that, well, when you get all the way through the end, oh, no, they're the total.
So 450 plus 950. And that will bring us to 1.4. Okay,
Now the totals.
yes, now it adds up. So based on today's
Oh, you gotta add.
conversation, I'm gonna add more to the sheet.
Mm-hmm.
So A2610N, A2610N, that's bus patrol. I am recommending that we add $200,000 there because we have $600,000 of outstanding tickets. I'm just taking $600,000, I'm not taking a third of it, which is very conservative.
So please tell me that amount again, I just have.
200,000.
So you wanna add 200K.
Yes. So we're adding 200,000 to this line, we can go back to the revenue line.
Sorry, what was that? How much are you adding back to that?
200,000.
200.
Back to 600K?
Yes.
So right now it's 400, and we're gonna plus
No.
200.
Yeah.
So that will bring it to 600K.
Oh, 2610, okay.
Yes, 2610.
And as in the
Yeah,
exit.
yeah.
The next one, on the SNAP,
Make it 600.
we're asking to add 200,000 there.
Give me a line, please.
31621, right?
That is A2170A,
Oh, the CDBG snap.
CDBG A2170A, this is revenue.
202.
Yeah, if you wanted to keep, so we'll do 200,000 there on that line.
No.
From Alex's.
No, she wanted to keep 10,000 out of the.
We didn't even touch your stuff.
No, I know what you're saying, but what you're saying is that she wanted to
No,
keep.
I understand. It's 200,000.
It is 200,000, I wrote it down.
SNAP is our 200.
Right, yes. Yeah.
She said there was $202,055.
Yeah, but we're gonna just say 200.
Let me finish it, 2,000 is gonna go on. Okay. So that's, SNAP,
Yep.
code,
What revenue line?
that
next
is,
one, 2170C.
2170C,
Oh, yes, she's.
2170C,
Yeah.
adding 200,000 there.
Yep.
So that would be 300.
So that will, currently there is 100,000, so we'll plus 100,000 there too. And that will be 300,000 there on that line. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
here,
So I just have to ask this question while we're doing this. Like, in Ms. Harper's explanation, there was funds that were outstanding from prior years. It's not like we're dealing with, recent stuff. She said it had to be spent.
yes,
So I don't want to get us in the position where like, let's leave a couple thousand over there in years that could expire.
She has to spend the oldest first, so she looks,
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
right, she'll
So
expect that.
so you wanna put the first one in on SNAP, you wanna put 202?
I think we should,
Yeah,
if we're gonna,
put it
if it's
okay.
gonna expire.
So, sorry, let's make adjustment, 202,
Okay,
okay,
2170A.
And code was 206.
two oh six?
Yes.
Okay, let's make that 206 then,
Mhm.
more
So
funding,
306.
okay. So that'll be 306. And SNAP is 202 because there's no funding
Yep.
here.
Right.
Okay,
Now I wish I had a completely
All
different
right.
vote then.
are we good?
Yes.
Did we capture? Yes,
Thank you.
am I missing anything on
No,
this?
we're
No, I have all my.
Nah, did you go over the allowable tax?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool.
Dropping that by 850,
But you add 8, yep.
bringing that down to 2 million. And cannabis, increasing that up to 1 million.
We have 7 for the record, we have 7.
Oh,
So I have more information on that if you want to hear it now.
Okay.
Okay, about the cannabis. So we do have 7 that are active, or 13 entirely.
Approved, but not.
Approved, but for whatever reason, they're not operational, and when they will become operational, we don't know. And so in 2025, we had one that opened in April, and another one that opened, I'm not sure what that, I think that looks like that opened in January, and also January 9th. So we had 3 open in 2025. We had 2 that opened in the last quarter of 2024. So that's 4 and 1, 2, and then 1 in the third quarter of 2024, and then the one up on Union Street, he opened way back in 23. I didn't realize that had been so long.
Right.
So in terms of capturing the revenue, so we're capturing, we said we have 2 quarters so far, right, Mr. Wolfenau? Right, so one of those was not, the one that opened in April, we didn't really capture what, the first quarter, there was nothing for that. So they know what it.
I'm not aware of that. We get the percentage and it's broken down and then the county sends us, each quarter. So it goes to the county and then a portion goes to us.
So we don't know which cannabis store gives what.
I don't take that on.
Okay, well, on the, you can find the OCM site that they didn't open it before 11, so they would not be included in the first quarter revenue, but the second they would, and all the rest of them would be included. So I guess my question is, in raising that to 1 million, it was 850,000, they took it back down to 700. So you think it's reasonable that we can go all the way to, I just wanted, I was gonna go back to 800 where they brought it down.
I think it's 7 stores.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
It's 7 stores.
It's 7 stores, but it's not like the big, so that was my concern, it's 7 stores. 4 of them were already open,
Yes.
so that money's accounted for, we only opened 3 in 2025
Page 8.
for Ms. Patrick.
A11.
Thank you.
Halfway down the page.
Thank you, got it.
So there's 7 stores, but we're capturing revenue from 4 of them for a couple of years.
800,000.
Right. And then the 3 opened in 2025.
3 more for 200,000.
But they're already included in some of the revenue in 2025. I thought that's why I wanted the dates, so we can kind of get an idea of like how much we could raise it. So I don't agree with taking it down. I do think it should go back up, but I guess I'm concerned if it goes another 300,000 when we only had 1 sort of account for it.
I thought that went up.
It didn't, they took it down.
They took it down. The
Okay,
mayor's
but-
budget
but
took it
you
down.
just added it.
Yeah, I'm adding it back.
He
So,
is, you know,
Mrs. Moon wants to take it to 1 million. My question is $1 million
too high.
too much? That's my question. Because we only have 1 store really that wasn't incorporated in that number. That's my question.
And for the situational awareness, 2 other stores locations were approved by the planning commission. 1 on upper Broadway, and then there's 1 the old key bank by the laundromat by the
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Price Chopper. There seems to have been some activity for it.
Yes,
Yes, they're working.
Yeah.
That's right now, 1610 Eastern Parkway is listed as non-operational but 1. And what was the other one?
The one up on Broadway, maybe Westover Place.
Yes.
It may go by
That's the word,
West.
that's man, yeah, that's not wrong.
Westinghouse.
Westinghouse, right.
It may be going that, instead of going to Broadway address, maybe doing that little triangle.
Do you know the name of it? Because. No.
But so basically,
Oh, yeah. 1708 Broadway.
Okay.
Broadway.
Yeah, that's it.
I do want to say, I mean, I've noticed the decrease on Union Street of people in line. I think the same amount of revenue will come in, just, I don't
But
think
spreading across, yeah.
it's spreading across. I don't think there's going to be $1 million, especially with the amount of municipalities that now people go to Amsterdam, it's in Massachusetts, it's in Troy, it's all over. So people were coming here specifically, and I think those first 2 years we were able to capitalize on, but I can't foresee it going up that much.
let me,
But Massachusetts had it all the time before we even dreamed about opening our store here.
You what?
Massachusetts had it.
Oh, Massachusetts did,
So it
yes.
didn't affect the sale in Schenectady.
can I ask a question
Yes.
of our commissioner? Why then did we, with the mayor's budget, why did it get lowered? If we have more
Based
stores.
off historical actuals in the first and second quarter of this year. And, you know, it was times in that by two.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
It's right on that mark.
Gotcha.
And then looking at these revenue, I just wanted to again caution that looking at, you know, increasing revenue, we want to be right with the marks.
Mhm.
So we don't have these marks from balance. I mean, that's really low currently, so we don't want to bankrupt the city.
Mhm.
No, that's why I think we should increase it back to what it was, even in anticipation of the other stores opening. I'm cautious on that one.
So can I just ask a question about process here, or because, so John gave what his recommendations are. Are we gonna go to each one of his, or are we gonna give?
Each of
No,
them.
Each of
no,
us,
we
if
just
you have
went
others.
through.
Okay, because we're talking about candy. Okay,
Everybody's proposal, I'm documenting it so that the
okay, so we're still
the
working.
finance team can have a path forward, because we need to get numbers and look at real numbers Friday. And not look at these papers and.
So just to, John, would you consider not going to $1 million on that one particular?
Let's put it there.
Oh, okay.
Then this is what we're gonna talk about Friday.
On Friday, okay, we'll talk about it on Friday.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
No, that's not. I just need two more to complete, what I have.
Okay.
What I have as note for me, the youth employment, we need to add 150,000 to that line.
But that's budget neutral.
Yes.
That's not, that wouldn't be in general operating.
Okay.
So that's in the cloud.
You know, so let's not use the term.
So,
It's-
I just wanna
it's
find-
not the right term to use. And then I also would like to add 40,000 back to the senior program. That's A1989, 499,
$1949.
page 30.
So
We want to
make
add
that
that
four.
back?
Yes. We need to fund our senior programs.
You know, I saw it last week at one of their functions. We're over 70 people there, just.
How many?
70.
Really? With a band, not the Rose, the Protones,
St. John.
over at St. John's. I mean, they were.
Was that a special time?
Where's the?
It
So I
was
can
2
just add
years
that
since.
figure
the
in.
What
programs
line is
came
that?
in.
Okay.
I didn't even look at that line because it wasn't coming out of the
So
budget neutral.
we need to document that the council is making recommendation for 150,000
Yes.
the interview line.
Yes.
I know we don't want to use a term that it's in the cloud. We need some documentation to show that this is council recommendation.
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna give us back a new
But,
Excel
that's why I'm
spreadsheet.
asking the commissioner.
Sorry,
So we would like to document it, that this is what it, and right now it's zero in the
It
budget.
must be under
All right,
parks,
so that would
but it's
be-
under parks.
Probably documentation to the development department,
Uh,
since it's not gonna be listed within the general operating. I'm sure she would work with the council, get some language in place. Establish.
You okay with that?
Yeah, because whatever lines that whatever funding source she identified, she'll just have to, might have to be done by legislation, or no, because she said it's already
It's already,
yeah, yeah, and it's budget neutral,
she can
so,
do it. She can do it.
yeah, so, yeah.
So we are not gonna touch this document with that one hundred and fifty.
It's not gonna be showing in the revenue and the expenses.
Okay, great. We like that.
Yeah, it's budget
We do
neutral.
like this.
We love
Okay,
that.
great. So I'm not even gonna worry about where is it in this
Yeah.
packet.
Yep.
Okay. So what was next?
Okay, that is my revenue. So you want to go next towards the revenue, please proceed. I'm gonna come back on expenditure, but I give everybody an opportunity to go ahead.
So I guess with Derek's explanation, I'm not in favor of decreasing the allowance for uncollected taxes by any amount. Derek, can you with that high importance line?
It is,
Oh, I'm sorry.
1002, A1002.
Can you, I know you said it's not give us a very simple example, of how that works, why it's there, what it's in there for. Can you just explain a little bit further? Because I'm not in favor of lowering that at all.
For how we account for it, or is it just?
Yeah, how do you account for it? Where does it end up? What does it work? I mean, I'm not an accountant, but it just, I know why it has to be that.
So you look at the levy, it's basically a receivable, it shows the full amount, right? We book it, it's usually booked at year end, so for example, for 2026, we'll book it in December for whatever tax levies passed. And then we find out usually around March of how much uncollected taxes there are. So even though you see that full amount of tax levy, doesn't mean we're actually hitting that limit. We find out exactly all our uncollected taxes by March, and that's why you see that negative amount of the adopted budget or proposed budget.
Understood.
But my number will factor based on as we increase the collection. Both of them can go for the same time.
Well, they
One
should.
has to go up and one has to go down.
Well, not necessarily. If
No,
most
no.
people stop paying taxes.
But then we're budgeting in excess of $6 million in anticipation of collecting.
Well,
So then we need to drop our uncollected too in anticipation of we're not gonna have so much
right, our
negative.
tax levies
Yes.
going
So
up by
that's how my
6
number
million.
is based on, because as we go up, one has to come down. Can't have both on the same path.
There,
I disagree, but
okay.
that's my 2 cents.
So I'm not in favor of decreasing, A1002. A2610, B as in boy.
Okay, so now we're gonna have to come up with a new column for Jordan.
Well,
I'm just gonna say-
they've got
They're
that,
documented.
they've got that all
They're
going on.
writing it down, just call the number out, please.
Parking fines, so,
So.
I.
Which one of the parking?
A 910,000, A 2610, B as in boy.
Mhm.
I'm in favor of raising it 150,000, not the 400,000. Only because at this point, until we get clarification on how we're going to collect these uncollected, whatever. I'm just not comfortable with it. I know, I'm just being a little bit more cautious because of these revenues we increase and we already start off the 2027 budget in a deficit if we don't make these revenue figures. Again, I'm just saying. Bus patrol,
Before you proceed, I have a
Yes,
question. I
yes,
just want to clarify that. And I base my number based on the conversation we just had with the chief.
yes,
So the detail that they did for this year, which is just,
right,
not overall was 27. They did an internal analysis by themselves and they are looking at 42. So based on the 42 detail that they are planning for next year,
right.
the revenue is up more than that. And that's how I think it's variable number here, that's what I put together based on the
And
conversation.
minus the 50K.
But that's what it is.
Right, 218
So
minus 24.
220, that's 240 minus the 50,000, and that's the information I received from them. I didn't add anything else on top of that. So
Again,
this is
what
pure,
goes
this is
on
pure
from-
number based on their estimates
I
that
hear you.
they made.
The
I hear
formula.
Yes, they formula. They didn't factor out over time, but they did mention that this detail comes with over time. So if we're gonna draw in revenue, we have to actually assign expenditure. And
And
that's how they 50,000,
Right.
because it's 24 to I rounded off
And
to
I
25.
wrote it all down as well,
Yes.
but I didn't get the same numbers you did from AC Whipple.
This is number 218, almost 219.
218.
I rounded off to 220.
Right. I was.
Factor in the overtime,
Wait, one-
factor out the overtime.
Hold on, just let me review this, so same thing, 218,
Mhm.
for 414 vehicles per plus,
Mhm.
net gain of 130.
And this information is from the chiefs.
Right.
I didn't-
we
I
just
didn't
heard
alter it.
Right. So net gain of 130 here, and then they're looking at, year to date, another 138, which makes 200 and, just say 270,000.
No, you have to take the full revenue.
Right,
You can't factor out the costs yet.
well,
You bring in the full revenue and then,
Later in the other
Back up,
part of the
yes.
budget, we'll put the
so the revenue
expense.
has to come in as 100% and then you back. So you can't do both in one line.
okay.
So you're saying,
The
so
440 here and taking out the
You're taking the
50,000
50
down.
and you have the expenditure over time. That's what I did here.
But
when I-
Dor-
Right, but I'm
Doreen's
still
numbers
not
are-
comfortable with the 440. And what they're saying that we're going to get was we have a
It's
net
219.
130 this year, and then if they double that, it'll be a net 260.
No, I think you're mixing it up. No, that
We
is
have
what
414 vehicles, 24, 27.
that is
DCI
220,000 they got.
Times two,
Right,
because he's
280.
saying for them
Yes,
to double.
Right.
yes, double that.
But minus the, I'm just saying, the net gain, he said, was 130. So I'm just doubling that for
For 6
next year,
months.
which would be 260. So
That's
I'm
right.
not,
That's what I
so that's
So
why
it can be 218,000 minus 24,000 is not 130.
he told us with.
The 130 is a separate line, is a
Oh, for
separate
6
line.
months for the.
For 6
for
months,
the
it was
detail.
130.
For the
Yeah.
27 details.
So double it.
6 month period, it was 130,604
Yes.
dollars.
And for the entire year, from January to October, 27 detail, 218,000.
Right.
And he's
Right.
saying that we're gonna double those details
Next year.
next year.
That's what they have in the
We're gonna
budget.
double that revenue, and then he takes the
Yes.
expenditures out of the
Yeah,
overtime.
I'm not worried about the expenditures, I'm just worried about the revenue.
Well, the
So-
revenue
so
is what they,
the
what
two-
they
so
provide to us.
218 and 218 is
Yes.
for.
You really say
440.
219,
Yes,
but
that's
I-
why I rounded up to 440.
440.
And what's already on the line is almost.
910.
Is 910.
No, this is not even in the budget. They didn't account for this.
It's right
Yes,
here.
it
It's
did.
No,
it's
they did not.
2610
He said that.
I mean, 26.
We have to call them, it was included in.
It's
The
the
chief said that
910
this is
percent
not
of
accounted
parking
in the
fines.
revenue. This is something new.
AC Whipple said it was in the parking fines.
That's what he said. I wrote it down, 2610B. I wrote down what he said, 2610B.
Yes, and that's what I wrote here too.
But.
So it
you're
is
saying
in-
that this is, he's already incorporated this. And you
Yes.
want to add another 440 minus the thing is.
Yeah,
So that's
just
what
say
the
440.
concern is.
This was not accounted for in the line.
Well, there seems that the consensus of people who thought that he did say that, so I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question was direct to him.
But we all
He
wrote
made
down a
very
note.
clear that it is not.
So this is what you do. In the scenario that it's not there, Doreen, you have one number. In the scenario that it is there, you have another, then we move on.
I understand.
Because they are increasing it next year, that's a plan. So
Right,
we
they're
double.
doubling it,
Yes.
which would be 440, but there's already 910 on the line.
Yes.
Let me see, I think I have this number. Can we call them or is that proper?
Why don't we just go through the numbers?
Go through your number,
All
we
right.
can always revisit that.
So again, I'm not, all right, so that's 2610.
Oh, I thought you were saying something.
So you only want to increase it by 150, I want to make sure I get your number down, right?
I gotta see, what was that?
You said 150. For
Right,
2610B, you want to add
Bus patrol, I'm
150.
comfortable with, Mr. Mudavaren.
Let's make sure Sam has the detail and Derek has the detail together. So that we're not missing anything. So let's get your number, what you're proposing for the parking.
For the parking fine, up
150.
150, from the 910
Just
up
put that-
150.
I know that.
150 increase.
Yes,
Doreen's already.
Over the 910.
correct.
Are we doing anything with the expense line though for time?
We're not there yet. but
Yeah, we
yes,
will,
We
but we're
will
not
have to
yet.
because it will increase the staffing costs.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So bus patrol, what we were about to
2610
say.
is in Mary.
Oh, M, delinquent parking fines.
Hold on, that was just that one. Oh, the bus patrol, 2610, N is in Nancy, I'm comfortable with that increase. Of
I'm
course,
sorry, what increase?
What was
Mr.
Mr.
Barron
Barron's
put out there, correct.
suggested?
The bus patrol.
Right.
So
The new
increasing to
speed
6,
is,
okay, 600.
2.3 million, of course, we're budgeting that in. I'm anticipating that. to
Which
be
one are you
higher.
on now, Doreen? I'm sorry, I'm trying to
It's
write as
new.
fast as.
Well, it's new,
Okay,
NEW.
and you're good with 2.3.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I think that's, all right, A, 2660A. Oh, I missed some.
660A.
I
Okay.
missed Carver's
yeah.
recommendation. I will not go above 3 million. She sat here tonight and said that's what she was comfortable with. A 3005, mortgage tax,
Mortgage tax.
3005, only 200,000. So how much is that? I only wanted to be 200,000. Oh, increase to 200,000, so 950 plus 200,000.
Is
A.
sort of around where Mr. Mudavera is saying.
Right.
950 plus, I don't know, I need a total. 950, sorry, it's very
No,
late
the-
here right now.
No, this whole thing is to get,
It's gonna come.
Mr. Toro.
I know, I'm just trying to write it
Information
down
over there.
myself, but
All right, 950 and 200 is a 1.050. Right?
They had, just give them, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, you got it,
I honestly think that the casino, A3089, I really want to increase that revenue.
How much are you?
Like I'm thinking 500,000, but I don't know.
No, go ahead, put it on. This is where we can start to flow the numbers. That's why I wanted to flush it out and see where it lands.
I mean, we have a lot of things going on in the city. A new hotel coming up right there. The event center, and granted, people say they're not gonna come to the event center, go to the casino, but as a casino goer,
I agree with you.
there's more weddings going on there. Anyway.
No, yeah, if you don't mind, can you give us the A number for that? So Sam,
A3089,
and that's
H.
revenue?
H is in Henry. Yeah.
H30.
A3089H. Casino, it's right here
But Mr.
on this
Miller,
page, 12.
There you go, yeah.
and
Please.
so question around this, when I asked you about that, you said that was something you couldn't touch because it was a formula that was
Well, that's
already
what
worked out. So I think everybody needs to hear that
Mhm.
before we try to. make
That's
conclusions.
what we've been told, that we can't touch a number, there's a formula.
Yeah, but
I
we
think
don't know that.
America, we touched on that too, that there's a formula, but we don't have a concrete fact of saying, yes, there's a formula on that.
And that was the question.
Because sometimes it goes up, it keeps going up every year.
But
It
it's not
keeps
even,
changing, so.
yeah, so what is the basis for it changing? How is it increasing? Because I asked that question, we can.
More
Visitors.
visitors to the casino, drive up our revenue.
More events, more hotels.
Yes.
So that means our revenue is based on what they take in. So
Yes.
what is the formula? Then that means there's a formula. So what is it? Because that means we're anticipating more people coming. And therefore, there's a formula, like if instead of having, I don't know how many people go there, 50,000 last year, we're gonna have 75,000.
Direction, something that you can follow up with us.
Yeah,
Friday.
I can see if we could find it.
But can I just ask-
It's broken up by municipalities.
Right, they get
We
something.
won essentially the bids, I believe.
We get the
so-
short
We did.
end of everything.
And then the concessions was that we're only receiving the full amount.
Right,
Yes,
and
I
so
remember that.
I'm not disputing your amount, I just want to make sure that we're basing it on something concrete where we can get there.
so
we
is
can
this a
look-
time for, we can ask a question
Yes.
of our commissioner? So my question is, listening to everything that I just heard from my three colleagues, why then, I'm going to say, so where did we get the 4.1 proposed fee in the mayor's proposed budget?
That was also based, we had conversations with the county,
Okay,
so their numbers in line 4.1 for the city as well.
okay.
Yeah, because the
And
year-to-date's
same
2
thing for
million.
sales tax.
Yeah, no, I got all
numbers,
that.
Off conversations with them.
So, no offense to the conversations,
Mm.
can we see something in black and white?
Okay, good.
Just we'll carry through your number, hold the numbers there as the proposal.
Okay. And
And we'll
then,
follow up and see where is this formula or where is this narrative that's saying that this is our.
I'm gonna be very cautious of the CDBG money on A2178 and A2170.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. I gotta go back to it.
Only because I would like to hear from Commissioner LaFawn and Mr. Quincy as to if they have anything in the pipeline going against that kind of money. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, I'm thinking if they have it back in 2020 with some serious explanation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So if I may, the director was very clear, this money is not being brought up, this money is available there. It needs to be spent by mid next year or next year sometime, and if it doesn't, we are.
I have no issues with that, but
So
what if
the
all
whole
of a sudden
idea was
tomorrow, we're gonna
to-
put through all these
was
invoices,
to-
and then we have nothing for this year.
Again, I
this
think that our
past year.
commissioner would be able to kind of tell us that if there's unpaid invoices against that line for
I'm
this
happy
year.
putting it in, I just like an explanation.
So I think, in my opinion, we got the explanation from Ms. Carter. However,
Mhm.
if there's invoices, Mr. Gugamo, wouldn't you have it? If there's invoices that
They
are
would,
submitted?
they would be in the system if
Yeah.
they hit our
We
desk.
have that
Right, they'd be
report.
part of that open PO report.
Yeah, we had that report that you gave us.
So they would be actual stock as in process, they would go and get documents, and then you get the documents from the public.
You gave us a list of open POs, and I didn't see any significant amount there from,
What I'm sensing from Ms. Carver, presentation, is that this money was set aside for salary, and they were supposed to document every aspect of the work. I am thinking that, it's too much of a work for the department, so they decided to draw them directly from the salary line instead of, submitting it. Yes. And I will take the recommendation
I'm happy
and
putting it
suggestion
there,
that to
but I
put
would
some
also like
money
an
in there
explanation.
and to reduce, the
That's a
cost.
good question. That's what you're
An
saying.
explanation of why they haven't used the money. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I mean, I think we all-
She's jumping.
why, or do they have anything they're gonna put forward?
And the open POs.
but
Okay.
if this money's back in 2021, did they really respect that part with that?
Well, they can if they put invoices in, I don't know.
It
Well,
still
that's the question.
provides money, it's still available money before it has to be, it's no.
It's available, spend it, have they, or the ones that they were trying to spend it against, and those lines are even paid,
It's
it's
not
like.
based on
But
the
Mr. McGrath
development
used to pay
commissioners
for
that they have.
They already got
They have
paid.
not.
This employee already got paid, even the salary line.
Exactly.
But this money that was left because we didn't do our due diligence, so to tap into the.
She said she-
You talked me into it.
She said she's comfortable.
So-
She
so
said she's comfortable, but ask the question.
Yeah, no, but that's the question. No.
I'm sorry, but we got into another place. How much were you talking about increasing that casino license fee by?
Oh, 500.
Fine.
I'll write it down.
No, I like it. Please, this is
We are
where
kind of going back and
This
forth.
is where we need to make.
Can you tell me again what the
Get from
casino line number
residents.
I
was?
know. Yeah, and-
Mamma mia.
And I just realized I'm gonna do the same thing.
Anyway,
I gotta
all
find
right,
it again.
I guess I'm.
Casino
comfortable with
line
the
is on
202
page
and the
8.
Please, Ms. has the
All
floor.
right.
We're just trying to write down what she's saying.
Well, hold on. She's trying to follow along, so she's asking the page number so she can understand what Mr. Toro is saying. So
Oh.
that's what I'm trying to do is give her the page number, and I gave her the wrong one. So if you
Yeah.
give her the
I
page
got
number,
Cannabis.
Mr. Toro called it the A number,
Yes,
and then we just jump to the page.
yeah, I'm sorry,
And then
maybe I'm
follow.
going too fast, but,
If we're gonna have a side conversation while Mr. Toro is talking, we're not gonna get anywhere.
and A 1989 for seniors, I'm definitely in favor of finding $40,000 somewhere to put it back in the.
A 1989.
Again, like I said,
I don't even see
it's
that on.
invaluable.
$4.99,
You know,
that's
The-
$4.99.
the Hibernians, I'm sure we've been there, Porterfield yourself. These people go, they get a good meal, they don't have to worry about dinner for like $4 or $5. The rest is funded through us and through Capital Charities, who runs the program outside of the Hibernians also. I think it's extremely important we have something for our seniors, at least it's a little, it can't be like huge, but what we like to offer them. Yes.
Did you, say anything for 2178 and 2170? Because I haven't.
Yeah, 202 and 206, since I guess if they've already taken the money out of general
I'm gonna
fund
give up.
and spent it, but I
I'm gonna
just
give up.
don't understand.
And not utilizing the CDBG, they utilize other source of funding.
That bothers me, but
Yeah,
that's okay.
yes, it does. And that's what kind of like, is it more like this outside here that we need to know?
I'm gonna have to
Well,
wait
she
till I
did
get
say
your,
Roberta.
I can't keep up
There
with
is,
it.
did all the paperwork, and she's not there, and no one's doing the paperwork, and it's all gotta be documented way up there with funding.
It's the
government and
person who
everything else.
retired,
So-
that wonderful.
So I'm done, who's next?
Who would like, Ms. Patrick, would you like to go?
No, I'm not even, I'm just listening and we're gonna wait till I get my document on Friday back from Mr. Guggenbeck.
So are we not, you're not making no recommendation?
Do you have anything
I'd have to go
Okay,
line by
let's
line,
go
so,
back
So
to,
please.
You want to throw something
but
in?
Marion's,
so the allowance for uncollected taxes, you want to keep it the same
Yeah.
budget. Cannabis excise tax, what was that? I missed that one.
Cannabis,
Are you keeping that the same?
no, I was hoping that.
the wrong. Oh, I can find it now.
Sam, did you,
Cannabis,
can you share your notes with
You didn't have anything. for
Cannabis, she didn't say, Doreen didn't
2106,
say.
It was 700,000, I was, oh, I didn't touch on cannabis.
No, you didn't. Mr. Mudavaren said, let's put it at 1 million.
Right,
John sheet.
you're right, let me see. I definitely, since, year to date, we're almost there, so I guess I'd like to add $100,000 for cannabis. I don't think anymore.
So DD, 800,000.
A 1116.
No, I'm just putting DD for you, 800K.
I'm sorry, thank you, Sam. A 1116. I'm sorry, I'm very conservative. I don't know how we're gonna make it work, but. You see me?
Harry, you finish the note, Mr. Thorne?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Ms. Patrick,
I
Any
need to
recommendations?
be last because I want to hear what everybody else is saying. So Ms. Porterfield would be next, right? If we go around the table.
Going in order.
Are you ready?
I called on you to make any recommendation that you have.
I'm not ready to do
She's
that.
not ready. Mr. Porterfield's ready.
Yes, I am ready.
Thank you.
All right.
I like it.
I'm not sure.
I don't think it's-
Did they submit?
You take it.
Ms. Porterfield, you going?
It's
All right, thank you.
You have it actually.
I know you do.
Here it
I
is.
got it.
I got it. It looks like, well, I can give you mine if you want. Okay.
Oh, no, there it is. Okay. So, yes, I'm ready.
So she's starting on cannabis.
I am starting to understand it. So,
Okay, there we go. I got it. 1116.
so I wanted to increase the line of 1116, I should have put the lines in my email. The cannabis line, I wanted to increase that by 100,000 based on the opening of new sites in 2025. However, now that Mr. O'Brien has said that we have 2 more that were approved.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go up to another 50,000 on that, so to increase that by 150,000, line 1116.
Yep.
Because then we have 2 new stores open. All right. I apologize when Ms. Carver was here, that I should have had it from me. She explained to me, and Mr. Woodbury, could you tell us what the demolition line is for expenditure?
It's a contingency, it's eight.
Right,
It's
contingency.
89, don't know the object code fan, but it's under contingency.
All right,
So the $400,000 demo is on the back?
I'm looking.
under contingencies.
Yes,
So-
contingency is 400,000.
So what Ms. Carver said, and we did definitely double back with her on this, but we were having a conversation, and she said there is CDBG money that is allowed for contingency, excuse me, for demolition.
Demolition, I think she talked about that.
But, so we can be offsetting that number by what's available in CDBG, and again, I apologize, and ask for that question. We need to know what that number is, and how much we can put against the 400.
Use the CDBG money that is.
400,000.
Can we have that as a question, please?
Yes, I just want to clarify too, in past years, history-wise, it's not only demolition, so there's some things that come up, the city is unforeseen, unaware of, and that will be.
So that's why it's
But
called
the
contingency.
majority that so far, in the last couple of years, have been demolition.
Okay.
So
So,
there are other items that do come ahead of the line, depending on what happened in the course of the year.
so what I think we should look at is how much we've used in demolition, and how much is available in CDBG, and reduce the line by that.
Okay.
Because when I know when we were discussing that line, it was very clear that demolition is the large part of it. And if
So,
it's available money otherwise, you should get it, and I guess I can text her, but she might not want to hear from us for some minutes.
No. No follow-up with a question. Ms. Michael, can you please, take a side note on that?
It would be good if we knew the number.
Proposal,
Oh, we do, it's like
contingency,
Mr. Williams put it on to reduce it.
A 1989, 485, contingency, page 30.
Page 30.
Right, and then year to date right now, because we did talk about this, is $282,501, so. We have to even spend. We might get to $300.
There it is, 1989, 485.
So,
So what do you want that to be?
I'm sorry.
so I wanna know.
Or Marion, I'm sorry, yes.
I wanted to know how much we have spent, well, I know how much we spent, what I wanna know is how much was essentially for demolitions used out of this, how much is available through CDBG? I'm sorry?
No, sorry, go finish up.
And how much is available through CDBG, and we could reduce that line, maybe not exactly the amount, but to some level of that, because if there's money that we could spend through CDBG, and take it out of there, we wanna have it here. So much.
Yeah,
I don't know.
before you proceed,
I-
Mr. Cora has
I did have decreased that line
proposal.
100,000.
Increase it or decrease?
Decreased.
Decrease
That
it.
same line?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay, I have
So you want to
300.
decrease that line?
A 1989, 485, contingency.
Down to 300,000.
It's on page 30.
Surely, so that is Mr. Cora recommendation. Okay, thank you.
So I may, depending on what Ms. Carver has to say, might be
Decrease by
more.
how much?
But
I decreased by how much?
100,000 to 300,000, right, Dorian?
Yes, so we're back in 100,000.
lower by 100,000, so I'll make that a sheet. So for me, I would have to see how much Ms. Carver said that was available for us to be able to do that,
Mhm.
and maybe we can lower it even more, and also.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So there's a question gonna be emailed out to Ms. Carver.
Right. I don't need to go over what other people said, but I did want to, well, I was right here, but I wanted to add back, oh no, we're not doing this, we're not doing that yet, how much we're spending. I wanted to use the maximum fund balance allowed to minimize tax increases, including, I understand, the contracts that may be outstanding. So I'd like to know what that number would be.
That's
Well, I'd
for
like to see it,
executive session.
Unassigned funds.
unsigned notes. What that
We
number,
have, well, 6.1 million minus 2 million budget, so it's 4.1.
right,
And you know what?
I didn't say all of it, I said the maximum, so you said, so there's a hundred.
If the council wanted to use all of that, they could.
I didn't ask that, I just not what I asked. What it says is the maximum, when I say maximum fund available, okay, maybe I should expand on that, that doesn't, that we have to have, like you said, 15%. So get us to the 15%. What's that number?
Well, 50% of the general operations budget would be your number.
So yeah, I would like the number, and then you could, subtract out, you said, for the 300,000 for one contract, and
600 for one and 250 for the
But we
other.
should, isn't that an executive session kind of thing?
Why?
Because
Why?
they're still negotiating those contracts.
yeah, but we're just going,
Oh, okay,
just
okay.
general.
Just a guess.
He said it yesterday. Just a
Okay.
guess.
So,
600,
so
250, I think it's more than
15% of the operating budget of 26 for under would be 18 million.
All on site, we need 18 million, and on site,
That's just 15% of it.
and all on site, we have to have 15 million. So when's the last time we had that?
We had 12 million last year until we used half of it.
So when's the last time we had 18? I mean, in 1 year, I'll just, in 2011, the mayor said there was gonna be 75,000, and he's okay with it. So let's ask him if it's okay with it again this year. Now, I'm trying to go that low, but, so 18 million has to all be unassigned, it does it's not.
That's 50% of the general pool.
Mm-hmm.
I think I gave you a packet from, let's see.
Office of Control.
Said there's an example of 15%.
Right, and there's also an example there that says that, 2 months of expenditures is also what you could base it on, since we don't have our own policy.
Yeah.
So there's more than one,
I think the lowest is 5%. And then it's older, as high as over 15%, so it fluctuates.
well, think we're gonna have to use more of our fund balance, so I'd like to see us be able to use what we can to get this to a place where we're not, first of all, exceeding our tax cap and also having a negative tax. So. That's, and I think everything else that I have, I did the cannabis, right? With Mr.
Yes, you do.
You said that, increase the cannabis line by 100,000.
There was something,
150.
yeah,
Oh, 150?
That's
That's
the
150.
recommendation.
after Mr. O'Brien said.
Oh, you changed, okay, to 150,
The
okay.
two are
I
already-
probably voted on my
I think
budget.
it was, so.
So
that,
Let's see.
so I think that's it for the
revenue.
The revenue
the
side,
revenue side.
do you have any expenditure you wanna touch on?
Yeah, I thought we were doing it.
Revenue?
Okay.
So,
Just going back to fund balance, do you have a number over the 2 million that you're looking to utilize?
No, I don't have the number. I'm saying to you, what is the number that we can use? You say we need to have 18 million, would you have it happen?
No. Yeah, there's in the package. Someone's got that.
Mm-hmm.
5%, 15 would be above.
Right, but we don't have a policy, so that's what I'm saying. We don't have a policy, right? We don't have a written fund balance
I
policy.
don't think it's there, but that's one that I found out.
Okay, all right, so we're kind of like, I wouldn't say yes and developing if we don't have that. So I would like us not be able to increase tax 17%. So I'm, I know that you want us to have, I don't know.
Well, we all want.
What did you say? What did you say?
Somewhat of a cushion.
So,
that's right.
The uncertainty.
For emergencies.
So, and some of this for me is gonna be based on how much we can recapture here with all the different revenue changes that we're gonna be doing, then how much we will need out of the fund balance. So I would like to use the maximum. We haven't put these two things together. Are you following me so far? So we have to put these two things together, how much we can increase our revenue, which has been some pretty significant, I think. And then use our fund balance to make up for that, so that we're not being tax cap. That's my goal. I'm just let everybody know. That is my goal, not to exceed the tax cap, and to also not to have a 17% tax increase. I don't want to say a percentage right now. I'd like it to be zero. Don't. So I'd like to know from you what number you come up with fund balance.
2 million.
2 million, Gary?
What's
No, I'm
already,
saying
the
2
2
million
million that's
is
already in
Oh.
this budget is what you're comfortable with?
Yes.
That's what I'm, okay.
Okay, so it's got 2 million, remaining 2 million is all we should spend.
Correct.
Well, okay, I'm not agreeing with that. And
This
then
past
have a
year,
lot left.
Huh?
We don't have a lot left. I
Basically
mean,
50% of our fund balance
We have,
for this year.
I know, just like, that is, that's true.
guys, let's,
Yes.
let's.
So right now, there's 3 million left.
No, there's 6.1, we're utilizing to
Right.
propose, that would be 4.1 available.
Mhm.
Depending on union contracts, that might be drastically changed.
Then I say, use a million, okay, the million number. Fund balance, I would say that.
It's 3 million, so.
No one's.
Plus, no, 3 million, 2 plus the 1
Two,
million.
two that's already in there.
Okay, I'm like, wait, don't say I tried to. But maybe I can say I do that.
So, can you put that in the notes also?
Yes.
Plus $1 million from the fund balance, and a Mr. Field recommendation.
Which brings us down sort of, I know we can't calculate it because of the contracts.
3.1.
million
That would leave us 3.1.
3.1.
minus contracts.
So say 2,
Oh, right.
maybe less.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you have any more
Well,
on that? If I'll move to,
let's see.
Mr. Farley, and then,
So just like kind of finish up on this conversation that we all know, we all get the email that brings Mr. McGill. So, yeah, so just to finish up on the conversation in terms of the fund balance hanging out there, is my intent is that we would be that, but we would be looking at, again, our pilots so that we can start and raise that function of getting forward to, and we have 2 weeks, 1 expiring next year, 2 expiring the following year, so that we can start, building up on fund balance. So.
Thank you. So yeah, Mr. Gillen's letter that he did send to us, I think it's appropriate that I read it. And I do want to make a note that the one expiring next year for, State Street, what's the address there? I know,
Just mention that.
well, the one expiring next year, I'll just give you the date.
Yes, please don't mention the address.
Well, the one expiring 2/28/26, that came off of pilot already. Can you just-
The one going on to what? It came on what?
It already came off this year. Can you just go to that next?
Then why would it came off, then why is it on here like it's going to come off?
I know, it's already come off.
Well, wait, and how would you know that?
I suppose, after we received this email and all these, pilot, things from, Mr. Gillen this morning, which was the first time that I've got to see him, I did reach out to, our assessor and, receiver faxes to go over, the pilots, exactly how they work. Each one is so different. Each one is individual. Some years, sometimes they start out with no taxes, and then after 3 years, they start paying taxes, and most of them have to increase 5% until they're full rate. But
So let me,
Mr.
before you start there, because I see where this is going. I started talking about pilot quite a while ago. I started talking about pilot quite a while ago. There was an email sent, which we all received, and I followed up. I made it clear when we started this budget process that I'm not trying to get pilots to, it's not for this year's budget, but moving forward. So if there's an implication that there's information that you're not receiving, I made it clear that I've been talking about pilots, I've been talking to the assessor's office about it. And so until I'm ready to proceed with my exact plan, I don't feel like I need to give it out there. You have it now, that's fine, only because people asked for it. So this is something that I've been working on until we came to a final thing and waiting for the other information from Miss McElroy. We would have gotten it. We're here now because it was asked that Mr. Gillen come, he couldn't come, and this information came forward. So just to be clear about all of that, in terms of that you not having it or somebody not having it. Again, how many times have I sat at the table and said, I'm looking at pilots and I'm asking for information about pilots? So this doesn't impact this current budget. It impacts going forward in my mind, and that's what I was working on and looking towards. So I just want to make that abundantly clear.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, absolutely clear. But after last night's conversation, I thought that maybe there was one pilot that might affect next year, but it's already, they've already pulled up. So Mr. Gillen wrote, and I think we owe him an explanation. Good morning, I have a Metroplex board meeting this evening at 5:30 p.m., so I cannot attend the council meeting this evening. We sent the council a report on pilots on August 4th. We sent an updated report on 9/24 to Council President Porterfield and offered at that time to discuss any agreements. I have had no responses from any council member to either pilot report. Please note that the pilot report shows that 25 pilots put properties back on the tax rolls that previously were tax exempt and paid zero in taxes. Please note that an additional 27 pilots allowed vacant buildings or sites that paid nominal taxes to generate new revenue. One council member at your meeting mistakenly said that the county attorney is involved in these agreements. That is not the case. There is a formal process that governs the adoption of any pilot, including a public hearing, public notice, and approval at our meetings, which are televised and are all open to the public. I would be happy to attend any future meetings and review any questions you have. These agreements have been powerful new revenue generators for the city, and we are very proud of our role in dramatically improving the city and its tax base. Many other metro projects like the casino do not involve pilots, yet generate millions in revenue for the city. When I sent the information back in August, I was hoping that I might receive some feedback, but have received none to date. I am always willing to available to discuss any questions. Ray. And in response to that, and speaking with my assessor today, I did find out that a lot of these pilots on here, especially certain kinds of pilots given, this is, I can't mention them, are looking for money, and the money, the city can't help these individual businesses because of a rule called 45B under the business law. So anyway, that's why Metroplex steps into a lot of these properties that have a pilot to help out the city to increase tax revenue, housing, and everything else. So I just thought that we needed to at least respond to what we all sat here last night and talked about, the pilot, so.
And there's more to that, and so furthermore, and I think I also mentioned, I was in touch with Ms. McElroy, and she was developing a report, and she said it was gonna take a while, and so I talked to Mr. Holdenkamp, since we want to discuss all of it. I talked to Mr. Holdenkamp and asked about, getting the actual pilot, agreements. And she said, and he said, you get that from Ms. McElroy. So I asked her for it. She told me it's gonna take some time to put together. So I'm not going to give like half information, like, okay, or, and not have all the information for me. Say it again, I was working on this, I didn't say it, and maybe nobody was listening. And in terms of pilots, because we need to take a look at that. And if there's another report that I received, that there's something called residential pilot. So I'm not gonna get deep into it, but there are pilots where people are paying based on the particular development that the person who moves into it, and I guess they're buying them in these particular ones, that lowers their taxes. So I need to get some clarity on how that works as well. And if you want to ask Ms. McElroy or Mr. Gill about that, you can. But there are people who own or buy these condos that are being built. And so the pilot passes on to individuals like where you were out, and you've gotten that. So I would have to say, maybe there's no businesses that get it, but there are some residential pilots. I'm trying to get clarity on how that works.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ford, you finished? Mr. Farley, can you go through your recommendation?
Relatively brief. Okay, so first line is A1002, uncollected factors. I'm aligned with Mr. Varian's suggestion, reducing that 850. You said 800,000, right? But I said 850.
He said 850.
Oh, you said 852.
He
So
wanted 2
850.
million.
That's fine, we're close.
That's
He
okay.
wanted to go to 2 million.
Huh?
850.
Yes, wanted to go to 2 billion, which would, that would show back up in our general fund, okay?
I'm sorry, you're one.
Sure, A1002.
Oh,
Mhm. So it's just that one's kind of weird because it's like a reduction there. It's okay. Okay, next line, A116, that's the cannabis tax. Based on the conversation here, I would feel comfortable adding 150,000 to that.
You know what? I'm sorry.
Sure,
But
no-
you said,
no
well,
worries.
you said 2 million for the first one that you were talking about, right? I'm sorry, I'm losing track here.
It's okay.
For
A1002,
A1002, you're saying
that we should reduce that
to 2
number
million?
to 2 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yup,
I'm sorry.
which
Now
would be a
for-
net, would be a gain of 850,000. Okay? Okay, moving on to cannabis, which is A116.
Mhm.
I feel comfortable increasing that based on the conversations here tonight. I feel comfortable I'm raising that $150,000.
To 850.
Okay, and now I'm gonna go to the fines parking. And so after the presentation, now there's a caveat here because I think we need to understand, I need to be clear on if that is already included in the existing budget or not. And if it is not, then I $440,000 based on the formula, that's just strictly based on the formula that the chief talked to us about today. And if not, then I would be, looking to increase that 220,000.
May I?
Sure.
May I, before you proceed?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the 2025 estimates on the 2610, the times parking. 2025.
What page are you on? Just because I was going off the email.
Page 11.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong one.
Page 11?
Yes.
Oh, of our regular budget.
So 2025, we're carrying 910. They rolled the same number into 2026 because they did not factor in the new program that they're doing. This is a new program that just started.
Okay, so.
That's what my understanding is. So
Sure.
So the 910, they expect to do the same, 2025, 910 into 2026. But because of this new program, it's increasing the revenue.
Sure, so.
No, I just want to clarify.
Yeah, not,
If you look at it, if you look at it, 2025 and 2022, it's the same
yeah,
number.
it's absolutely
It
so.
didn't increase from 910 to plus 910 plus 400.
Sure. So I guess my only question then is, they gave us, see, I'm adding that 440,000 based on the formula that you gave us, that you've given as well. But they told us that is what created this program that they're doing, gave us the 220,000 to begin with. So if that's the case, then I would wonder where they would get that information from. See what I'm saying? So in other words, they're saying that it's 910, but if they didn't include it, then they were just telling us numbers that only they know, is what you're saying.
That's correct. That's what the sheet is.
Okay.
They have an internal proposal. This is what they intend to
Certainly.
to increase revenue.
So for my numbers, I would agree, and based on the formula, because that's the number I got to, up to $440,000, in the case that it's not included. If we misunderstood it, then I would be subtracting that in half.
So you think, can just.
Sure.
To keep me,
Mhm.
so you're saying, does the 910 include the 440? Is that what you're saying? That's
No.
what you want to know?
Yeah, so I want to be really clear as to if this new program, because what the increase is based on the program. They're saying that this many sessions equal $220,000.
Right.
Mr. Motivarian understands it as, yes, that's correct, but that's not reflected in this existing budget. So, and he said, so let's double it, which would be 440. However, if it is included, then I would say, and we double it, then it would go to 220s, not to 440. So my contingency is if it's there, if it's included, and we double it, then add 220,000. If it's not included and we double it, then add 440,000.
So do you know the answer to that?
He doesn't, because he has a different, there's been.
I could send an email to the chief.
Okay.
And let me clarify.
Sure.
And go from there.
Thank you.
The simplest.
Yeah, so I just thought the easiest way to do it would just give my numbers in both case
Yes.
scenarios.
Yes, I think you're right.
Make notes of
Sure. Okay, and so then I'll go, I'm just gonna go around different end now. For our CBDG money, so my understanding is 200K, that's line A1621 is where we'd be adding that money. So when I say adding, we would be adding this money to that line, meaning that the money that's in the existing line now would go back to our general fund for 200,000.
Okay.
Sure.
Are you revenuing, or are you?
That sounds like an expense, right?
So no. So to be clear, I'm talking about what Ms. Barber presented with us tonight.
Mhm.
She presented us with 200, I believe it was $2,000 in one case. And,
200,000.
huh?
You said 200,000?
Yeah. And then
Oh, I
the
got
next
it right
one
here.
was $206,000, if I'm correct.
They were both 200 and 200.
They're
Oh,
both,
two, no.
No,
One was 209.
Snap is
I can't even read my own writing.
Code is 206.
so you give me your read again down.
First one, A to 2170A, was 202,000.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one, A 2170C, was 206,000.
Okay, correct. That's what I got. So,
Okay.
sure. So So I'm suggesting that, so that would be, we can't just add that to revenue. In order for us to access that fund, we have to put this 202,000 into line A1621. And then the money that's existing in that would go back to our general fund.
It's not A166, but I think it would have to go to an, you have to put it into an
You're
expense.
increasing these revenue lines that announce, Ms. Carter stated.
Okay, I guess I'm doing the math because she said it had to be in this department in order for accesses, but that's more operational stuff. So I would just add those to the line.
You just add
Sure,
it to those
sure.
2170A.
Yeah, so I would increase the revenue lines about 202,000 in one case and 206,000 in the other, right?
2170A, I think you wanted to do 202.
Mm-hmm.
And 2170C, I think you're saying
206, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to write that
Sure.
on my paper.
Going to move on to the next one.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Listen, man, y'all got to calm down a little bit. All right, though? I'll make
So,
sure.
Are you gonna invite dinner for us?
No, man, I'm sorry? No, I'm not using my email. I'm just using my, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm almost done, y'all.
Take your time, no rush.
No, we almost done. Okay, so, line A3089H, the casino. I'm with, I agree with Mr. Turl in increasing that line. She had it at 500. You had it at 500, right? I'm just saying I'm saying 200. Okay? Yeah.
Please tell me the line again, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It is A3089H, right? Did I say that right?
3089H is your heading.
89H, got it.
Okay.
Okay,
You
and
good?
you're saying what?
And I'm saying increase that by 200,000. I want to say 500 too, Doreen, but I can't quite get there.
I know, I'm hopeful.
Yes. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the sales of houses. That is line A2660A.
Keep going, please.
Okay, I want to make sure everybody's there, man. All right.
We
We spend more time doing
I
it.
know it's homes, and
Okay.
usually that just pops out of, 2660A.
Yes. Okay, we're there. So I feel comfortable increasing that line $500,000.
So, okay, 3,500,000.
So you want to go to 3.5 million.
$500,000. Correct. For our mortgage tax increase. So I have a question mark here because I want to get, Mr. Mudavarian, could you just give me a little bit your reasoning on that again?
Okay, it's based on the trend that's happening in Schenectady. We have seen the house price escalated over the last 2 years. The sale price is far higher than 3 years ago.
Absolutely.
So the mortgage is more higher. So in that case, the municipality will generate more revenue, mortgage tax revenue. And that's how I'm factoring that.
Sure.
So as the house price keep rising, the mortgage keep going up, the taxes keep going up for us.
That's what we discussed
So that's,
yesterday.
yeah, we talked about, yes.
Okay, and now was the two properties that are wrapping up soon, the two high value properties, was that wasn't attributed to that line?
That's two different.
That wasn't
Not the house sales, because
Correct.
we talk about that since you're.
right, but we wasn't sure about the second one. Yeah, so that's why I
Two
did
different
500.
things.
Okay.
The house sales, the
Absolutely.
sale of house, because of why my number went up that high.
Oh, no, I know why.
Is, the mayor is looking at, okay, we have two big projects
Right.
that happen, where that sort of is gonna happen this year. So those two, more than likely will roll over into next year. And we're looking for high numbers there. So we have 3 million And they're saying, okay, it's gonna happen this year, it's what might not happen. So that money needs to roll over into next year, so that's all factored in the 1.5 million.
Yes, so,
It's gonna happen next year.
and that based on
Because
what,
we only have 2 months more.
Schenectady.
Yes.
I thought you said
Yeah.
1.4 million, but you're saying 1.5 million?
Yes.
yes, 1.5 million.
So what
He
did you
has-
say?
So for that line, I just wanted to make sure that so for that line, based on what Ms. Carver was saying, and I figured those two property sales going through can make a huge difference, but being that we're not exactly sure where they will fall, I just felt I went a little more conservative at 500,000 on that one. Okay.
So instead of 950.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to reference that.
Oh, I'm
Yep,
sorry.
yep. So no, that I did something confusing, that's fine.
So go back to your mortgage.
Okay, so for a mortgage tax, I felt comfortable increasing that $200,000.
So that would be, 1.
83005, yes, $200,000. So that would be 1.2. All right. So I already went through. And bus patrol. Bus patrol. Let me make sure I got that line right. That's A2610B, right?
And like Nancy.
And like Nancy? Okay,
Yes.
pardon. Yeah, so being that there's $600,000 out there, I felt comfortable in saying, agreeing, like if we could collect a third of that, I'm pretty confident that just a third of that would get us to $200,000. So that's where I was at on that line. Increase of $200,000, being that just 600, basing that on just being successful collecting a third of that.
You're very conservative.
Huh?
You're very conservative.
What? No, really. I was say you had more than that. Oh, I was say you were. Okay, I was say you were higher than that. All right, and so, and the last thing, as far as our golf. Listen, I was faster than all of y'all, by the way, just so you know. I'm like going record time compared to how y'all did. So
No, there's more proof.
okay, all right. Hey, listen, I'll just say, all right, all right. So our golf reserve, which is CR9950 for the golf reserve. There, could you help me understand that again? Because I want to make sure that I'm understanding that. Because what I see is, I was suggesting that golf reserve money goes into the capital fund, but for the golf course particularly. That's how I understand that. I'm looking at revenue, I believe, if I go to
Aren't you looking at the transfer from the?
So what you're gonna have to do is gonna have to some increase the golf fund fee with the reflect on the revenue lines, which they usually bring the calendar on that and then Chris in January. So they have to figure out what is $150,000 increase. Then you go to your expense line and transfers. So you transfer the general fund and then that increase by 150.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, because right now it says, let me see it.
Where are we?
Let me make sure I'm in the right place here.
Trying to find it.
Yeah, it's like in the back here, so it's
Well, the
not-
back has the golf.
yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
but it doesn't have that.
Wait, that.
Page,
Like under golf, not
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah,
Each line is the transfers for the golf fund.
you're right. So if you look at the bottom of page 90,
Mhm.
right, where it says, I'm looking at transfer to capital fund.
Mhm.
So in 2023, it was 213,000.
It would be the general fund. Are you looking for youth?
No. Youth is covered.
You're trying, maybe finish.
It says right
Yeah,
here,
yeah. Yep.
CR99019001 transfer to the general fund. Is
Right.
on page 90 where he says.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So listen, so let me follow my train of thought if you can for a second. So what I'm saying is that on line CR9950498, that says transfer to capital fund. Now, when we say transfer to capital fund, that's transfer to the golf course's capital fund, correct? Or is that the city?
That goes into the optimum, so it's the reserves.
The reserves for the golf course. Do you understand?
Overall, so, overall.
It's not just for the golf
Right.
course.
And it's,
No.
No, it's just for the golf.
Right, it's just for the golf course.
because we can't use capital money
Yes.
for youth.
No, yes, we can, no, you're not listening to the thing. So, no. How I understand it, that there is a reserve fund or a capital fund. So in other words, a portion of revenues that the golf course makes, they take that money and put it into a line for their specific capital fund.
Okay.
So we
Yes.
can access that money.
Sure.
The reason why we can't use other capital fund money is because we borrow that money to do capital projects. This is money that's coming into the city that is earmarked for the golf course's capital fund.
So what capital fund would you do with that money?
So what I'm suggesting is that if we look at it in 2023, it was 213,000. 2024 it was 160,000. So I was saying that 150,000, that I think that's a fair.
But it's capital money.
You're wrong.
Can I just ask you a question?
No, it's not.
I hear you, it's
It-
general fund money,
No,
because
it's capital fund.
No, it's not.
it doesn't become
No, it's
capital
not.
until they spend it on their own projects.
Yeah, it's not. So what they're doing,
But we're not
Can
talking.
we please, let him finish, let him, please.
So I think the fact that, Mayor, it says transfer to capital fund is kind of what might be throwing you off.
It's not throwing me off at all because I see the transfer to the general fund.
Exactly.
That's where I thought we
From
were
the
going.
golf,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah.
from golf.
Okay, all right, so I.
Is it not?
Yes, it is. So listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna use a hypothetical number here just so the math is a lot easier, okay? Say say that the golf course makes $200,000 in revenue. $100,000 of that revenue goes into our general fund, is what is the line you're talking about. Then the golf course takes the other $100,000 and transfers that into their own capital fund, which actually could be money that goes into the general fund. This is not. Are you following? You see what I'm saying now? Yeah, that's what's happening, right?
There's a hand up over there though.
And I have a hand too.
So I have a question for the commissioner,
Mhm.
because historically, the golf fund has always been, for lack of a better term, a lockbox. It goes way back because, of improvements that needed to be done, that weren't done, and they wanted to create a dedicated funding stream, so any, the fees of the golf course would be generated to deal with golf course improvements and maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, so is the golf fund transferring money to the general fund?
So,
What's
And
the?
every year, there's a certain amount that we transfer over to the general, to the water, the sewer. To see the budget.
Yeah.
We earmark a certain amount of capital fund money, so we don't end up borrowing for capital projects
At the golf
That's why we earmark a certain amount there, so I wouldn't suggest dipping into that.
That's fine. What I'm saying is that the restrictions, when we're talking about capital money in any other place in this budget, those are funds that we have very tight restrictions that we have, right? That's law. This capital money is only capital money because we're calling it capital money, but it really could go into the general fund, right or wrong.
Can I ask a question? Because my understanding has always been, for all the years that I've been on doing this, that is what we're doing on page 90.
Wrong.
Let's
We're
get a
already
clarification from Matt.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's
asking,
go on
I would like to ask our commissioner from Derek.
Matt and Wally knows more about this than I think anyone.
Okay. He just.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
That's all.
okay.
I just want to ask this one question.
Certainly.
Because
But
I thought, if you look at page 90, I thought that the transfer to the general fund, the transfer to the water fund, and the transfer to the sewer fund is coming from golf fund.
It is.
Yeah,
It
so
is.
we already are taking the golf money and putting it into those free funds.
We are.
And if you look, also, we're not taking any money and putting it into a capital fund for this year.
Go ahead.
No, it just because we don't know, we are gonna take money, and put it into a capital fund.
Oh,
this year.
because we don't have the final
We just don't
figures
have the
yet.
money.
We don't have the final figures
We
yet.
don't know at the end if we're gonna have a surplus.
Right,
Sure.
that's right,
So
because
this
we
money
started
is
out,
kind of, that's why you don't see a budget amount of
Right.
proposed or adopted for 2020.
gotcha.
Correct.
Yeah. Commissioner, the transfer to the water and sewer fund is because the facility uses water and sewer.
Correct.
So therefore, it's representing the pay-as-you-go
Right.
golf course.
Correct.
So that's how come you're getting those transfers, not just for bookkeeping purposes, it's
Oh, no.
representing the use.
Correct.
So the capital fund transfer is the money that will be used for capital projects
For the golf course.
at the golf course.
Yes.
So that money's been generated from the fees of golfers.
Correct.
So, and therefore, in keeping with the lockbox mentality, why the very fact that we have a separate line items for the golf
Mhm.
has to be kept separate. Is that?
No, it does not
Is
have.
that,
From,
no?
from my understanding, through years past, that's how it's always been done.
I'm not asking how it's always been done. I'm asking is that are we legally obligated to do it that way?
And I gotta say,
I would have to, I can't give you an answer right now, I would have to look in.
Okay.
He wants to talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look, it's the golf and what created it, it's in our code. I think the commissioner got to look at it, I don't know. But the idea is, it was a lockbox for capital improvements, because it was under the golf course was going in a certain negative direction. And that was the way the council at the time wanted to go to create a fund for it, separate from the general fund.
So can I ask one question
Sure.
about what you're trying to get? Is there a reason that you wouldn't look at the transfer to the general fund for that money?
Because the transfer to the general fund, that money is already in the general fund. It's already there.
He's looking for more money.
So in other words, of course I,
No, I know,
yeah,
I'm
that's,
not. I'm just
we
saying.
all are, right? Then we just do that? Or am I missing something? We all said move, take, but right, so that's what I'm doing.
And then you
Yeah.
have the golf course borrow the capital instead of funding their own.
If,
I'm
or
not
maybe,
saying
no,
that-
I understand what you're saying,
But that's what you're getting at.
or
We could have
maybe,
376,000 more.
or maybe we just recognize that we just invested $3 million of ARPA fund into the golf course just last year. And recognizing that we put $3 million into the golf course fund, that there is no lockbox fund. We're calling this capital funds, but these funds are not under the same restrictions that other capital funds are, because we're borrowing capital funds for capital projects. This is city revenue that we're holding aside for capital projects, strictly for the golf course. And I'm saying that we just put $3 million in the golf course, and this is not the year to be doing it.
But I understand, Mr. O'Brien.
I think the description needs to be changed, because that is revenue that is coming in from the golf course,
Thank you.
and they're trying to hold that money. The surplus is being used to help with projects within the golf course. So it's revenue,
Exactly.
like back out expenditure, surplus, they hold it in there for future project. That is not capital. It should be capital project. It's for capital project, but it's not
Yes,
capital
but it's not
project
capital money. Exactly.
So
it's
that
for capital
description needs
projects
to be
right now.
changed.
Well, they've been using it for capital.
Yes.
What I'm saying, the same way that Mr. Williams is suggesting that we're not borrowing all of this money for capital projects in other places, because that's going to impact the city. What I'm saying is that this is a fund that has been called something and operating something other than what I believe it is, to Mr. Mudavarian points, but I'm saying that this is money that's accessible to us. And being that, I don't think that that's a tall order. It is, absolutely it
So
is.
we're not gonna use it. We're not touching it.
Well, I
Just
think we
saying.
should. I
Well,
just think,
And you gotta stay away from giving them 3 million, because we handed out a lot of ARPA money.
but no,
But
I'm
we're
not talking about
expecting
facts.
Anything back from people.
Of course we are. The whole point of us investing into the golf course,
Well, to increase revenue, to increase revenue.
so we can, right, so when we need
To
revenue.
put back into the golf.
I'm no.
So, can we
Are we
just,
are we not gonna talk over each other?
no,
Done.
so,
Please,
Well, I raised my hand.
please,
I did
please,
raise my hand.
hold on. Finish off your presentation, please. Please. You finished?
I'm done.
No, but you had,
Can I just add something to your presentation?
Sure, I'm
So,
okay.
because when, Matt Daly was here, he was talking about different ways. He came up with a scenario where they would do, any bank or something to raise that extra money, charge people whatever is a whole, or however you guys would
Sponsors,
do that
have
stuff.
sponsors for the
Right,
goals.
have sponsors,
Have a golf
et cetera, and have that money definitely dedicated to the service program. So I just want to just bring that back to the conversation, because he did introduce a possibility of a way to get done what you're trying to get done, which is, I guess, another 150, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What I'm trying to increase revenues. What I'm saying is that we found the money for the youth program. We still have to find money, well, for multiple things. But I'm saying that this money going back into the general fund can support the senior program, and the rest of the money can go back into the general fund to support other things, is what I'm saying. And I think it's being that we did invest $3 million into the golf course, is because it's supposed to generate revenue for the city. This is city revenue money that is being earmarked for things, and it's acting like it's restricted in this lockbox, but there is no lockbox for this money. This is city money, and we should have access to it and put it into our budget as we see fit.
it is not restricted.
This is
What are you trying to?
not guaranteed though, that's why it's not.
My number of
You
100.
can't account for it.
Sure, my number 150,000 is based on the last 2 years of reporting, where one was 213,000, and then last year was 160,000. So that's how I justify my 150,000.
What they've been doing over the year is the surplus. They hold on to the surplus to help with their project within the golf course. So it's more of money there to kind of like carry them on into doing different projects. But
I know what they did.
It can be used for any other purpose.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Farley is saying.
And what I'm saying
You
is,
are correct.
and I'm saying, being that we just invested $3 million in that,
Yeah.
into that golf course, $150,000 coming back into city revenue should not be a problem. All right, I'm done.
Okay, I guess I want to say that, again, the reason we put $3 million into the golf course was because the golf course is one of the true revenue drivers. It makes money. Every year, we increase the fees that we charge to people who come and use the golf course. And I also want to always say, I'm not a golfer, I don't use the golf course, but I am chair of Health and Recreation. So I do look at all the parks and the golf course in my work as a city council person. So what I've learned over the years, it is a revenue driver. I just want to remind you, if we didn't put that revenue back into the golf course, we would have to find money to pay the expenses for all the maintenance and improvements to the golf course every year. So the golf course is self-generating what it then uses to maintain its golf course. Our golf course is widely recognized throughout the capital region from people who are members of like private clubs where they pay $1 zillion to be in these private clubs as one of the jewels of the city of Schenectady. We're recognized because of things like Central Park and how fabulous all the options at Central Park are, how fabulous our golf course is. So I would argue against using golf money for anything but the continued maintenance and improvements of the golf course. And the $3 million in ARPA funding that we used, I just want to remind everybody that for years, we've had a manual system where they literally had to go around and turn spigots in order to irrigate the golf course. When the $3 million paid for a state-of-the-art irrigation system that now, like many things in our lives, can be controlled even by a phone to irrigate our system. Otherwise, you'd have staffing, you'd have all sorts of other things that you would have to do in order to maintain the pristine nature of the golf course, for which we also charge residents and non-residents to play golf. So I would not touch, and we already use money for other, unless I'm reading this wrong or have been reading it wrong for 5.5 years, we use money from the golf course into other funds.
Yeah, but you already wrong because we use money for the other funds
Because we're using water.
because we're using water
and
from,
sewers,
right, so.
as Mr.
Right.
O'Brien.
Can we allow one to talk,
Yeah.
please?
Yes, I was finishing my statement.
Okay,
I
okay.
was finishing. my
I thought she was
Yeah.
responding to me, so I was responding to her.
Yeah.
So is it?
But before you, Corporation Council, let me go back into the Gulf. And you're saying that, the golf course is generating revenue. The golf course is generating enough revenue to sustain themselves.
I said
They're
that.
not generating revenue to bring into the general fund.
I think I said that.
No,
the
let
golf
me
course
clarify your
is
statement.
self-sustaining.
So they are not what we're trying to say, okay, we generate millions of dollars in revenue and we're putting it in the general fund. They are generating enough money to keep them afloat.
Yes.
And to
I
maintain
was
that.
wrong with my last.
So I want to clarify that because if you look at the revenue here, there's nothing else coming into the general fund to say that we make $250,000, $300,000, and we're putting that into the general fund, and then we can say, well, there's a surplus, and here goes general fund, take this $250,000. This course is sustaining itself based on expenditure and revenue. Whatever surplus they get every year remains within a department to help them with projects. So they're break even on this project, on this golf course.
Right.
So there's no excessive revenue. So when we use the term that they're generating revenue to maintain themselves.
Okay.
I want to clarify that because that may be a perception out there that, well, the golf course is bringing in millions of dollars.
And
they are bringing in money to help themselves.
And the money that I'm talking about,
That's
the money that that I have identified isn't even money to keep them up and running. That's money that they use for future capital projects. And I'm saying in the budget that we're facing after investing $3 million, that's money that can be put to better use than that.
All right,
Okay, we're gonna have to, the finance department and legal are gonna have to see whether that's legally possible for, pursuant to the code and, as well as how that fund was created fiscally.
Yes, please. If you can.
It's legal.
So Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, please.
And so I agree with that because part of the reason that you're seeing water, sewer, and golf, I don't know all the ins and outs of this particular legislation, but the reason they're broken out in the budget, budget like that, is they're supposed to be able to sustain themselves. So you're supposed to, whatever you take in is what you need to pay out to do that. So I don't know the ordinance that was made to create the golf fund, but it may speak specifically to that, to say that. So that's what they're gonna look into. And that's why, which is also why, I'm just throwing it in now, we should really be doing the same with waste, because we're only supposed to expend on waste what we take in. So that is why that is like that. So there may be the organizing document for the golf course that says we can't do that. So I think we have to look at it and make sure.
That's why the corporation council is making a recommendation. They will look into it and get back to us in terms of, can we do this? Can we not do it?
But I guess my point is that if there's documents saying that we can't do that, we can certainly overturn that and do that as this council is what I'm saying. That's within our purview to do that.
I don't know the answer to that.
I do.
Well,
I do.
that's
Yes.
before the corporation council.
Listen, after investing that, I'm not gonna be here.
No, your point is well, your point is well.
Limitations. We can't do that.
Yeah.
$3 million. Yes, absolutely.
No, because ordinance and things take public hearings, it takes all that stuff.
Yeah. Any other expenditure you have to address?
I'm just gonna do revenue to the
Revenue tonight?
Yeah, I'm done with revenue. That's it.
Please, the email from,
Oh, I did email my expenditure stuff. I just forgot.
Oh, so this is the down.
Yeah, I just in time, to respect time, I didn't want to, I'll just be really quick. And I said that I think that we should do a 3% raise across for all management. And we should not have any stipends. And I think that we should have create a citywide $10,000 pot of money for people when they are at our most extreme circumstances where they have to stay late or come in, that money should be drawn out of that $10,000 pot, then that should be for, essentially citywide. Everyone else that's non-contractual needs to, kind of manage their time and flex their time. But I don't agree with not giving any raises, which is why I'm saying I think the fairest thing to do would be a 3% flat raise, because that's really to stay in front of inflation and the way things are going right now. If we don't do that, it would almost be like a pay reduction because of the way inflation is right now. That 3% is barely
Can I
keeping
please
up.
ask with the three things you have here, can you please go one by one a little, so they capture it? We talked about, stipend.
Yeah, so in the email, what I said is that we have, so if you look through, this didn't need an exact budget line because it's across departments, and there's different raises where there's 8%, 12% for varying reasons that we all heard. What I'm saying is that non-contractual, meaning that if we are not contractually obligated to give anyone more than 3%, then everyone across should get a 3% raise. So everyone gets, the same thing that we're allowed to do. And so that should increase revenue right there. And as well, that should decrease expenditures, I should say. And also the stipends and out of grade paid, anything that's non-contractual, I think needs to come back in as well.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure we capture that. So you want stipend, if it's not contractual, you want to remove?
Yes,
What's the other one?
and then have a single, which I would
No,
say,
there's two stipend and something else.
and like out of grade
Out of
pay,
grade.
anything that's like
Yeah.
a stipend or you're gonna be here later. I think that when I was looking through the budget, I know that they're not the exact same thing, but they're described differently, but I think they're relatively similar.
And then you're asking to create
A single,
line for.
maybe 10,000, and yeah, and maybe it needs to be a little more than that, but just for those people who this is an absolute emergency, you have to come in here to save the city. So you put your cape on at 2:00 in the morning. Yeah, we need to have some money there for that, but it should only happen in those very extreme circumstances.
I want to make sure that everything is captured.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mudge.
That we can document it into our proposal for Friday.
When it comes to out of grade pay, and people have job descriptions and they do things outside of their pay, outside of their job description, don't we have that out of it? Do we have to have out of grade pay for that when they're doing things outside of their
Reasons.
Beg your pardon?
Title pay would be a fine reasons.
That's contractual, right?
That's for, title pay is for, for contract employee,
Civil-
the unionized employees, they have certain job functions assigned to their title. They're asked to perform, they can perform those functions, but by the same token, they can file a grievance and ask to be compensated for the additional duties that they're doing. They go beyond what their titles.
And that's contractual employees, correct? Right, that's why I said.
What I mean, when you see contractual, you mean the CSEA, AFSCME,
Yes.
those unionized employees, yes. If there's always, if they're being asked to do outside work, and they have to be compensated as that idle side of work, or there's a grievance.
Right.
So
As they should, and that's in their contract, is what I'm saying.
yes.
So this would not talk about anything that's in their contract. I understand that we have to work within the parameters of the contract.
So, what you're looking for is management employees.
Outside of the contractual agreement.
Yes,
You're
that's
not
like
asking
I
to
said,
remove,
right.
Stipend, you're not asking to remove all the
I
agreement.
refer to them as non-contractual staff, but I'm saying outside of the
For
agreement, yes.
management employees, instead of having these stipends that we discussed, you would have just this pool of money as stipend or for hours beyond what their regular work hours are.
So
you
what?
have to be mindful that you don't get into a position where it's just a undefined amount of money and needs to pay, pay certain individuals and not pay other individuals.
So,
There
yeah,
has to be parameters in how it's
correct.
distributed.
So, to be really clear, what I'm saying is this, is that if you go through the budget and you go to certain departments, you have, and again, let's exclude our union workers, okay? We're not talking about them. That's why I put that language in the email. what you have is that manager in this department, 8% raise, manager over here, 12% raise, and then a whole bunch of 3% raises, and then an 8% raise. I completely understand why it's happening. I understand, I heard the reasons why it's going like that. What I'm saying is that in this situation that we're in, give everyone the flat 3% raise to make sure that we are accounting for their inflation and cost of living rise. And you also have a stipend in this department for 10,000, 8,000 over here for this department. What I'm saying is that you take that number and shrink it to the very extreme situations where we need people, and we could talk about what that number is. And I think that we have a one line for that. Because we have some departments that have stipends for $8,000, some departments that have no stipends, some managers requesting a 12% raise, some managers requesting a 3% raise. So what I'm saying, instead, and I know Mr. Mudavarian was saying, no raises right now, based on the situation we're in. And I understand his logic. I'm saying that I'm willing to say we need to give people a raise so they can have their cost of living increase raise. But that's it.
Just for some input, reason why some of these raises were increased their certain percentage because there's union members that are making more than.
I understand. No, I
Almost
understand.
that individuals probably not gonna stay with the city.
That's
If
right.
they're a union member underneath them is making more.
I understand that. But this is what's in our purview right now. If I could go into union negotiations and do it, then maybe, but this right now, we're not working with that. That's why when we always identify, oh, why is this person getting that? They say, oh, it's contractual. We go, okay, moving on, because we understand that right now is not within our purview. That's been a negotiated contract. We can't go back in and do that. What I'm saying is that instead of saying no one gets a raise, everyone gets the same raise at 3% due to the place that we're in. That's what I'm saying.
Would that be at the discretion of the mayor? How it's distributed?
3% raise across everyone?
No, I'm talking about the 10,000, the pool of money, how would that be distributed?
Well, I think that there's some variables there. I said 10,000, maybe it's gonna be more, right? And maybe the mayor maybe the mayor works with us and say, well, this position, is the 911, oh my goodness, come in for this position. But this position, people just usually come and present to city council. So if you're just coming to present to city council, in that case, then you can flex your time the next day, but then, and make sure that, then it would be a operational thing. But I'm just not okay with not giving anybody any raises.
I just want to say when my son-in-law would propose, they go out on any fire that goes in there. And, they're expected, like the mayor said the other night, I want somebody who's gonna get up, put their coat on. We have a water main break, 2, 3 in the morning. So there are certain departments that I think deserve
I agree.
a stipend. And again, under those guidelines, I can't take away city clerks because, she does, they do go above and beyond 24 hours a day when needed. Because of New York State laws, what has to be there, but those, I think those stipends need to remain in those departments, but that's just me. We'll talk about it. Yeah, that's what you want.
It's a proposal from everyone.
Yes.
That's what we're getting here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, Mr. Williams sent his recommendation. So can you please take that email and incorporate it into the proposal?
Eric did make a good point too. You're saying 10K for all.
10K is just a number that's out there. It's extremely out of variables there.
We have to put it between each fund, because we have management in water, sewer, golf, in general. So you'd have to have 5, maybe, 10.
So maybe the number would be this number, but then you're just saying it has to be divided across departments, right? That's what you're saying.
Depends how many more managements or funds and others, I don't know how to split that out.
Okay, well, I think that would just come input, because we can look at what the stipends have been spent in previous years, the same way we use this historical data to make our projections now. I think that wouldn't be any different here.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So let's just back here. So Mr. Williams' recommendation, please incorporate that into the proposal, the council proposal. And if there's any clarification needed, we can reach out to Mr. Williams.
So you want us to gather all the stipends and. for each stipend fund?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So just so we have better clarification, how to
Sure.
put this in, format that we understand.
Sure.
You wanna take a look at general water, sewer, and add all the stipends in the general fund? Put that in a pot, water, all the stipends.
What I'm looking for is we could look at the historical data of like, so the last 3 years, what lines have been, how much money have been spent, drawn down from the stipends and what department. I think that will better help inform what that number should look like and how we could do it. And are we, and I guess, we would be required to split it up, yeah.
Okay, so we have the email from Mr. Williams, and we're gonna add that into the proposal.
Everything that we said here tonight.
For the expenditures.
Mr. Williams.
He sent his own
Yeah,
recommendations for
separate
changes.
email. We have copies of that. Okay, I want to make sure that we accept this. Any emails from anybody else? No. One thing I did send an email in terms of the, I think that, my recommendation is to continue. We could make a recommendation to support the mayor's, hiring freeze into 2026. And also any new hire that is not grant funded, we should also put that out on hold and revisit into next year. So I will make that recommendation. Whatever vacancy we have, if it's not essential or grant funded, we should continue to hold it. Hiring freeze on that, as the mayor had hold this year and into next year. And all new hires that is not grant funded and if it's not essential.
Leave it vacant. Is what you're saying.
Leave them vacant, yes. That is my thought. It's all over to you now.
Yeah, so I really need to go through this, and I'm too tired right now to do it, but given the information that we learned tonight, I will try to do some recommendations before Friday. I'm happy to just look at what you all just did. And I'll, when we get the Excel spreadsheet back, with the proposed city council changes, I will look at those.
So we're gonna have to revisit it Friday.
No, I'm gonna just work off that document because I just
We're
can't,
trying to
I just
get-
can't, I know, I'd have to go through, my way of thinking is I'd have to look at everything. So I wanna look at everything that you all just said. I do wanna say that I completely agree with you that I wanna support the hiring freeze. Everything that you just said would be things that I would support as well, Mr. McLaren, that I think the hiring freeze needs to stay in place. I don't think that we should be, I think we need to not necessarily do the new hires. So I'm right with you on that.
Ms. Michael, we're not gonna have a budget Friday, so can we, put a notice out to capture someday next week? Because I was expecting us to present our proposal today, so that we give it to the Commissioner of Finance, so he can present to us Friday. From the time we arrive at 5:30, we're gonna start go through our proposal
I'm
side
fine
by
with
side. And so, okay, here are we in our proposal. Are you in agreement with John Motobirin? Are you in agreement with Mr. Toro? And we can start debate that and say, you know what? I agree with Mr. Toro. John, we're not agreeing with you. Let's move forward. Now we're gonna have to come now. We're gonna have to go through that the entire budget again for your proposal. We can't take it for 5 hours.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
So
I just
how
wanted
is he
to hear
gonna?
what all of you all had to say. I'm going to just, I mean, in other words, what you're saying is that they're gonna have to give us back a document on Friday that has what you suggested, what.
Everyone suggested, all 5 of us, except you.
Okay, I thought we were gonna see something on
No,
Friday
we're
that
not-
would
we're
be
gonna see-
incorporating all of the I don't know. I mean, I
So
guess
you could send it in if you needed to.
I could, but I'm just saying, I'm happy to review just based on what this conversation was tonight. I mean, I really do feel, I do support the hiring free. I can give you a couple of general comments, but I do want to look back at everything we just discussed.
Are you, I thought you were making notes
I
and taking
was,
out
but
information.
if you want, I can go through it right now. If you all want to stay, I'll just do it right now and look at my notes that I was taking while we were sitting here. So let's see. I would, if you want to start right on page 8. I don't think I want to change the allowance. Are we still, I don't want to change the allowance for uncollected taxes because I think that, I have to go back through my paperwork, but I believe that the recommendation from the finance commissioner was that figure 2850 is probably too low. So I would stay there for that one. In terms of the, cannabis one, I would be okay with, I have to go back and look at the,
Maybe if you like take some, maybe start like with John's email, both of those lines.
Excuse me.
It might help just for you to reference it.
well, thanks, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the document I was looking at, was John's document, because that was the only one that we had, I believe, in advance of coming in. Yeah, I'd be okay with doing the 150 up in the cannabis. I have to find John's email again. Here's Carl's. Here's the one. Here's John's. John was increasing cannabis by $300,000, I believe. On that one, John was going to $1 million, Doreen's going to 800,000, Damani was going to 850, and Miriam was going to 850. I will say 850. So that is A1116.
Okay, you have a question?
I think it's just, it doesn't matter what we were doing, so you put.
I'm
your
just
five in-
listening, but I was
Right,
listening
I
to
know.
all of you and listening to the arguments. I listened to the police.
Absolutely, okay.
This is not about matching us.
No, I
This is
know.
about your.
I know, I'm making my own. I am making my own. It's just, I think I kind of process
Okay.
Yeah, she's
differently.
she's
So I
making a
need to, like,
decision
kind of-
based on all the information that she heard.
I am.
So that's what I was saying. I think that it's not too much for you to take that and go through it and then send it in. We would have it if you send it to Sam, and then that would be easier.
I can do it tomorrow.
That's-
I definitely couldn't do it when I go home now.
Right.
But I can actually, I mean, I agree with what Mr. Mudavaren is saying. I will say, I came in here tonight to say, yeah, same thing. Hiring freeze needs to continue. I don't think we should be necessarily filling vacancies or adding new positions. But again, I want to make sure that I'm, looking across the board at those. And I think that's what you just said, right, Mr. Mudavaren? So I kind of agree with that one. There's one other place where I wrote a note that I would suggest. Oh, there was one, oh yeah, the bus patrol. I really want to stay with the 400,000 on the bus patrol. So that is line 2610N. I think we should stick with the 400,000 there.
So I have a question regarding that. So you're not taking into consideration the $600,000 that is not that outstanding revenue that they didn't account for in the budget, and we heard that from the chiefs. And that's what.
Well, I actually asked the question tonight whether they thought the 400,000 was realistic, and I wrote myself a note, actually, they said, yes, the 400,000 was the realistic number.
But it does not factor in the outstanding.
Okay,
Money.
so you want to have these discussions now instead of Friday
No,
night?
you're making a recommendation, just like when we were making a recommendation,
Right,
you were asking.
right, I'm gonna
So
stick
we're-
with the four,
We're
I'm
asking
sticking
the same
with,
thing.
yes, I'm gonna stick with the 400,000
Okay.
on that one. I'm sorry, I have to go to my other notes that I took tonight and look back at them. Sorry about this.
No, you don't gotta be sorry about it. And if you need to take the night to tomorrow morning to do it, you can do that. Just like do that. There's nothing wrong. And I feel like we're forcing you to go do it, and you said that you didn't want to do it.
You get up in the morning, you go through your notes and email it right away to Sam and Derek. There's no issue
With a
with
fresh mind. I don't understand. That.
We'll all be on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, and that's what I'm gonna do.
I might add some stuff tomorrow too. Don't worry. We're in it together.
I mean, believe me, on Friday, when I get to see, and actually, we
Nobody's
will see
questioning
this
that.
document before we come here at 5:30 on Friday, right?
Nobody.
Tomorrow's only Thursday.
Right, so we'll get it in time to review that document before we come here.
Can you please add Eric to the email as well?
Mhm.
Oh, sorry.
That, if I may, the document is gonna be available to us when all of us submit our proposal. If you do not have any proposal, then the
I will do it
document is
tomorrow
gonna be
morning.
available
I'll do it
Friday.
tomorrow morning, I just want to look over all
Because
my notes from
I
tonight.
am not gonna have the finance commissioner send out a document, and then we are still in the process of submitting proposal.
No, what I'm saying is, as long as, I'm gonna get him my stuff as soon as I can tomorrow morning. And then I'm just asking if we could get it back in enough time to look through that document before we come back here on 5:30 on Friday.
Is that the plan? That we have it before we come back on Friday?
But we have never done that before.
Oh, we've just come and
Yes.
sat and looked at
So we
it.
present our proposal, we allow them to do their changes, they add their column, do every stuff, so bring this information to us. And then we kind of like start, okay,
Okay,
here is candidates. One is saying 1 million, one is saying 800, where do we stand on this? Do we have a consensus, do we have an agreement? Where do we do, the finance committee will have to make a recommendation, and what do we do with that line? That's how we decide to do it.
I guess.
so we better add the other night. We have to add an
So,
additional night.
that's what I'm saying,
Friday's
if we-
still gonna be.
If we don't push these things along, and we keep dragging them on into next day, we've been doing that for the last couple of days. We're gonna end up into next week, and I was about to ask, I need some availability next week, or this weekend.
Monday.
I'm off, what time is that? No, I'm off for that, but Mr. Nguyen, I do have to ask this question. What Mr. Mukamak is going to do, I say 850 for a candidate, you say a million. So what is he really gonna put in his documentation? Is he just gonna list all of our stuff separately, It can't be like when Anthony would run down the hall, because we came here with consensus.
But I was saying, Friday, we can't have it run into the office, so we have to get our recommendation into him.
Right.
Before 5:30.
So do you want me to create a summary sheet like this for each individual?
Yeah.
For each individual?
So you're gonna have the revenues, it's gonna be a summary, it's not gonna be the full,
Right. Just the changes.
just the changes.
Each person's changes, and I'm sorry, we still have more discussion after that, that's the case.
That's a reference point.
What comfortable for you just do it on one sheet?
Well,
All six of us?
I would probably recommend doing 6 different sheets.
And also the percentage of the tax increase up or down based on those recommendations of each one.
The totals,
The totals.
Yeah.
Then how much is that
that's right.
reducing the rate based on those revenues on each one? So everybody can take a look and
Yes.
compare which column is working and which isn't, and where there's consensus and what impact that has. So that's my recommendation, is that's calculated.
I think that makes sense.
So if you wanna pass it around, I did a brief thing, summary from what Luda Van provided earlier. Just to get an idea if that's kosher for all the council members, so it's good. Yeah. No more add.
So then we still will have to come back together, because then, at least my memory is that we will see this document, right? It'll look like this again,
This is just you.
but it'll be like proposed council, right? And then that's where we start to really talk to each other and figure out,
Well, that's not what he's planning to do.
Oh,
He's
okay.
gonna give individual sheets for each of us.
So I'm gonna say,
Go ahead.
Mr. Councilman Luda Van,
Mhm.
so it'll be 6 sheets for itself.
Right.
we kind of have Mr. Williams's, because he
Mhm.
did it that way.
And then we'll go by line. This is what people are reporting. Then we'll have negotiations, and then we'll all agree on that line. Then we'll move to the next line, and we'll do that.
And we didn't make changes. I mean, you guys only made changes to, I'm gonna say, I'm guessing, like 6 or 7 lines all told.
I don't think it's super significant, but what we didn't do tonight, as far as I'm concerned, is talk about where we're changing the expenses, we didn't really delve into
I
that.
don't
didn't.
I mean, I did a little bit.
Yeah,
John did a
so
little
we
bit.
would
And Mr. Williams did too.
So for Councilman Luda Van, he one of the emails suggested to reduce management salaries.
Excuse me.
No, I asked for your report.
Okay, that's just an email saying no management salary.
Oh, yeah. That was my suggestion.
Okay, so I would have to add, I don't know, 50-something lines for management,
No, you just roll everything up.
or, just like that.
Yeah,
That's a basic number there.
Yeah.
We would have to know if each line, how to reduce it or keep the same.
Yeah, that's when we go into this.
So that's management line, so you need 50 different lines for the management.
Each management salary, so you have to roll for.
We have that one sheet, yeah.
Yeah, I can roll up from the back.
Roll it up like this, I don't want to keep it.
Yeah, I think he already did it once, so now he would just take the changes and do it again.
Yeah.
So it's only, the only people that talked about that tonight is John and myself. John was at,
But you know, I came prepared.
right, that's what I'm saying.
And I wanted to move this budget forward, that's why I said we need to, move forward. If not, we're gonna have to go into next week or this weekend, and I am gonna have to discuss with you availability, because we're gonna come in Friday here, and we're gonna still be talking about revenue. We're gonna still be talking about,
No, we did that, and Ms. Patrick's gonna send her by tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm only
So
gonna
there's
have
no-
to.
no, and still, some of us did not even talk about, expenditure.
None of us did.
I agree with that.
Expenditures, yes, but revenue we did.
Yes, we did, we touched on revenue, what about?
Well, we could either do it now, but I think many of us are tired, or we do that on Friday.
I gave my.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we just gonna have to, that's gonna roll into another day, because we're gonna have to send it
But I
back to the
kind of
drawing
came in
board.
here thinking that we were gonna have to have another day, because I mean, first of all, we went already just talking about the revenue. I think it's like 10 o'clock at night.
Now?
It's the 10:30.
10:19.
10:19. So we still, I mean, I kind of already cleared some stuff from my schedule next week, because I figured we were gonna have to go into next week. I mean, even based on our conversation last night, I mean, I just thought that we were gonna have to have
So
some more days.
I think what we need to say tonight is everybody needs to get their expenditures in that didn't have them tonight by tomorrow. I mean, end of story.
Yeah.
And then you have everything to present, put together for Friday. It's not even an option. I had mine, but what I understood us to do, that when you're going around the table for revenue,
Right.
we're gonna make another circle
Right.
for expenditure.
Mhm.
And then the second circle didn't happen.
Right.
I
And
also
I
asked,
mean, I could sit here for like 10 minutes and probably, write down all my thing. Isn't that, I mean, I feel like some of that you guys were also kind of making changes and thinking about it because of what we did tonight.
Yeah, I mean, so I sent in my revenue increases and my expenditures via email earlier today. But
But we got it.
But we got new
it.
information.
I don't think we got it in advance.
no.
Ms. Patrick, I was very clear yesterday evening with you, so please send in your recommendation.
Right, and I'm sorry that I did not,
Last
but I
night,
also wanted
and
to
I
hear
made it very
the
clear to
additional
you
information.
that did not happen. I'm glad that the others, sent in their recommendation. One recommendation I also had was
Did
the, fees for service. The fees for, service, Derek.
Yes.
My recommendation is to also pull a high-level, report of how much are we spending towards fees for service across all departments.
I have that over here for you.
And my recommendation was for us to consider, this is my proposal, and I'm asking the client, this is my proposal, I want to be very clear with people watching.
Yeah.
These are, all we're saying here is all proposal. So to kind of lower that by 10% across the board. So that's one of my recommendations that should be added as a cost reduction. And that's email that was sent today, and everybody was copied on that. And, yeah.
This is the fee for services, and I'm trying to see what pass.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think, Brian, you have something you want to add?
Yeah, you have to say something.
It's about the local law.
I beg your pardon?
The local law, if we go regarding the override
Uh-huh.
of the tax
Oh,
cap.
good. Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, if I'm based on the mistaken
Oh,
issues,
gotcha.
that it falls into what you're talking about as far as the getting around.
There you go.
The total, proposed 2026 budget carries $2.6 million in fees. Fees for service that also include training.
These are extras, I guess. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Newberry?
It's this document you just got, right?
I didn't hear what you're saying because I was collecting.
This document is for fees for service and also training.
Oh, that's good, because that is the other thing that
And
I,
it's $2.6 million.
That was one of the things that I think I mentioned to you.
Yeah, we talked about this
The
last night.
training, yeah.
The training. So my recommendation is that based on this, I would like to see, my recommendation, a 10% reduction across. Okay?
10% reduction in these lines.
Each department,
Altogether.
10%?
That's my recommendation. It's my recommendation. It doesn't have to mean that.
Just before you do that, I recommend that each department head come in and talk about their fees for first line. We already reduced them drastically.
I mean, I think we took
A lot-
notes
lot- lot
from
of
every
it's
department
contractual,
head.
not contractual, but just agreements in place where
We can't just do it.
you can't just cut it and, so it's, I would recommend that if you really want to do entertaining, decreasing it even further.
I do see, like, there's been, I see the first, 8-10-10-404, that was actually more than cut in half. So I do see what you're talking about. However, if I jump to the very next one, which, and I don't know which department these are, 8-13-10-404, the exact same amount. So some have been reduced, considerably, and others have remained the same. So do we, only ask the people who's, if we must do this, do we only ask the people who's remained the same? When we talk about cutting in another 10%, like this is remained the same.
So that one,
Okay, that one.
8-13-10 from the 35, that's finance, and we usually keep that the same. That's most of it, that's our audit services that for the annual audit, and there's other fees that are. You know, it's,
Oh,
it is what it is.
And there's 13, 35,
It's the audit.
148 didn't change. So some of these didn't change. A lot of the ones seem like they really didn't change. And this one was up significantly. I don't know what they are, so.
I'd have to go back and look. and
Some,
see.
I believe, one that went up significantly was it, what I believe, Bowan discussed.
Okay.
And he's big, we're so consolidating some of that from other departments, that's why that line.
I don't know, yeah.
Derek, I'll follow up with it, I didn't see later tomorrow. So put that, let me follow up and look at the report that you sent to me.
And we have this.
Because I asked for the reports and then.
I don't know, I don't think.
Unless it came just while we were sitting here.
Okay, can we get this electronic, please? Thank you.
Is there anything that would help you digest these documents a little further, because you just see numbers, fee for services.
I'm gonna go back,
Yeah,
look
you
at the
wanna put
number, and then I'm gonna look
description
at
of the
this.
line, that'd be good.
and then I'm gonna look at my notes from the department heads' presentations, and that will help me decide whether we can or cannot reduce these based on what the line is, right, everybody?
I mean, I could just refer to the budget, but if it's nothing, we click it, and it'll all be there.
That would be great.
You have to enter manually.
Otherwise, I'm gonna go in on my own.
It'll fill, okay, yeah.
I can't hear what anybody's saying.
He said that he doesn't have to put it in manual, it'll fill, so he can just.
All right, let me just take a pause for a minute and just go to Corporation Council for a brief on the tax gap.
Okay, briefly, you've got the draft ordinance, budget ordinance, looks the same as in past years, it's a matter of filling in the amounts. The changes is the proposed tax cap, overriding tax cap. The state law mandates that you pass a local law authorizing the tax cap on override. There's certain procedures. Procedures are that I've given you the draft. This is modeled on other cities that have done this, and the legislation. If, for example, you're planning on passing the budget on Monday night in the regular council, you have to ask for unanimous consent because you're not going to be, at least to vote on it, because it's going to be added to the agenda after tomorrow. That on a local law, as we went through the other local law earlier this year, has to be on the desk for 7 days. The mayor can ask for a message of necessity, which is a letter to the council saying that the requirement from the statute or waived, that you can introduce it and vote it on the same night. The proposed legislation is before you. It is the intent of this local law to permit, but not require, the city of Schenectady to go above the tax cap. So, bottom line, this local law has got to be passed prior to adopting the budget. The mayor must send you message of necessity. So if we're planning on Monday night, hearing, that means local law would have to be introduced and voted upon that same night. And the budget would be adopted that same day. And the alternative, what I am recommending is that this local law be introduced and be voted on Monday night. If the budget ordinance needs to be taken a few days past that, you have the local law pass. And if it's below the tax cap, it's below the tax cap, above the tax cap, the local law is in place. That's what the calculations that the finance department are going to do, the finance commissioner are going to look at, you're going to see how that impacts the tax cap. There's a formula under the general municipal law. The finance commissioner looks at based on the rates and tax base, et cetera. The city of Schenectady is all laid out in the general municipal law. He, based on the numbers that you've come to, can look at that formula and then say, oh, this is these you're above or below the tax cap. So what I'm suggesting is that as we go through this process, Friday, that or Saturday, that at the very least the finance committee votes out of committee that this local law be introduced and voted upon. So at least you have that. Now, by this weekend, you may know that you may be below that tax cap, and then you wouldn't have to worry about that. But if it's not getting to where you want to go, you should have that local law squared away. The local law doesn't commit you to it; it just allows it to.
Can we do
I
that?
understand.
Can we vote on that tonight? So that we can get it onto the agenda for.
I think
We have a whole council meeting, this is a committee meeting.
But this is a committee meeting.
Oh, I thought it just said.
What I recommend is that you hold off on voting the local law out of committee until you get
I thought he
further
wanted to vote it
information
out
and
of
numbers
committee.
from the finance department.
No, we're not voting on anything tonight. Please continue.
And that's all I have. That's it.
Question, Mr. O'Brien. Would you please, when you find the originating documents for the fund, for the golf fund, could you forward those over to me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
We'll look at the ordinance, and I got talks to the finance commission.
I'd just like to see it, that's all. Thank you.
And just, you gave some recommendations on how, excuse me, Mr. Newcomb should, provide the information for the 7 of us individually. So it was individual sheets for each person with our recommendations, and then you said something else.
And how those, each one of those additions that you've made, or deletions that you've made, how with the total numbers, how that would impact the tax rate based on each one of those columns.
But then we have to give him what we would be willing to, I don't think everyone talked about what we will be willing to take out of our reserve.
With the expenses too, we didn't do expenses.
So,
Well,
okay.
But we can I just say, couldn't that be, the 6 of us, our things could be on one spreadsheet, so we see across the board, you know what I mean? Like, it might be that 5 of the 6 of us have the same exact, if we see it all on one spreadsheet across the board, we might all have the same things.
At least
I mean,
some
can
of
you do that if we,
Yeah, we could possibly, we'll take a look and see if it's easy on the eye.
okay, that on a legal sheet, that's exactly what I was
So
saying.
we can go through line by
And then
line,
have a
so
column.
where do we stand in terms of,
The column would be John, Doreen, Mary.
Yes. so yes, do it on one sheet, it will be beneficial.
If you can, again, if you get it consolidated, we took notes, but just to make sure we have everything on paper. Correct.
That's
If you send
hard.
an email, I don't slip all.
I was about to say that, I'm gonna remind you all again, with all respect, Jew, please send in your proposal. I do not wanna come here Friday and you still have proposal. I want to give the finance commissioner the absolute time to go and revise their sheet and bring it back to us Friday.
Right.
We should not be, well, we should put this in and we should put this in. I'm giving you all enough time to get that information in.
So for expenses
For his
as well.
team to expense, revenue, expenditure, in and out, whatever you wanna do, you wanna add expenditure, you wanna reduce expenditure, You want to increase revenue, you want to decrease revenue, please submit it. I'm gonna reach out to Mr. Williams and ask him if he has anything more. If he does, he's very good at email. Follow up with that funny stuff, so I'm gonna ask him to the rest of us here, the 5 of us, please get that over.
If you're trying to get that in one document? Is that what you're looking for?
I would just like.
That's what it's asking,
all the
one document.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
changes
One
from
sheet.
council and.
No, not one sheet per person.
In one
sheet.
email.
yes, one
So-
sheet, so we can look at John.
Yeah, but Derek wants us to give him one sheet. Is that what you're saying?
Right, you
Yeah.
want an
How are we
email
gonna
that
do that?
says, John wants these revenues, these expenditures. Doreen wants these revenues, these expenditures, so I know exactly, we wrote it down, we want to make sure exactly we have everything.
Ms. Michael has it there, so you can follow the order.
But she doesn't have expenditures or all of them.
She just has the revenue.
Should we get that word to their email? Is that what you're talking about?
Typing it out or.
We'll be able to separate that.
If we. Down with the banner.
So when it consolidates transfer finance, so we know everything. We don't.
That's easy to get.
That's easy.
You're gonna do it?
That's fine. So-
John, you're gonna do it?
No.
Michael, no, Michael.
We,
Oh, okay.
we were going through detail and we were making sure that the Commissioner of Finance was taking notes and Ms. Michael was
Okay.
taking notes in terms of our recommendation, one by one.
I
So
did.
please, like,
I
share
can type
that.
that up, or as he suggested, email whatever additional.
Yes,
And then
exactly.
you're-
That's what I just echoed. If you have additional expenditure in or out, revenue in or out, please email it. And that will be added under your name, under your tab.
And I'm assuming there's no adjustments to any of the funds except maybe golf, depending on what we find.
I didn't hear any.
Oh, yeah.
Yours.
Yes, I did have one about the capital fund, wondering if we can buy fewer EV. I tell you one thing, maybe I'm overlooked a guess. So we purchased only 6 EV charging stations, only one railroad, so it was because those were expense lines and we didn't get there, so I'll send it in again.
Can you please send that in?
I'll send it again.
And every one of the proposal, please add it as a expenditure or revenue.
And I have it under expenditure, but again, we never got there. So,
Mr. Williams,
it's still there.
Mr. Williams's was complete also.
Okay. Are we good with that?
Mhm.
So more than likely we'll have to meet again next week, so I don't know, I mean,
Not that
we
yet?
have a short meeting Monday. City council meeting, so we can either meet earlier and then later.
I'm with you either, probably.
I think that we have to consider people that work during the day.
Well, we can do 5:30 Monday, then break for recess and go
And
to
then
our,
come back if we
and
have,
then come
Like we
back.
did this week.
yes, because that was fun, you're right.
Because we gotta get serious.
He's the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, do you intend to have the budget passed in a special meeting or an adjourned meeting? I mean, if a special meeting has to be specially noticed, in other words, we just have your business on Monday and then a special meeting by Thursday with a notice for next Thursday.
Well,
I mean, that's.
I'm glad you touched on that because my intention was to have the budget up or down and see where we stand on Friday. By having everybody proposal in today, move forward with a high level discussion Friday. And we'll see where we stand, and then eventually if we all in agreement, or we're in agreement, majority agreement, we move it out to committee. And then we ask for unanimous consent on the floor for Monday, but I don't know where we stand right now. Because we still have outstanding stuff to me. And it's unfair to the finance team to give these stuff to them at the last minute. I expect them to deliver a report to us. So I ask that you please, including myself, I've been very open about my emails, I copy everybody by email, whatever my suggestion is. I ask you to do the same thing. Because if we come here Friday and we can't, we're gonna have to start reserve days from tonight or tomorrow. Into next week,
We already have Friday scheduled, so if we're gonna do anything more, we're gonna have to schedule it.
because we have the 3 days, we need 3 days.
Mhm.
to
Can we do that right now? Can we suggest days right now? I'm going to be canceling, I figured I was gonna need next week. I am canceling the housing task force for Tuesday. It's gonna be later in November. I mentioned it to Sam, but I haven't had a chance to write that out yet. I was trying to free up a night. And so I could do Saturday. I have to cancel something, but I can do Saturday, I can do Monday, I can do Tuesday.
What's the day? It's Wednesday. Oh, today's Wednesday. Felt like Thursday. So.
It's about to be Thursday.
But it's gonna be Thursday, that's next hour.
So we have Friday. So, I mean, are people able to, well, I know we have to ask Mr. Williams too, but
I think we have the, but then we have to accommodate, so we have to be considerate of the finance staff on Saturdays.
Okay, then, yeah, I'm fine.
so Monday and
So whatever day
Monday and
to-
Tuesday work for folks?
Whatever day we choose going forward now, we need the finance team with us.
I'm just gonna do it for Saturday. That's 3 days and then I'll be available Monday.
Well, I think he's saying that he doesn't want to
Commissioner.
necessarily have
You
the
also
finance.
don't be like, I'm gonna say for Saturday.
So we're saying Tuesday?
You say Monday.
So
and Tuesday.
Monday, our meeting's at 7, so we can
Monday,
come in.
Tuesday, Wednesday,
You open those 3 days?
any of those days, yeah.
All right, but
Sooner,
not.
sooner the better, 'cause I don't want to get the call where.
Right.
Here all night.
I know.
So Friday, Monday, Tuesday, how about that, you guys?
We're already scheduled for Friday.
Right, I know, but I'm
So
just saying,
which days are we adding? We're adding
So,
Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Do we want meet Saturday?
You didn't think you
I
could
mean-
on that one, we want to hear. What he said. So, first we have
What
Friday,
time we consider?
Monday, 5:30.
Monday, also, just a Monday 5:30. And then we
Tuesday.
recess and we
Go to council.
go to council meeting.
Come back if we have.
And then
Oh.
we'll reconvene right after
okay,
that meeting and continue our deliberation. Now, if we happen to come to an agreement Friday, then we just disregard those days.
Question, do we have to do a notice for Monday if we're in recess now, if we're just gonna reconvene Monday prior to our 7 o'clock meeting?
yeah. Oh, we'll come in Friday anyway. Also,
Okay.
don't forget.
Because we have to, you can give a notice.
We have to give public notice.
This is a meeting separate and apart from the council meeting.
Yeah, this is,
So we have to give notice.
Okay, I thought because we recessed.
And the thing, the ordinance, the budget ordinance and the local law, that has to already be on your agenda. You can adjourn the meeting to vote on those things, but they would have to be on the agenda already for the meeting that was announced.
Mhm.
You can always have a special meeting on 3 days' notice dealing with the budget and the local law if necessary.
So you're saying the ordinance needs to be on for Monday's meeting?
If you want to just
What-
do a
can't we just put
adjourned
it on
meeting as opposed to a new special meeting. But I based on what I'm hearing, it's probably best, let's see what happens on Friday.
Oh,
I agree with that.
yes, yeah, good point. That's
We have
that's
3
that's good point. So the next Monday, city council meeting, you recess.
Well, let's see what goes on Friday.
But we need the 3 days, right? Don't we have to have a 3-day public notice?
You're gonna have your regular meeting on Monday. If you
Oh.
are able to get out the budget ordinance on Friday and the local law on Friday or Saturday, by unanimous consent, you can just add those to the agenda on Monday. And if you don't vote on Monday, then you can adjourn the meeting for later in the week before the November 1st. Then it's an adjourned meeting, not a new meeting.
Can we
You mean
put out,
recess?
Recess.
but could we right now so that we have enough notice? And if, just in case we need Tuesday, couldn't we,
I think the best practice right now is just to see what happens on Friday. That's my recommendation.
What if we need the special meeting on Monday, still have time?
For a committee meeting, yes. So maybe just have the
Okay.
committee meeting. You're already coming here anyhow on Monday and you'll be working over, on Friday.
Right.
So if you need to work with it some more prior to the meeting, you can add that by unanimous consent, the budget ordinance and the local law.
but if we have to come at 5:30 on Monday, don't we have to do a public notice 3 days in advance?
Right, and so
Yes.
for the finance
You
committee.
can't count Saturday and Sunday, do you?
So
Yes.
Oh,
So what I'm gonna get Sam
then
do for
fine.
me right now is that Sam's gonna send out a notice that we're gonna add 2 more days. We're gonna add Monday, reconvene at 5:30, recess, city council meeting upstairs, and reconvene back down here. And then Tuesday, 5:30.
okay.
I'm gonna place that as placeholder, reserve those days.
I think that's the way we go.
Because I'm not sensing a good feeling that we're gonna have something Friday.
We might.
So you wanna add Wednesday too?
Nobody had hardly any
We can add
changes.
Wednesday too, just for the sake
Right?
of it.
You're gonna have Wednesday.
Yes, add Wednesday too, because of that,
I'm sorry, what? I didn't
we're
hear
gonna
that.
add Wednesday and
I can't do Wednesday.
Madam President,
Wednesday's the
I
only
agree
day I
with,
can't do.
Corporation Council, so you recess the,
Council meeting?
council meeting. And you can reconvene like Thursday or Friday. Prior to,
If those items get on the agenda
yes.
by the end.
No, if they get on the agenda, they have to be on the agenda, we'll reconvene the meeting to.
Yeah, it has to be, otherwise you're gonna have a special meeting.
Also, we need a special.
Yeah, you need a special meeting if you're, maybe that's the way you wanna go and have a special meeting for next Thursday or Tuesday or whatever, and just have a special meeting to vote on the budget. That way you may have a little bit more time in between, to, see if things can be worked out.
And
I
mean,
defer to
we've done-
corporation counsel.
We've done that before, and we're like in and out, we do the special meeting, we let the budget go through and go, we've gone home.
Yeah, so you could do a special meeting.
Yes.
And just do that, and then you just you're just dealing with the budget and the local law if necessary. And
We can't
So,
do
the part of it taken here is to make sure that we secure placeholder for the committee meeting days. We look what happened, we're gonna, what's happening Friday. And then we can say, okay, we need Monday. So then we can say, there are a couple items need to iron out. Then we can call a special meeting Wednesday, right Friday.
Wednesday's the one, I can't, I'd say Tuesday.
You can't
If
do
that-
Wednesday?
And actually Thursday is the, there's the county, dinner, but
So can I do
Schenectady shares.
a notice for the committee meetings and possible council meeting all at once?
Yeah.
Like one notice saying that that's what the agenda is, this and the
budget,
possible.
council, 2 notices, or, one notice with two meeting notices. One with the committee and council meeting dealing with the adoption of the budget.
Right, so on the Thursday though, if, I know that you guys, there's dinner, but if you come here at 5:30, what time's the dinner start?
I don't know, I'll
It's generally-
forget it. I
it's
won't worry about it. I just,
If-
Schenectady Shares is actually one of the awardees.
If you're voting on the budget though, that's already, we already agreed on, blah, 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 passing it, usually that meeting lasts half an hour if tops,
Then I will also be available on Thursday.
So everybody's available on Thursday, so.
I'm available Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Everybody?
So here, let's do this one step at a time. Sam, please, you can notice out for me. The committee is, we're meeting this Friday, we're meeting next Monday and Tuesday.
Yes.
And special meeting on Thursday for the,
Well, hopefully we can do it before then, but
hopefully we can, but I don't know, this.
Thursdays.
I don't know if we have a lot of
Just
changes.
saying. Is that,
Well, that meeting can always be adjourned
right,
on Thursday.
that's right, if we don't need it, but this is not just in case, let's say the date.
I can sit here until tomorrow morning.
With you. As long as I can still count, man.
I'm zone out because, the expectation is that. Motion to recess finance committee. Second, all in favor?
You did it. Indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
I'm glad.
did we already decide how to do it, or do you need me to write it down somewhere?
I'll just know that they will say.
Then we'll be meeting later in November.
Yeah.